Welcome to yet another video. In this third episode of the story, after 8 long years of enduring an unjust and miserable life, the very heavens themselves decide to intervene on young Naruto's behalf. But what will their cosmic interference spell for the world of Shinobi? He receives a gift so profound, it is considered legendary even in a world where people walk on water every day. Will this divine gift lead him to the peace he's always craved, or will its effects leave a hole in his heart too big to fill? Please support us by liking and subscribing. Let's get started now. A day had passed since Team 7 made camp at the border of Hai no Kuni, and yet they hadn't left. Reason being, Anko was tired of going on civilian route and was determined to teach Sasuke and Sakura the Ki Nobori no Shugyo. Sure, Sakura had it her first try, but once Anko noticed she could only make it to the first limb, she had Sakura climb further to increase her small reverses. The great Uchiha-sama could barely make it to the first limb, only going up 10 steps before he was forced off. The rest of Team 7 simply went about their own thing. While the two Tems worked on old material, Naruto and Apollo were meditating. Dantes was using his sure wand to make different sculptures. First he made a hollow head, then he would mush it and make an entire arm and hand, before mushing it up and making another body part. Kakashi, well, he was catching up on some Ika before Anko returned. The once crisp blue skies were beginning to lose their luster and the night creeps its way into the horizon. The setting sun burned the sky orange, bringing with it, Apollo's last chance to feel the sun's rays on his bronze skin. Naruto stops meditating and pulls out the scroll his cousin gave him. Unrolling the huge scroll, Naruto checks the seals that store his inventory safely away to see if Angel had decided to take more than his clothes. Let's see, crystals check, kunai/shuriken check, instant ramen stomach growls oh big check. Talisman check, custom-made tags check, dagger, scythe and wakizashi check, Ten-chan would kill me weapons at home here's something to pass the time. Naruto says mentally, a goofy smile plastered on his face. Placing his hand on the seal, Naruto unseals a training scroll and closes the huge scroll before sealing it back up. Sitting in full lotus, Naruto opens his training scroll, so this is a futon chakra building exercise. It's a B-rank training method, where the user must perform push-ups, only they can't use their hands? That makes no sense. How the hell can you do a no-handed push-up? Naruto asks. Hearing his adoptive son's plight, Apollo stops meditating and walks over to Naruto, before taking the scroll and giving it a glance. Once he has it down, Apollo puts both hands behind his back and falls forward. Just before he hits the ground, Apollo gathers chakra from his lungs and molds it into futon chakra in his mouth. His cheeks bulge for a second before Apollo exhales and unleashes a gust of wind with enough power to keep him from airborne. With one more push, Apollo is lifted back onto his feet. There you go Naruto-kun, it's simple. All you have to do is use futon chakra to push yourself up before he hit the ground. It's a great way to increase your own nature affinity and get in tune with the wind within. Remember, you must go with the flow. Apollo says before leaving Naruto to the task at hand. Naruto follows his Otusan's lead and begins to do the futon push-ups. Despite how simple Apollo made it, the exercise was anything but simple, as Naruto soon discovered. When he adds too little ground, but if he adds too much he rockets himself on his back painfully. The area around Naruto soon is filled with body prints and craters as Naruto fails again and again at the exercise. Getting frustrated, Naruto meditates to calm his raging mind. Don't you think it's a little too soon to be teaching nature manipulation? That's a Jonin-level skill after all, we should be focusing them more on the basics. Can Naruto-kun and Dantes-san perform the Suimen Hoko no Gyo, water surface walking practice? Kakashi asks, finding it odd Naruto would be training in nature manipulation. Not only that, but he had never heard of such a bizarre futon training method that has the user do push-ups with only futon chakra. Sure can, I taught it to them about 2 years ago. They're at the point where they can fight on the water's surface for 2 hours without a break. Apollo says, before he opens a Chijiku Shifuto and pulls out a pipe. lighting the contents of the pipe. With a basic katan jutsu, Apollo enjoys taking a few deep tokes before exhaling a cloud of thick smoke, too thick to be tobacco. Apollo-san, what are you smoking? Kakashi asks with narrowed eyes. As a jonin, he was familiar with just about every drug there was and his keen sense of smell told him what it was. Why ask if you know what it is? Besides, it's not illegal for me to be using this, we're out in the woods. Apollo says, taking another deep toke. Yep, that's the good shit right there. Want a hit? Apollo offers, but Kakashi declines. Sure, having marijuana in the woods wasn't illegal, but it was in Konohagakure. If any drug is found in a shinobi system during their physical, the guilty party could lose their shinobi license. No way in hell Kakashi was going to risk that over some plant. Tsk lame, ay Anko-chan, I got that good. Apollo calls. Meanwhile, Anko watches her two best pupils run halfway up the tree, before either falling off, Sakura, or being blasted off, Sasuke. With a shake off her head, Anko prepares a verbal insult, before hearing and smelling what Apollo was offering. Leaving a Kage Bunshin to watch over the maggots, Anko shunshin over to Apollo and coos at his pipe. Definitely smells like the good, I'd say it's imported from Kyuzugakure. I don't know if I should partake, I have a physical in 2 days. Anko says with a shrug. Before she can walk away, Apollo digs into his pocket and pulls out a tier D, so do I, all I do is drink this here elixir from Benasu Shima and it clears my system clean. Apollo says, tossing Anko the vial. Anko swiftly catches before Kawarimi it with the pipe. Anko takes one deep toke, letting the intoxicating aroma dazzle her tongue and hit her system. Letting out a few coughs, Anko pats her chest as tears fall from her eyes. Looks like Anko-chan is a lightweight. Apollo says, taking the pipe away from the kunoichi. Kakashi just shakes his head and buries himself in Ika as the two adults hit the pipe until the contents are ashed out. Of course, I'm such a baka. Naruto says, face palming himself before using Kage Bunshin to summon 100 replicas of himself. Alright troops, I want you all to break into teams of 25. Team 1, you will practice cutting a leaf in half with futon chakra. Team 2, you will practice futon push-ups. Team 3, you will practice whirling futon chakra in the palm of your hand to create a vortex, and Team 4 will spin a senbon on each finger. Now move out. Naruto demands as the Kage Bunshin get to work. The first team leap into the trees and grab a leaf before cupping their hands and visual their chakra as two blades grinding against one another. The process is slow, but the leaves they hold gradual are cut, but not down the middle like Naruto wants, some cut from side to side and others are cut perpendicular. The second team has an even harder time with the futon push-ups. It's clear to Naruto that exercise calls for more Kage Bunshin as plumes of smoke erupt in the field. Still, the information passed on to Naruto not only helps him, but helps the other Narutos with their tasks as well. The third team seemed to have the most luck with their exercise. By spinning their chakra in a steady funnel, the Narutos are able to form golf ball-sized twisters in their hands, but increasing it is harder than it seems. Adding too much would cause a mini tornado to dispel the clone, but too little and the twister would dissipate. Amazing, he not only knows how to perform the Kage Bunshin, but he knows the secret as well. With Naruto's insane chakra capacity and Zen-like stamina to maintain so many Bunshin for an extended period of time, he must learn and train at a much reduced time frame. Kakashi says, staring in awe at all the Narutos tackling the 3 exercises at once. Those training methods took even Jonin weeks to just understand, and yet here was Naruto figuring it out in hours. I know, right? I taught him that when he was just 10 years old. I remember it like it was yesterday, Apollo says. His intoxicated mind subconsciously unleashes a genjutsu that captures both Kakashi and Anko in its illusion. Hua Apollo-kun, what was in that pipe? I'm tripping out, Anko says entranced, slightly swaying from side to side. Flashback, Naruto age, 10. A 10-year-old Naruto, and a rugged-looking Apollo stare each other down. Alright Naruto-kun, before we can move on to the next level, I have to make sure you have mastered the basics. Show me the silent way. Apollo commanded. Naruto instantly faded out of existence and hid in the shadows. Naruto focused his chakra into a thin cloak and completely masked his scent and chakra signature. Slinking through the shadows, Naruto launched a thrust kick at Apollo's head, but it is easily blocked. You're still too green for me, but to Shinobi/Kunoichi of great arrogance or Chunin level, you would get the drop on them, and remember, you must always strike to kill. Apollo said, tossing Naruto back to the other side of the clearing. I don't know Otusan. I understand if it's life or death, or when the person is truly evil, but what if I can convince them to my way of thinking? Naruto asked, rubbing his sore bottom from its crash landing. You mean turn an enemy into a friend? You are learning, Naruto-kun. The greatest minds know that peace is truly the best solution. You are ready mentally for the next level, but can you do Kawarimi? Apollo said, before tossing a throwing knife at Naruto. Me, snake, futon, repusho, wind release, gale palm, Apollo chanted. Once his hands clasped together, wind is compressed and transformed into a powerful gale. The gale carries the throwing knife and increases its speed several-fold. Naruto instinctively uses the Kawarimi to replace himself with a log. The knife slices through the wood and continued to travel even still. Before Naruto could relax, another repusho was fired and this time carried dozens of throwing knives. Naruto used Kawarimi 10 times to dodge all but 2 knives that stabbed into his leg and knocked him off his feet from the force. Naruto gritted his teeth to seal in his scream of agony. The knives almost took off his legs. You can Kawarimi 10 times, that's easily a genin level skill. Good enough, I suppose. Show me Byako Henge, spiritual or white fox transformation. Apollo commanded. Naruto sent a shot of yokai through his system and visualized himself to look exactly like the Yondaime Hokage. Apollo inspects the transformation, a complete shape shift. It's perfect right down to the detail. Can you turn into a woman? Apollo asked. Hitsuji, Ram, Kitsune Oiroke no Jutsu. Fox sexy technique, Naruto roared. A plume of smoke enveloped him. Adding the same amount of yokai into the jutsu, Naruto's body shape shifted into that of a beautiful, nude woman. Her blonde hair was long and flowing, being tied into 2 Sailor Moon pigtails and her pair of blonde fox ears. Her seductive body was concealed only briefly by smoke before it is lifted and revealed a full-blown female in her prime. Apollo can't help but whistle. Damn, how do you even know what a vagina is? Apollo asked. I mean, it was perfect. Giving Naruto a punch in the arm. The henge doesn't dispel. I walked in on you and Kazan once, Naruto admitted grimly. Apollo blushed. Upon closer inspection, the body looked exactly like Amira's except the skin was milky white instead of caramel brown. You can drop the henge. We're not going to tell your mother as a reward. I'm going to teach you the Kage Bunshin. Apollo said. Flashback end. Impossible. You mean to tell me he can actually transform into another person, regardless of gender? Kakashi asked skeptically. After all, henge was nothing more than an illusion. To actual change physically was unheard of. So what position did he catch you two in? Enko asks with a devilish smile, wanting to know details. Reverse cowgirl. Apollo replies, not finding a reason to hide it from the curious woman. He had nothing to be ashamed of. Enko whistles. Note to self, ask Amira-chan for all the wet details. No wonder Kit-kun is so mature. Enko says, finding just the right word to describe the Kyubi Jinchuriki. Based on what she's seen so far, the 12-and-a-half young man held himself with a confident air. He emits a calm, yet robust wind with each step he took. It was easy for her to admit the kid held her attention more than most males. He was just so much fun. Calling on Enko, he's 9 years your junior. But that just makes it more fun. Enko argues with her inner seductress. Old enough to die for your village, old enough to enjoy some of life's pleasures. Amira-chan wants to wait until Naruto-kun is 13 to be considered a true shinobi. When I turned 13, my obesan aunt arranged for a older woman to take my virginity. She just showed my picture to some friends and said, "Would you pop his cherry?" Apollo recalls with a chuckle, those were the days, back when he was still mortal. Enko looks intrigued, wanting to know more about this woman. What was her name, Otusan? Naruto asks, having made 75 Kage Bunshin to tackle the futon push-up exercise, and hearing his Otusan story. Countess Alexandrine Grande Celica Alexandros, a lot to say I know, but I just called her Countess. She was my handler, or sensei if you will, and a damn brutal one. Once she left me in the jungle for 4 months and I had to bury myself alive, just to go to sleep. Damn Hebes, no offense and Saris, but once I turned 13 and lost my virginity, she allowed me to pretty much run my own life. Apollo says. No wonder Naruto-kun is borderline perverted. Your vulgar actions in front of children is appalling, but when you're raised in the jungle, you behave as such. Kakashi says, finding his Ika strangely boring and places it in his pouch. I suppose reading smut in front of them isn't classified as vulgar. Or maybe showing up to meetings 2 hours later is the best example a jonin can show to his genin. Apollo retorts. It's better that blatantly engaging in sexual activities while a child was present, you could have locked the door, Fuinjutsu master. Kakashi retorts back, saying Fuinjutsu master with obvious sarcasm. Well, I wouldn't expect a Minuteman like you, Kakashi, Scarecrow to understand sexual conquest. When you and your woman are hot and sweaty, the arms of lust and passion gripping you both so damn tightly, you tend to lose yourself. And of Amira, I heard a rather interesting tale. Apollo says, his tone slowly goes from joking to dark and deadly before they can blink. Apollo is in Kakashi's face, glaring down at him. Oh? Kakashi asks, sensing the looming chakra, but stands his ground. Come on guys, we shouldn't be fighting, Enko says, until inner seductress strikes. Enko stealthily nudges Kakashi, who roughly bumps into Apollo and shit hits the fan. Apollo's centuries of training take over and in the blink of an eye, he jabs Kakashi in the face. Kakashi doesn't even have time to kawarimi, his head is thrusted back and crashes into the ground before bouncing off the ground in a tumble. On the second roll, Kakashi rights himself just in time to see Apollo pull out a dagger. This is awful, you both are jonin, you should set a better example, Enko says, but inner seductress strikes again by arming Kakashi with a kunai. In less than a second, sparks fly as their blades clash. Their hands become blurs, the sparks flying at such speeds they almost blind you. By this point, Sakura and Sasuke are drawn to the battle, left wondering what happened while they were training. Lame-ass ninja. Apollo taunts, their duel stops, both struggling for dominance. Junkie Kage Rijikuto, reject. Kakashi retorts, before they both shunshin to opposite sides of the field. Ha 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 ha, Kakashi-san. You're a real piece of work, I'll give you that. Son of Konoha no Shiroi Kiba, copied over 1,000 jutsus, impressive. Now here's the difference between the two of us. You've copied over 1,000 jutsus, I've made over 1,000. You spend all your time stealing other people's work, that when it comes down to it, you only have, one original jutsu. I'll make a deal with you, I'll only use my original jutsus and you can use whatever you want. Apollo dares, Rin, Kyo, To, Sa. Chujiku Tama. Super-dimensional ball, Apollo chants mentally. In the palm of his free hand, a ball of cosmic chakra spirals into a black vortex. Is that a Rasengan? No, it's different, it's almost like a black hole. No, that's impossible. I can't let that touch me. Kakashi analyzes before going through hand seals of his own. I could just throw this at him right now, but I'll let him put up a fight, I want a challenge after all. Apollo says mentally, just watching Kakashi go through hand seals in almost slow motion. Tiger, snake, rat, snake, tiger, Suiton, Suijin Hiki. Water release, water encampment wall, Kakashi roars, his cheeks bulge from the Suiton chakra he had built during the hand seals. He spews a fence of water that crashes towards Apollo, who stands firm. Giving his Chijiku Tama an underhanded throw, the Tama soars towards the Suijin Hiki and, to Kakashi's horror, completely vacuums it into the ball. The now Suijin Hiki Tama soars towards a defenseless Kakashi and slams him with twice the force of water. The tidal stream washes Kakashi deep into the woods, before he finally is stopped by slamming into a tree. Apollo's not done yet, opening up 4 Chijiku Shifuto, 2 in Kakashi's face and 2 in front of his fists. Apollo goes through Mandras, hand seals, Rin, Kyo. Chijiku Kaseryu Kabushi. Super-dimensional pyroclastic volcanic eruption fists, Apollo chants mentally. In his fists, the blazing red flames of survival dance before he slams them deep into the ground. The flames melt the dirt and rock deep underground, heating the grass above and setting it ablaze. When Apollo frees his hands, they are covered in molten earth and the red flames keep it hot. Putting both hands into the holes, Team 7 can hear Kakashi's screams of agony deep in the forests. On Kakashi's end, the molten hands touch his chest and face, before he goes up in smoke. Allow the Psychotaiki to teach you the advanced ways of the shinobi. The first, I showed you, which is my nintaijutsu. All me to show you Kagejutsu, Apollo says. Kakashi appears in a shunshin, snap kick ready to strike him in the head. At the last minute, Apollo vanishes in a plume of darkness, Kakashi's kick only hitting air. Kakashi removes his Hitai 8 and reveals the Sharingan, scanning his surroundings. Impossible. The Sharingan is a Kekai Genkai of the Uchiha. How can Kakashi-sensei have one? Did he steal it? Sasuke ponders, looking on in both awe and hatred. That should be his power. Nintaijutsu, doesn't Dantes-sen use that as well? No, Apollo-san's is different, we never learned this in the academy. Sakura ponders, looking on in utter confusion. Kick his ass, Otusan. Naruto cheers for Apollo, knowing that once his father got started, there was no stopping him. Suddenly, 3 Apollos appear in 3 different angles around Kakashi. One Apollo aims a flying jab at Kakashi's throat, another aims a flying snap kick at Kakashi ribs, and the last Apollo does a leg swipe. Thanks to the Sharingan, Kakashi sees the attack in time to dodge the leg swipe and block both strikes. All 3 Apollos smirk, before using Kai, and unleashing hailstorms of blades. Kakashi quickly kawarimis with a log, which is destroyed instantly. Appearing in a nearby tree, Kakashi sighs in relief. What kind of Kage Bunshin was that? Kakashi ponders, but he doesn't have time to seek an answer. Before his very eyes, Apollo's head appears out of nowhere, his body nowhere in sight. What was worse, Kakashi's Sharingan couldn't see any illusions. Next lesson, Ninjinjutsu. Apollo says, sticking his head in a hole. Team 7 could see him perform a mandra, Rin. Megan, Kushinboki, demonic illusion, pain matrix, Apollo chants mentally. Chains erupt from Apollo's mouth, then turn into spawn heads that roar towards Kakashi, but thanks to the Sharingan, Kakashi can see right through it. Suddenly, Apollo's headless body stabs Kakashi in the side with his dagger. Kakashi grunts in pain, seeing the blood leak from the physical wound. He used a double-layer genjutsu to keep my attention away from the real threat. Kakashi ponders, until the unthinkable happens. The genjutsu-induced spawn chains become real and slink inside Kakashi's body via his wound. Kakashi can't hold back the screams of agony anymore as the spawn wiggle and devour Kakashi's insides. Team 7 watches as Kakashi screams and tries to claw his body, taking off his clothes. What the hell is wrong with Kakashi? I thought genjutsu couldn't work on a Sharingan. Anko says with a giggle. That's Otusan's ninjinjutsu, Megan, Kushinboki. Naruto says, before anyone can ask questions, Apollo appears next to Naruto. It's simple really, by inflicting pain to my foe, I can send my chakra into the nociceptor of their bodies. The nociceptor are responsible for the perception of pain. Once my chakra is inside the body, it has easier access to the brain where it can do one of two things: convert to inton, release, and produce a genjutsu directly to the brain, or convert into one of the other nature affinities, thus it being referred to as ninjinjutsu. Apollo explains what's happening to Kakashi. Was that really necessary, Apollo Dano? Dantes asks, having experienced that hell during his torture conditioning. He tried to kill my wife with AS rank jutsu. He should be happy, I don't turn my chakra into Katan chakra and burn his head from the inside out. Apollo says, opening a Chijiku Shifudo and his pipe, definitely needing it to calm down. Lighting the pipe, Apollo takes deep tokes before exhaling deeply. Deciding Kakashi had enough, Apollo uses Kai to end the torment. Kakashi passes out from exhaustion. Naruto-kun makes 4 Kage Bunshin to carry Kakashi. Enko, we've wasted enough time here. We're setting off. If Uchiha-san and Haruno-san hold us back, I'll create a Kage Bunshin to make up time. Apollo says, before taking off into the trees and crossing the border into Takigakure no Sato. Damn it, I only had enough time to teach them how to travel through the trees for about 2 hours. Oh well. You heard the client, move out Team Enko. Enko says, before taking off after Apollo. Naruto makes 4 Kage Bunshin, that pick up Kakashi by his limbs as they all race towards Enko and Apollo, along with the rest of Team 7. Team 7 travel through the trees of Takigakure, finding them thicker and more lustrous than in Hai no Kuni. The pine trees were even moist, making travel difficult for Sakura, who trips and falls on a slippery branch. Sasuke, being behind the other members of Team 7, saw her fall and regretfully catches her. Sasuke-kun, why you save me? Sakura says with hearts in her eyes, which break once Sasuke opens his mouth. Maybe if you were stronger I wouldn't have to waste chakra saving you. With the moist trees, you have to apply even more chakra than normal. Now get up, I need to have a word with the Alexandros Patriarch. Sasuke says, the power he could obtain through the tutelage of a supposed Kage was too big to miss. Sakura dejectedly follows behind Sasuke, too heartbroken to even speak. After a few hours of traveling, Sakura was thankful to see the end of the forest and the start of a lustrous green fields with a river. In the distance, they see the famed waterfall cliff, rumored to lead to Takigakure. Stepping onto the green field, Sakura drops to her knees, panting deeply from exerting herself. Sasuke doesn't say anything, but his brow is coated in sweat. The other members look ready to go. Alright, Team 7, once we get to the entrance, everyone will have to wait until I clear things up with the guard. Apollo says, everyone agrees, seeing as it was standard protocol when visiting foreign villages. Apollo creates a Kage Bunshin, that slings Sakura on his shoulder as they all race across the fields towards Takigakure. The closer the team got, the more they could see and smell the powerful waterfall and the lake it produces. Once they reach the shores of Takigakure, Apollo walks on the water and waits in front of the crashing waterfall. Appearing in splashes of water, Shibuki, Fu, and 2 Taki Umbu, one with a fish mask and the other with a turtle mask, surround Apollo. Ah, Alexandros Dano, nice to finally meet in person. I am Shibuki, Takikage of Takigakure. Shibuki says, appearing in the formal Kage robes with a light green trim and the kanji for Taki in the center of the hat. Next to him is Fu, who is dressed in a red battle kimono, with gold flowers and black dragonflies design, that stopped at her mid-thigh. Her orange hairpin was replaced with kabutamushi hairpins. She felt awkward in the outfit, seeing as she had never wore anything like it before. This must be young Fu. Noelle has told me much about you. Though, she did tell me you'd never be caught dead in a kimono, even though it does look nice. I'm positive Naruto-kun will like it. Apollo says with a warm smile. Fu blushes, but still elbows Shibuki in the ribs. it was his idea to dress her this way. Well, now that we've been introduced, allow me to escort you into our village. Shibuki says, before using Kai. Suddenly, the waterfall split down the middle and reveals the person-sized entrance. Getting the cue, Team 7 walks onto the water, while all but Sakura, who is escorted via Apollo's shoulder. Sasuke, on the other hand, has other plans. Boar, Inu, dog, Tori, bird, Saru, monkey, Hitsuji, ram. Kuchios no Jutsu. Sasuke roars, before slamming his hand on the ground. A plume of smoke erupts and Bazin emerges, with Sasuke riding him. Uchiha-san, what do you want? Bazin asks annoyed, he preferred not being summoned by the spoiled brat. The mixed reactions between Team 7 were varied. Naruto was intrigued, never having heard of such a summon. Dantes was on his ass laughing, it seemed like the perfect match, chicken ass summoning giant chicken. Sakura had hearts in her eyes, knowing that Kuchios no Jutsu was at least C rank. Enko just looked hungry, I mean it's not every day you see a giant chicken. Show respect, you vile poultry. Get me across this lake. Sasuke demands. Bazin scoffs at the boy. Respect is earned, which you have earned little of. Bazin spat, but it still easily races across the lake. The rest of Team 7 follows suit and they all enter Takigakure through a narrow cave. Once they're all through the cave, Team 7 is graced by quite the sight. Welcome to Takigakure. Shibuki says, no matter how many times he's seen it, it never stopped being beautiful. The village itself bases its architect on Southeast Asian aesthetics, and sits along a lake waterfront. The entire village was made of wood, and most houses were single-story with some being two-story. It is split in half by a river, with a longer bridge and building connecting the two sides. Wow, it's so pretty. Sakura says, completely mesmerized by the village, having never been to any other place besides Konoha. Fu just scoffs, yeah, pretty, for all the other people of this village, Fu says under her breath, but Naruto hears her. He can see the entire story play out in Fu's orange eyes. Ever since he first saw her, Naruto couldn't get Fu out of his head and vice versa for Fu. For the first time in either of their lives, they were face to face with someone with the same burden as them. Both were Jinchuriki, both were hated, if the glares from the villagers towards Fu were any indication. Look at the Oni, trying to look good for the Konoha Shinobi. I always knew she as a harlot, a villager whispers, but is heard by the Shinobi, Shibuki, Apollo, Enko, Naruto, Dantes and Fu. They can have her, finally get the Oni out of our lives, another villager says. I hear there will be a festival, celebrating the Oni's departure, a merchant says to one of his customers with a smile. Fu tries her best to ignore it, but can't help the few tears that fall. Naruto's knuckles turn white, his anger barely controlled, it was like being in Konoha all over again. The hatred was thick and caused an ugly veil around the otherwise zen-like village. The group walk across the bridge and into the large building, that is similar to their mission hall in Konoha. Alright Alexandros Dano, if you and your fellow clansmen will follow Fu, she will lead you to the only thing of Noel chance we have. After that, Alexandros Dano, you will follow me to the council's chamber to discuss Fu's departure. Shibuki says, Apollo nods and calls over Dantes and Naruto. Sasuke just HNS, before dispelling Bazin and staying with the group. Fu leads the Alexandros group out of the building and towards a cave. It's just this way. Fu says, directing the group to the cave entrance that would lead to the pool. She constantly fidgeted with her dress, not only not used to it, but embarrassed and uncomfortable at the same time. Seeing the clan patriarch of the clan Noel was a member of, was a bit overwhelming for Fu. She could only hope the man could help her find her Nei-chan. Noel always said the man would stop at nothing to help a loved one. Once they enter the cave, Fu checks with the mushi to make sure they weren't followed and was disappointed when one, Suein was identified. This is official clan business, I advise you to leave this cave, Suein. Fu growls, as if on cue. Suein reveals himself. Suein had long spiky hair, dark eyes, and a goatee. He wore a dark blue jacket, gray pants, sandals, and a bandana that held his hair out of his face. Someone has to make sure the Konoha shinobi are not harmed by the Nanabi. Suein says with distaste, making a move towards Fu. Before he can get far, Naruto appears in front of him, with a dagger to his throat. You step any closer and I'll stain this cave with your blood. Use said blood to draw fuin on your corpse and seal your soul inside a pain-riddled body. Naruto says darkly. Suein couldn't believe how fast the blonde was. 1 minute he was across the cave and the next, at his neck. The ki the blonde unleashed was insane and caused Suein to sweat bullets. Seeing his point as made, Naruto vanishes in a whirlwind and appears next to Fu, his arm wrapped around her protectively. All the blood rushes to Fu's face. No one besides Noelle had ever been so close to her and no one ever held her before. Her heart raced at the contact and she couldn't help but hold on to him to support her suddenly weak legs. Tisk, damn Oni lover, Suein says before disappearing in a splash of water. Once Naruto was sure Suein was gone, he looked at Fu and through her orange eyes, he saw everything. The confusion, the joy, the loneliness her exotic eyes held, and he favorite color no less. Reluctantly, Naruto let her go and Fu felt an odd sense of longing. With the threat gone, Fu dives into the pool and the Alexandros group follow her. While underwater, Naruto converses with Kyubi. So Q-kun, what can you tell me about the Nanabi? Naruto asks. It was a well-known fact, that Jinchuriki acquire traits from their bijou. Naruto acquired advanced healing rate, something unique to Kyubi and thus Naruto. Well, the Nanabi was always a happy-go-lucky kind of personality. Real fun-loving and was the only bijou capable of flying. If I had to guess, I'd say the girl can fly, kind of kinky when you think about it. Kyubi, hinged as a red scroll with a red slit eye on Naruto's side, says with a chuckle. So Chome-kun, what do you know about the Kyubi? Fu asks her own bijou. The Kyubi? Real cynical and shrewd. Thinks it's the best because it has the most tails. It was always a bitch trying to injure the prick, so I'd say the Gaki gained insane stamina and accelerated healing. Nanabi says, not really liking its fellow bijou. Fu ponders, does the Jinchuriki match the bijou? Her and the Nanabi were more alike than she might like, but maybe that was just her? The blown Jinchuriki didn't seem like a prick, but then again they hadn't talked yet. Once they were out of the pool, Fu led them to the makeshift memorial of Noelle, though Naruto didn't even know they were in a cave. The way the water rolled on Fu's exotic chestnut skin and her kimono clung to reveal her shapely figure was well distracting to say the least. Never before had Fu been checked out before, though she could see why girls from the village enjoyed it. Walking over to the hummingbird mask, Fu picks it up and hands it to Apollo. That's the mask she left me before her disappearance. Fu says. Apollo gives the mask a once-over, before handing it to Naruto. You know what to do. Apollo says. Naruto nods, before the red scroll explodes in a plume of smoke. When it dissipates, a one-tailed Kyubi is revealed, who sniffs the mask for scents. Ha 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 ah ha 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 ha. Oh man, the irony of it all. Thank you, Kami. Nanabi roars with laughter at the sight of the great. The Kyubi whispers something in Naruto's head, before hinging back into his scroll form. We'll have to leave the cave to get anything, way too much moisture for Q to get anything. Naruto says. Apollo nods his head, before motioning everyone to gather around him and disappearing in a Chijiku Shifudo. The group appear outside Takigakure, as Kyubi henges to his Ichibi form, a lion-sized kitsune, and sniffs the air. Getting something to the west, Kyubi races towards the scent, with the others following close behind. Fu hoped, beyond hope, that Noelle was simply injured and couldn't get home until she recovered. Soon, the group were in the forest surrounding Takigakure and the devastation they saw crushed all hopes of Noelle being fine. Derooted trees, trenches and craters were made from various jutsus. It looked like a war was waged. The Kyuubi stops, having hit a dead end as the scent led them to a clearing. Fu tried to step into the clearing, but a barrier repelled her advances. Tennin Tamurai, Celestial Maiden Burial. Apollo states. Tennin Tamurai? You mean Fu starts, tears in her eyes ready to fall. Yes, she is indeed dead. It's our clan's last resort jutsu. We seal our corpse deep underground and convert our chakra into senjutsu. Since our bodies are still, it can draw senjutsu in. The senjutsu then keeps the seal effective eternally, unless the seal is broken by a clan member. Apollo says, easily walking through the barrier and stops in the center. Focusing Doton chakra deep underground, Apollo opens a 6 feet hole and the body of Alexandros Noel is revealed as he lifts her and lays her on the ground. Fu couldn't contain herself as she ran towards the only person to ever show her kindness, besides the previous Takakage and Shibuki, and cried her heart out. She threw herself over her body, which was perfectly preserved thanks to the senjutsu gathered inside it. She couldn't breathe, she couldn't even begin to imagine life with her Nei-chan. 2 strong and comforting hands hold her shoulders as Fu sees Naruto to her right and Apollo to her left. Fu, I know this is hard for you, but always know Noel loved you. She sent me reports about you just about every week telling me how happy she was to be your Nei-chan, and that if anything were to happen to her, to take you in. She made it clear what has to be done. Fu, I need you to use the Jiangu on Noel's corpse. Apollo says. To say Naruto and Fu were shocked was an understatement. Are you crazy? You want me to use that abomination of a kenjutsu on Nei-chan? Is this how the Alexandros treat their fallen? Because Fu don't do that. Fu roars in both outrage and disgust. Before either can blink, Apollo grabs Fu by the kimono and leers into her eyes. I love every member of my clan. They are all a part of me and I won't let anyone question that love. Even though Noel's soul has left her body, she still lives on through me, through the clan and through you. Burying Noel is far too risky. Do you know what an enemy nation could learn from her body? Normally we burn our fallen in ceremonial fire, but Noel specifically asked for this. She told me all about the Jiangu, which is why she used the Tennin Tamurai to preserve herself. Apollo explains, setting Fu down gently. Noel Nei-chan wanted me to use the Jiangu on her? Fu asks dumbfolded. Takigakure always said the kenjutsu was evil and the fact Fu had it only finalized Fu being an oni. Apollo nods, before giving her back Noel's mask. Simply use the Jiangu in the mask and place it on Noel. The chakra threads from the Jiangu will break down all the dead flesh, and make a mold of her body. Thanks to her heart still being fresh, the Jiangu will be able to use Noel's mokuton. It's the best kind of burial we can give her. Apollo explains, putting a comforting hand on Fu's shoulder. Fu snivels, trying to stop the tears from falling. She couldn't deny Apollo had a point and the thought of enemy forces turning her beautiful body into some lab rat sickened Fu to no end. With a heavy sigh, Fu uses the Jiangu as blue chakra threads seep from every pore of her body. Naruto and Dantes stare in a ghoulish awe as the threads pick up the mask and seemingly combine with it, before placing it on Noel's face. The Jiangu completely devours Noel in a swarm of chakra threads, that seemingly devour her body, before reconstructing it into the body of a human-sized hummingbird. Before they can say again, Kyuubi smells fire and blood coming from Takigakure as does Naruto and Apollo. Looks like we'll have to save this funeral for later, gather around everyone. Apollo says with authority as everyone does as commanded, the hummingbird Jiangu included, and vanish via Chijiku Shifudo. The scene Apollo and the others popped in on was hectic. Nuke Nin from Amigakure and Kyuzugakure were raiding the village, firing jutsus at the helpless villagers. Explosions and fires destroy the homes and shops of the village, sending the people into chaos as they try to find shelter. The entire village of Taki was under attack and they were completely unprepared for it. Yuha Sho, beast-tearing palm, and Kusa Nuke Nin roars, unleashing a slashing blade of wind at a building and completely cuts it in half. Before the debris can crush some unfortunate villagers, Apollo shunsins above them and opens a Chijiku Shifuto, super-dimensional shift, to send the debris safely away. Apollo creates 50 Kage Bunshin and orders them to protect as many villagers. Naruto, Fu, you two will stay and defend the village as best you can. If you run into trouble, Naruto knows how to summon me. Dantes and I will go find your team, meet us at the administration building. Apollo orders, before he catches a kunai aimed for his head and tosses it back to its owner, right in the chest. Unfortunately for the owner, the kunai had an explosive tag attached to it and it exploded, killing her instantly. Suetun, Teppadama, water release, gunshot, an aim nuke nin, from a rooftop, roars firing a condensed ball of water at the young genin. Torai, bird, Tatsu, dragon, Hitsuji, ram, Tori, bird, Saru, monkey, Tori, bird. Futon, Kaze shuriken, wind release, wind shuriken. Naruto chants mentally, before channeling Futon chakra in his hands and molding it into 2 whirling shurikens before tossing them at the Teppadama. The Kaze shuriken easily cuts through the water ball and slashes the aim nuke nin's arms off in a shower of blood. Before the aim nin could fall to the ground, the last shuriken cuts off his head, ending his life. Yuha Repusho, beast-tearing gale palm, the Kusa nuke nin roars, using chakra to infuse with the surrounding wind and condense a mass amount of wind to form a massive demonic-like claw from his dominant hand. The Juha Repushu rips through buildings on its collision course to Naruto. Pulling out a Fuka scroll, Naruto opens it and adds Chunin levels of chakra inside it in preparation. Fu watches in mild curiosity as the Yuha Repusho rages towards them. Fuka. Naruto chants mentally, before holding the scroll in front of the Juha Repushu. To both the Fu and the Kusa nuke nin surprise, the Juha Repushu is absorbed into the scroll before he closes the scroll and seals it back. Getting over his shock, the Kusa nuke nin calls in backup as 3 more Kusa nin shunshin in a swirl of leaves. Geresu-kun, I can't believe you need help handling to kids. A rough-looking male Kusa nin says. Look, Senpu, the blonde Gaki completely absorbed a full-power Juha Repushu into a scroll. I swear, I think the kid is a Fuinjutsu user, Geresu says cautiously. Even though he knew next to nothing about Fuinjutsu, he did know about Jiraiya, the Gama-sen nin. The man was well known as a Fuinjutsu master. The other Kusa nuke nin weren't buying it though. Please just look at them, Geresu-kun. They can't be any older than 14, and there's no way the blonde could know Fuinjutsu. Just look at him, he's obviously the baka of the team, the only female of the group says. Fu can't help but giggle at the crack. Naruto on the other hand, not capable of Fuinjutsu, huh? Baka of the group am I? Oh, she is so going to get. Naruto says mentally, several tick marks appear on his brow. Taking out the scroll he used to seal the Juha Repushu, Naruto opens it and applies chakra to it. The kanji for Juha Repushu appears as the actual jutsu is unleashed and soars towards the female nuke nin. The female nuke nin is too shocked to even think of dodging, not to mention the jutsu was amplified due to Naruto adding his chakra to it. The demonic claw of wind grasps a hold of the female Kusa nin and envelopes her in a whirlwind that cuts her to ribbons. The remaining 3 Kusa nin were beyond shocked. Naruto used that to his advantage. Unsealing one of his futon crystals, Naruto throws it at Senpu, who dodges it effortlessly. What he doesn't expect is for the crystal to explode behind him and unleash a whirlwind that cuts his back to shreds. Not only that, but the force of the whirlwind sends him flying forward, right in the path of Naruto. Naruto focuses Futon chakra into his fist and waits for Senpu to get within range. Futon, Senpuken, wind release, whirlwind fist. Naruto chants mentally, before slamming his fist into Senpu's gut and releases a giant whirlwind that completely destroys Senpu's torso in a gory fashion. Once the mess has settled, Naruto scans around for the 2 remaining nuke nin, but can't seem to find them. Suddenly, Geresu appears in Naruto's blind spot with a katana ready to cut Naruto in half. Rat, me, snake, Tora, tiger. Doton, Doryoha, earth release, earth flow wave, Fu chants mentally, creating a wave of earth around Naruto, to defend against Geresu's katana. Before Geresu can wedge his blade free, me, snake. Retsudo Tenshin. Violent heavenly earth needle, Fu chants mentally, a needle shaped from her Doton, Doryoha impales Geresu in the head, killing him instantly. Once the Retsudo Tenshin dispels back into the earth, Fu contacts her Mushi to find the final member of the Nuke Nin. Once he's found, hiding in the shadows, Fu readies her next attack. Takigakiryu, Mizukiri no Yaiba. Takigakir style, water-cutting sword, Fu says, forming a sword of water, disappearing via Mizu Shunshin. Reappearing behind the cowardly Nuke Nin, Fu impales him from behind, the now blood-soaked water blade pierces through his back and out his gut. The water blade prevented any of the blood from gushing out, as the now dead Nuke Nin falls to the ground in a thud. Once all 4 Nuke Nin are dead, Naruto appears next to her in a whirlwind. We should see if my team is at the administration building, unless you want to help the village. Naruto says, seeing some villagers were still in danger. Screw all these hateful people. Let's go, the sooner we meet up with Shibuki-kun, the better. Fu says, seeing some villagers in danger as a group of AIM Nuke Nin crowd around them, with Suiton, Suiben, water release, water whip, tying them together, ready to kill them. Fu turned her back on them and honestly, Naruto couldn't blame her. If they shoe was on the other foot, he didn't know if he would defend the villagers of Konoha. Sure, he would protect the village itself, but the people, that was another story. Still, Takigakir was not Konohagakure, so Naruto unseals another futon crystal and tosses it at the group of AIM Nuke Nin. The futon crystal shatters and unleashes a whirlwind that not only cuts the Nuke Nin, but the villagers as well. He may have saved them, but that didn't mean he would make it painless. With that taken care of, the duo Jinchuriki head for the administration building, but are blocked by Kusa Nuke Nin with Sasuke and Sakura. Come on little Kunoichi, where's your spirit? A young, quite tall, and slim Kunoichi says. A Suiton, Suiben, water release, water whip, wrapped tightly around Sakura as the older Kunoichi twirls her around. The older Kunoichi has short light brown hair, blue earrings, red lipstick and a white hairband over her head, holding the hair out of the way from her eyes. She wears a pink tube top with a open, light green shirt, navy blue pants and ninja sandals and wearing her shuriken holster on her right leg. Sakura struggles, but can't break free of the Suiben as she's thrown into a tree roughly. Meanwhile, Sasuke was dodging another Suiben held by a muscular, tough-looking shinobi. He wears a black, sleeveless shirt, gray pants, ninja sandals, and arm warmers. He has about chin-length gray hair which is spiked at the top. He also has a teal line marking that goes over his nose. Rat, Tora, tiger, Inu, dog, Ushi, ox, Yu, hare, Tora, tiger. Katan, Hosenka no Jutsu, fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Sasuke roars, sending a volley of small fireballs in an unpredictable manner at the tough-looking shinobi. The tough-looking shinobi just chuckles, before using his Suiben to put out the fireballs. Hey, that symbol on your back, you must be the last Uchiha. If this is the best you can do, the Uchiha will be wiped out by Murasame. Murasame says, going through his own hand seals, Hitsuji, ram, Tori, bird, boar, Saru, monkey, Hitsuji, ram. Suiton, Mizudepo, water release, water gun. Murasame roars, blasting off a wave of high-speed water from his mouth. Sasuke counters with his signature jutsu, Tora, tiger, Saru, monkey, Sasuke screams, not having enough time to finish as the Mizudepu washes him away. Before Sasuke can recover, Murasame Mizu Shunshins in front of Sasuke and goes through a chain of hand seals. Mi, snake, Hitsuji, ram, Uma, horse, Yu, hare, Hitsuji, ram, Uma, horse, Yu, hare. Suiro no Jutsu, water prison technique. Murasame roars, the water from his Mizudepu wraps around Sasuke and forms a sphere of water that seals Sasuke inside. Any last words, Uchiha? Maybe I can take your eyes and become the Sharingan no Murasame. Murasame says so delusion, he doesn't see Sasuke smirking. By the time Murasame pulls out his kunai, Sasuke goes up in smoke as he is revealed to be a log. Dispelling the Suiru no Jutsu, Murasame searches for Sasuke and finds him doing hand seals. I, boar, Inu, dog, Tori, bird, Saru, monkey, Hitsuji, ram. Kuchios no Jutsu. Sasuke roars, slamming his hand on the ground as a plume of smoke surrounds him. Murasame appears right in front of the smoke cloud and stabs a kunai inside the cloud. When he feels something block the kunai, he quickly shunsins away and not a minute too soon. Katan, Hitsuk Tama, fire release, arson bullet. Bazin roars, firing a huge ball of blue flames at Murasame, who shunshin just in time as the flames strike the ground, melt it and even increases the heat in the area. Bazin races towards Murasame, Sasuke riding his back, and throws powerful kicks with its mighty legs at Murasame, who dodges the deadly talon like clawed feet. Seeing his assault not working, Bazin pecks Murasame in the chest. The force of the blow is enough to shatter his chest plate. Seeing Murasame tumble, Sasuke began some hand seals. Tora, tiger, Saru, monkey, I, boar, Uma, horse, Tora, tiger. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu / Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke and Bazin roar together, unleashing two spheres of fire, one small, Sasuke's, the other large, Bazin, at Murasame. Before he can begin a defense, the Gukakyu no Jutsu strikes him and burns him severely. His screams were muffled by the roar of the fire. Sasuke smirks in victory, before he passes out due to exhaustion. Bazin sighs, not wanting to carry the prick. Suddenly, a aim nuke Nin crashes out of a nearby building, tumbling across the ground like a rock in the ocean before coming to a stop. Upon further inspection, the aim nuke Nin was a bloody mess, his arm was missing, he had a gaping hole in his neck and he was badly burned. Seconds later, Dantes walks out of the building, flexing his arm for more. Ah, Dantes-san, glad to see you. You can take this trash, I'm through saving his ass. Bazin says, before returning to his home. Dantes just looks at the downed Uchiha and shrugs before going over to help Sakura. With Sakura, the older Kunoichi was getting bored with the pink-haired banshee. The girl was simply put, pathetic. Even when the older Kunoichi let her go, in order for her to put up a fight, Sakura used Bunshin and Kunai to fight and the older Kunoichi easily dodged each attack and countered with a strike from her Suiben. Getting tired of the pink banshee, the older Kunoichi wrapped her Suiben around her neck. Sakura desperately claws at the Suiben so she can breathe, but the grip is too strong. This is beyond boring. Konoha's Kunoichi must be pathetic if they consider you a Kunoichi, the older Kunoichi says with a huff. Before she can finish, the ground beneath her rumbles and the older Kunoichi dodges just in time. A huge python erupts from the ground and opens its jaws as Enko crawls out of its mouth with a dagger in her hand. Well, and here I thought this mission would be boring. I mean, sure the other nuke Nin were nobodies, but you. His aim, one of the smartest Kunoichi of Amigakure, B rank missing Nin. Taking you on will definitely put Ryu in my pocket. Enko hisses, letting her tongue hang out. His aim just scoffs, before turning her Suiben at Enko. Before it can reach her, the underground python rises from the ground, engulfs Enko and returns to the ground. Before his aim can think of finding Enko, Dantes enters the fray and launches a sure one-round kick, that his aim easily blocks. Her smirk soon turns to shock as the sure one on Dantes' leg explodes, sending her flying. Before she can recover, the huge python rises from the ground and completely devours her. Doton, Hibi Musaboriku, Earth Release, snake devouring greedily. Enko says, scaring the piss out of Dantes, seeing as she just appeared behind him. Go get the bubblegum princess, we have to go to the hotel, make sure Kakashi's alright. Enko says, before Dantes goes over to check on Sakura back with Fu and Naruto. The group of Kusa no Nin all lay dead underneath their feet, Fu being covered in more blood than Naruto was. While Naruto used a combo of Fuinjutsu and Futon-based jutsu, Fu was more of a hand-to-hand specialist and used Doton jutsu mixed with her bare fists. No one invaded her village without paying for it deeply. She loved Takigakure, she just hated the people. They could kill all the villagers, but not the village itself. A dragonfly lands on Fu's finger and whispers to her. Fu-sama, we have found Suien, he is at the Ayu no Mizu, Hero Water, Shrine. He has killed all of the council and is currently fighting Shibuki-san over possession of the Ayu no Mizu, the dragonfly says. Fu growls, racing towards the cave behind the administration building, but a group of Aim Nuke Nin stand in her way. Before she can begin her set of hand seals, Naruto steps in front of her with a red scroll in hand. Fu, I'm going to make an opening for you. You find whoever is responsible for this and end it. Let's go Kyubi. Naruto says, tossing the red scroll into the air as a grinning mouth appears on the scroll. A puff of smoke erupts from the scroll and reveals a grinning spinning top. The spinning top begins to twirl as Kyubi unleashes his yokai, Kitsune Gufu. Fox Tornado, Kyubi roars, a twister of demonic yokai twirls around his spinning top form and crashes against the group of Aim Nuke Nin. With her path cleared, Fu races through the carnage and right out of the admin building towards the cave. Once inside the cave, she dives right into one of the pools and swims underground towards the shrine. Once Fu was safely out of sight, the spinning top stops and henges back into the Kyubi, who stands by Naruto and lets out a roar so powerful a shockwave is produced. It's the Kyubi. One of the Aim Nuke Nin screams, knowing the Kyubi no Yoko by the many descriptions given to them by their amicage. Before they can flee, the Kyubi slams his paw on the ground and erects a barrier made of his own yokai. When the Nuke Nin try to escape, the demonic chakra burns their flesh, locking them inside with the infamous beast. Naruto pets his bijou. Once the connection is made, Kyubi has access to all of its chakra and the once one-tailed Kyubi becomes 7 tails, and it grows to the size of the grand tree of Taki. Mwahaha, eat your soul out Chome. Kyubi roars, before swinging its mighty tails at the Aim Nuke Nin. The barrier is shattered as the Nuke Nin immediately try to run, only to be crushed under the might of the Kyubi. With Fu rises from the pool and witnesses a most horrible sight. The council, that had plagued her for so long, laid dead before her. Shibuki, the only friend she ever had, was stabbed through by a bloody Takigakure, Mizukiri no Yaiba, Takigakure style, water-cutting sword, held by his former sensei, Suien. Fu roars furiously, leaping from the pool and forming her own Mizukiri no Yaiba. The Nanobai's yokai leaks from Fu's body as a cloak of green chakra covers her body with a Kabutamushi horn. Feeling the new presence, Suien gulps down every drop of the Ayu no Mizu. His chakra skyrockets to the point he has his own shroud of wild chakra as he laughs insanely. With the Ayu no Mizu, not even the Nanobai can defeat me. Suien yells, pointing his Mizuriki no Yaiba at Fu. Without warning, the Mizuriki no Yaiba extends and rushes towards Fu, who defends with her own Mizuriki no Yaiba. Unfortunately, due to the blood inside Suien's Mizuriki no Yaiba, his weapon cut right through Fu's and stabs her in the side. Though the yokai cloak softens the attack to a mere jab, still it's enough to send Fu flying into the cave wall. You're a disgrace to Takigakure. You had everything, the people's love and acknowledgement, high status, and the best house in the entire village. And yet you'd give all that up for power? Fu roars, shooting out of the small crater and soars towards Suien, horn ready to gore him. Suien just laughs before holding the Tora, tiger, hand seal. Suetun, Suryuban, water release, water dragon whip. Suein roars, forming an orb of water, that emits many sharp tendril whips of water. The water whip stab through Fu, but instead of blood, a log is revealed. The water whips return to the water orb as Suein searches for his foe. The power coursing through his veins was incredible. This power should have always been his. I get it now, you're jealous of me. You've always been jealous of me, while that makes two of us. I should have been the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi. I would have made Takigakure the force it should have been and ruled this place, not my failure of a pupil. This village will burn, and from the ashes, I will rebuild it for the better. Suein says insanely. Uma, horse; Inu, dog; Tori, bird; Ushi, ox; me, snake. Doton, Doskiryu, earth release, earth and stone dragon. Fu chants mentally. From the ground beneath her feet, a dragon mad from the cave floor rises and roars towards Suein. Suein focuses his Suryuban into one large tendril that races towards the Dosakiryu and slices it in half, then continues towards Fu. Fu back flips out of danger. The Suryuban crashes into the ground, before it continues towards Fu. Doton, Mogirigakur no Jutsu, earth release, hiding like a mole technique. Fu chants mentally, before she goes underground much like a mole as the Suryuban slashes the ground she once was at. Before long, two fuse rise from the ground and rush Suein, who uses his Suryuban to try to impale the fuse. Both fuse evade the whips, with a show of acrobatics. Once they're within range, the two fuse leap at Suein, who just impales them both with the Suryuban, but to his shock, they reveal themselves to be Doton Kage Bunshin and burst into mud. The mud coats the Suryuban and dispels it. The real Fu, with chakra cloak still active and horn ready to impale, pops from the ground. The horn impales Suein, but he bursts into water, until the yokai evaporates it. Fu falls to one of her knees. The Nanabi's yokai vanishes as Fu tries to regain her strength. Her entire body hurt from using Nanabi's yokai, especially since she had little actual practice using it in battle. Suein appears above her and does a round kick to Fu's face. Fu bursts into mud, before the real Fu appears via Mizu Shunshin and launches a thrust kick at Suein's side. Suein catches the kick and slams Fu on the ground, then pins his forearm on Fu's neck. All that power and you can only use one tail, you're pathetic. To think that outsider gave her life to protect a worm like you. Suein says. Upon hearing that, Fu looks in shock. En Noel Ne-chan sacrificed herself for me? Fu panics mentally. Suein sees the shock on Fu's face and decides to mess with her. That's right, Oni. You see, there were a group of S-rank nuke nin that, for some reason, were looking for you. They were going to pay me handsomely to lead you out of the village for them to take you, but that outsider bitch must have intercepted the meeting. Before the nuke nin could make it to Taki, she arrived and must have fought them. I don't know what she did, but it was enough to drive off the nuke nin. Still, with her dead, I was able to lead groups of Kusa and aim nuke nin in an attack on Taki. Suein explains with sick glee. Fu couldn't believe her ears. Noel fought S-rank nuke nin for her? Flashback. Fu age 12. Fu ran to her and Noel's safe haven in tears. She was covered in spit and bruises from the hateful villagers of Taki. Noel held her arms out, ready for Fu as the two embraced each other. Fu cried heavily into her adoptive sister, as Noel rubbed her back soothingly, while whispering sweet nothings in her ear. It's not sob fair Ne-chan. What did I sob ever do to deserve this? I thought you said I was a heroine, Ne-chan. Why would they treat me like this? Fu asked through sobs. She tried so hard to be good, to show the villagers she wasn't the Nanabi. The worst part was, the Nanabi was once viewed as the guardian of Takigakure, until one day it turned on the village and almost destroyed it. To this day, the Nanabi has no idea why it attacked, it just remembers seeing red. Noel sat Fu on her lap and combed Fu's hair with her fingers. Fu began to calm down at Noel's gentle actions. She was the only person who cared about Fu. "Shu, it's okay, my little Fu-chan. Sometimes when people are afraid of something, their natural instinct is to lash out and hate it. It doesn't mean their actions are justified, it just makes it easier to predict them. People who base their actions on fear are weak, they can't conquer their fear and take a chance. If they did, they'd see how wonderful and nice you truly are. I've been in this village for 2 years and you're the brightest kunoichi I know. Your hatred for the villagers is well-founded and honestly, I'm surprised you haven't destroyed this place by now." Noel says, causing Fu to giggle darkly. After all, it was never too late to do just that. "But seriously Fu, you are the only reason I'm here. You are the most important person to me, hell I'm pretty sure I'd die for you Fu." "Wanna know why?" Noel asked. Fu just shook her head yes, not liking Noel talking about dying. She was the most important person to Fu too after all. "Because you're worth it in my eyes. To me, you have so much untapped potential, so much life within you, that it'd be a shame for someone or something to extinguish that life. You are precious to me Fu, and that means you're precious to my clan as well. One of these days you're going to meet them. I hear the clan patriarch adopted the Kyubi Jinchuriki of Konoha," Noel said, getting Fu's full attention. Fu completely forgot what she went there for, but she knew one thing, she was happy she went. Noel was her everything. Flashback and Suian raises his hand, kunai in hand ready to drive it into Fu's neck. Before he can kill her, the hummingbird manifest ion burrows from above and swats Suian aside. Fu stares at the hummingbird manifest ion in wonder, before she sees emerald green eyes gazing back at her. "En Noel ne-chan?" Fu asks. The hummingbird reacts to the name, Noel, and begins to change form. The hummingbird shifts its form into a blue humanoid silhouette of Noel. Her face is hidden by her hummingbird mask. "It took you long enough, Fu-chan," Noel says, holding her hand out for Fu. Tears begin to fall from Fu's eyes at seeing her older sister alive, or sort of. Thanks to the Jianggu, Earth Grudge Fear, Noel was reborn, though her body was nothing more than chakra threads weaved together to look like a human body. "BB, but how? You were dead, I saw your corpse." Fu asks dumbstruck. "My hummingbird mask is more than a way to keep my beautiful face hidden. Apollo Dono placed special fuins inside my mask where even if I died, it would store some of my chakra inside of it. Chakra is the life force of all beings, so even though my body was barren of chakra, the mask held some of my essence inside of it. It was one reason I wanted you to use your Jianggu on my corpse. It not only gave my body enough chakra to keep it alive, but it allowed me to reinsert my chakra inside of my body. Still, I can't keep this form forever, I only stored enough chakra to keep my essence alive in the mask," Noel explains. Before either could continue, Suetun, Suigaden, water release, water Fong bullet. Suian roars. From the many pools, spinning masses of water rushes towards the two kunoichi. Sensing the danger, Noel focuses the chakra threads inside the mask before it lands in Fu's hands. "Put on my mask, Fu-chan. All my knowledge will be bestowed onto you," Noel explains as Fu puts on the mask. True to Noel's words, Fu learns all about Noel's Mokuton jutsus. Rat, Inu, dog, Tora, tiger. Mokuton, Mokujahiki, wood release, wood locking wall. Fu chants mentally. The roots from deep underground rise from the ground from left to right and form a dome of thick wood that goes thunk once they connect. The Suigaden rams against the dome, but it holds strong and even absorbs the water from the Suigaden. "You know Suian, my ne-chan doesn't like being insulted by wannabe kages like you," Fu says darkly, before the Nanabi's yokai pours from Fu's body. To Suian's horror, the yokai easily tops his own chakra induced by the Ayu no Mizu as two wings sprout from her hips. Fu soars high inside the cave, before shooting toward Suian at alarming rates. Fu pulls out two seeds, one for each hand before she goes through a chain of hand seals. Inu, dog, yu, hare, saru, monkey, I, boar, inu, dog, na, rat, mi, snake. Mokutan, Shinrin Kugake, would release, forest gauntlets. Fu chants mentally. The seeds in her hands sprout and form gauntlets made of wood and flowers. Before Suein can even think of a defense, Fu grabs him by the throat and slams him into the cave floor with enough force to break several bones in Suein's body. Suein coughs up blood, but his torment is long from over. The Shinrin Kugake forms a chakra around Suein's neck, before Fu lifts him up and cocks her free hand back. "This is for all the times you called me an Oni," Fu says, before slamming her fist into Suein's face, breaking his nose in a shower of blood. To Suein's horror, the wood chakra extends and sends him crashing into the cave wall and then retracts back towards a waiting Fu. "This is for insulting my Nei-chan." Fu roars, slamming her fist into Suein's face with even more force than before. Suein's skull is literally cracked as his face is caved in, before he is sent crashing back into the cave wall. Retracting again, Fu changes her wooden fist into a mallet of wood and rises it high. "And this is for fucking with a Jinchuriki," Fu roars. Once Suein is within range, Fu slams the mallet on Suein's head, a gore explosion of brain matter, blood and flesh washes over the cave and splashes on Fu. Suein's headless corpse falls to the floor with a thud, Noel's mask falls to the ground. Fu picks up the mask desperately, hoping beyond hope Noel was still there. "You can let go of my boobs now." Noel's voice echoes from the mask. Fu eeps before letting go of the mask. Noel giggles at her adoptive sister. "I was kidding Fu-chan, I'm a mask, I don't have boobs anymore." "Wait a second," Noel says as Fu giggles at her, before she places the mask on her hip. The chakra threads wrap around her waist and keep the mask secure. Suddenly, Fu remembers Shibuki's fallen form and rushes over to him, only to find Team 7 and Apollo looking over him. "Well, you'll definitely be out of commission for at least 2 months, but with rest you should be just fine. I'm not much of a medic, but my wife did teach me how to treat these kind of wounds," Apollo says, finishing up on wrapping Shibuki's wounds. "Thanks Alexandros Dano, I'd probably be dead if it weren't for you." "Well, with the council all dead, and me not being in any condition to hold the proper meeting, Shikibuki, Takakage, place Fu in your care. You have saved my village from utter destruction, even though we didn't finalize our alliance. To thank the Shinobi/Kunoichi of Konoha, I leave Fu in your care. All I ask is that you take good care of her, she has always been one of my closest friends. Tell your Hokage, that should they ever need us, the Shinobi of Takigakure will be there to help in their time of need," Shibuki says. Fu smiles warmly at the young Kage, before she walks over and hugs him, much to the Kage's horror. "Ah Fu-chan, you're reopening my wounds," Shibuki cries, blood beginning to soak the wrappings red. Fu swiftly releases him and chuckles sheepishly. "Glad to hear it, man. I've been missing my wife something crazy. The things I'm gonna do to her," Apollo says with a perverted smile and rubs his hands together. Naruto just sighs, knowing what that look meant, before he walks over to Fu. "Fu-chan, that's the Kyubi Jinchuriki. Oh god, do you see him? Apollo Dano sure did make him into one fine-ass stud," Noel says directly to Fu's mind, shocking her. "Hey, where did this damn tree come from?" Nanabai asks. Inside Fu's mindscape, the Nanabai rests on top of a huge tree that resides in an endless green field filled with sunflowers. At the base of the tree, Noel sits, reading a scroll with Fu's memories. "It came from me, so pipe down Nanabai. I'm trying to read Fu-chan's feelings about the Kyubi Jinchuriki." "What's this, does Fu-chan have budding feelings already?" "Oh you bad girl," Noel says with a giggle. The Nanabai just sighs, before going back to sleep. After all, it never hurt to have some company. "Noel Nei-chan, those are private," Fu roars mentally with a blush. Noelle laughs maniacally inside her mind. Nothing was private to a mind dweller. Well, we have to go wake up Kakashi's ass. Naruto, you go with Fu to help her pack. We'll meet up at the village entrance. Apollo says, the members of Team 7, minus Naruto leave via Shunshin. Why do I get the feeling Otusan just ditched me? Naruto thinks to himself, taking one look at Fu and blushes. Fu's already short kimono had been battle-ridden, revealing even more of her exotic skin for him to see. She also has globs of mud on her body, which was strangely sexy to him. Not to mention how what she was due to all the Suiton jutsus fired her way. All in all, Naruto liked what he saw. Why don't you lead the way, Fu, right? I'm Naruto, Alexandros Uzumaki Naruto. So have you been informed of the deal between our villages? Naruto asks with a blush. Sure, Fu is stunningly beautiful, but the idea of an arranged marriage, or any marriage for that matter, was just too much. In the life of a shinobi, marriage was not a popular option, especially since most shinobi don't live long lives. No, the council doesn't tell me anything. I only found out thanks to the Mushi of Taki. Why is there something I should know? Fu asks, giving Naruto a look over. What with them trying to find Noelle's grave, she didn't really have time to actually look at him subjectively. Even though Naruto was clothed, she could still see the lean muscle through the cloth. His whisker marks gave him a feral look, and if their battle on the surface was anything to go by, they preteen is strong. He was like a wild man, and Fu could feel both excited and calm when he was near. Oh, nothing important. Let's go pack so we can get the hell out of here. This place reminds me of Konoha. Naruto says, making his way over to one of the pools. Even though she could tell he was lying, Fu just shrugs and dives into the pool with Naruto following suit, and that concludes our mission report, Hokage-sama. Kakashi says, not leaving a single detail out. The entire Team 7, along with Fu and Apollo, are inside the Hokage's office for the team's debriefing. The Hokage takes a drag of his pipe and exhales deeply. I don't know why Murphy's Law loves you, Naruto-kun, but damn if it isn't interesting. I see, thank you for such a detailed report, Kakashi-san. Anko-chan, it's rare for such a simple mission to turn so deadly, but I'm proud of the way the team handles themselves. Anko-chan, I assume you stored the heads of all the missing nin, the Sandaime says. Anko stands forward and reveals several scrolls, before choosing one and walking over to the Hokage. Most of them were genin who ran away before they could really learn more than the academy-level skills. Those were simply disposed of. Anko says, remembering how her Hebe summons were grateful for the bountiful feast. They were so pleased, they even talked of introducing her to their queen. Shaking her heads of those thoughts, Anko smiles devilishly, before unsealing the scrolls contain, the head of his aim. Pulling out her bingo book, Anko flips through it until she finds the head's name. Name, his aim, age, 21, hidden village, Amige Cure rank, high Chunin bounty, 50,000 Ryo. Let it be known, I was the one who killed her and I didn't even melt her face beyond recognition. Anko says with glee. Everyone just sweat drops at Anko's blatant pleasure in killing, it just wasn't natural. Okay, all, except Fu-san, Naruto-kun and Apollo-kun, are dismissed. Go to my receptionist to receive your pay of 35,000 Ryo, the Sandaime declares. Everyone gives their leader a salute, before Anko grabs a hold of Sakura and Sasuke and leaves via Shunshin. Dante leaves in a mini-explosion that scorches the ground he once stood. That boy is just like his Otusan, they both leave my floor a damn mess, the Sandaime sighs mentally. Activating the office Damarikamu, to sink into silence, Fuin, the Sandaime looks at Fu with a serious expression. Now then, I would like to know more about your ability to use Mokuton, the Sandaime says. He had a suspense. It was an ability gained from her bijou. All bijou were forces to fear and each had many legends surrounding it. The Nanabai was once the guardian spirit of Takigakure, one of the many reasons other villages never tried to infiltrate it. After all, no one wanted to go against a chakra monster. Legends speak of the Nanabi being capable of flying high into the sky and then landing with the tremendous force of an earthquake. Even though she can sense the immense power and authority the Hokage gives off, Fu manages to keep her cool. To be perfectly honest, I only recently learned I could use it. Thanks to this mask, Apollo-sama Fu starts but is interpreted by Apollo. Apollo Dono works better, it's less formal but formal enough. Apollo corrects. He never liked the whole Sama honorific, it was way too rich for his blood. Apollo Dono made for me, my Suiton affinity and Nanabi's Doton affinity naturally combine perfectly. Though, using the mask is a constant drain on my reserves, even if I don't use jutsus. Fu explains. Way to go Fu-chan. We can never be too careful, even with a Kage. We can't let these greedy, power-hungry, vultures get their hands on the Jiangu. Noelle warns her, something even the Nanabi could agree with. Still, you don't live to be the Sandame's age without learning a thing or two. He knew there was more than Fu was telling him, but he figured every shinobi/kunoichi had their secrets. I see, well I have a shinobi in my ranks that is fairly skilled in Mokuton. I recommend you find him during your free time. In the meantime, I see in Taki you were a Chunin, but since our ranking systems are different, I'm afraid you'll have to be a Genin until the upcoming Chunin exams. You'll be assigned to Team Guy. Good luck with that, haha. Naruto-kun, I would like to congratulate you on another successful mission. Apollo-kun, I'm sorry, but we have a meeting to go to, the Sandame says with a sigh. Apollo groans, having seen this coming. Being a clan head, meant he pretty much had to go to every last one of these things, but today would be different. Fine, but mind if I bring young Naruto? He is my clan heir and as such, will need to know how these meetings work. Apollo suggests, after all most of the meetings involve Naruto one way or the other. The Sandame stops to think about Apollo's suggestion. After all, whenever Naruto was involved, it rarely went well, if the mission they just returned from was an example. On one hand, Naruto was the heir of the Alexandros clan, a strong and versatile group of shinobi/kunoichi, no one could deny that. The earlier Naruto learned about these meetings the better. On the other hand, most of the civilian council, maybe even in the shinobi ranks, were racist, and, in this story, we will consider each village as its own race. Naruto, and all other Jinchuriki are a race all their own, ignorant and greedy. They hated Naruto and all Jinchuriki alike, seeing them as the beasts from the history books. Why the hell not? It promises to be interesting. Besides, I'm sure Naruto will handle himself in a mature and professional manner, the Sandame shrugs, coming to his decision. If you feel Naruto-kun is ready, I have no objections. I would just like to remind Naruto that no matter what is said inside the chambers, he must control his self. The last thing he wants is to give these racist sons of bitches fuel for the mob fire, the Sandame warns. I am offended you would think such a thing. I'll have you know I haven't pranked anyone since I became a shinobi. Naruto says with mock hurt. I still have to get Angel-chan back for stealing my clothes, but I swear to Kami, that will be my last prank. Naruto says to himself mentally. Yeah right, didn't you say the same damn thing the last time? Though the last one was awesome. Kyubi roars, and for those rare blue moons, Naruto agrees with him. Remembering, perhaps his best prank ever. Flashback Naruto age 12. It was early in the morning, the dawning sun raised gradually over the horizon. The sun's rays washed over the village of Konohagakure in a blanket of heat and light. While even the early birds were tucked away in their beds, one Alexandros Uzumaki Naruto was looking over his work. Standing on the side of the Hokage monument, using chakra to anchor himself, Naruto had painted each and every one of the faces of the Hokages. For the Shodai Hokage, he made his face look like that of a hippie, with trees and peace signs drawn on his face. He made his eyes look red and droopy and gave him a goofy smile. For the Naidame Hokage, he made his face look like that of a Eskimo, with a fish in his mouth and harpoons drawn on his face. For the Sandame Hokage, he made his face look perverted, with a blush in hand over his mouth, along with monkey fur painted around his face. For the Yondaime Hokage. He made him laugh at all the other Hokages before him. Naruto took it all in, just as the sun rid the village of the night shade. Sure, I could just leave now and no one would know how made this masterpiece, but where's the fun in that? Naruto thought to himself with a foxy grin that promised mischief. Unsealing a kitsune mask, Naruto masked his face and raced up the Yondaime's head. Once he was at the top, he sat in full lotus to meditate. He had to resist the bursts of energy he had, all the outbursts proclaiming him to be the better than the rest, even if he was. He calmed his mind and thus his energy. If there was one thing Fuinjutsu taught him, it was patience. While Naruto was focusing on himself, seconds became minutes became hours as noon hit and the village was lit ablaze with life. "Oh Kami, what happened?" A villager screamed, utterly outraged at the display on their monument. "Who would defile the Hokage monument, have they no shame?" Another villager joined in. "I bet it was that damn on dash," another villager started, but a dagger across his throat stopped him from uttering the word Oni. The gathered crowd screamed at the sight of the gory death and stampeded away to their homes or businesses. No one wanted to meet the same fate. Once the crowd was gone, an Umbu in a dragon mask looked at the Hokage monument and couldn't help but chuckle. Even from atop the monument, Naruto's Kyuubi-enhanced senses allowed him to hear everything, and thanks to his sixth sense, being able to sense chakra through intent and the flowing wind, he could tell his Otosan had arrived. Soon, Apollo was joined by a group of Umbu, one with a cheetah mask, one with a panther mask, one with a polar bear mask and one with a grizzly bear mask. "You have to respect his art," the grizzly bear Umbu said, taking out a sketch pad and sketching the sight swiftly. In moments, the entire scene is recorded and then sealed away. Out of mind. "All right Cheetah, you slow him down. Panther, you contact the other cells and tell them where to find him. Grizzly, go find Irika-san, I'm sure he can help. That leaves Polar and I to make this more fun, now move out." Apollo said, and in less than a second, Naruto felt their presences disappear. Naruto stopped meditating and started to shunshin, but a chakra bullet, zipped through the air and shot him right in the center of his forehead. Naruto could feel the bullet lodge through his skull and crashed into his brain. Naruto screamed in agony, blood pooled from the wound. "Kit, you're in a genjutsu." That chakra had traces of in release, in it, the Kyuubi warned, shocking Naruto out of the genjutsu just in time. A group of Chunin raced towards Naruto with ninja wire at the ready. They tried pinning him down, but Naruto disappeared in a plume of smoke. Once they recovered, they saw Naruto in the air, only to see him disappear in a whirlwind. How the hell can he use a futon shunshin? He's not even a genin, a young genin asked in disbelief. The Chunin captain, one Inuzuka Hana, along with the three Himuru brothers began to track Naruto's scent. The three husky dogs had gray fur with white undersides, but they were obviously far more intelligent than the average Inu. Hana herself, well, she had the traditional fawn-like tattoos of the Inuzuka on both of her soft ice cream cheeks, in addition to a tattoo of a flower on her upper right arm. She wore a form-fitting variant of the Konoha flak jacket. It didn't have any pockets and she had the front of her jacket unzipped, showing off her feminine assets. She wore form-fitting shorts cut just above the knee. Unlike many of her clan, Hana's features were soft, no extended canine, or spiky hair, not even slit eyes. Hana's Doton brown hair was tied into a neat ponytail with bangs framing each side of her face. Incredible, not a single trace to indicate where he went. "If he left the village we'd be in trouble. All right boys, do your thing," Hana commanded, watching her Ninken smell the air for even a whiff of Naruto's scent. Hana couldn't help but feel some excitement over her prey. After all, it wasn't every day she got to do missions outside of her veterinary practices. One would be surprised how much trouble Ninken got into. Not only that, but Naruto's scent was one of the most primal she'd ever smelled, though she chalked it up to him being a Jinchuriki. Once the Himuru brothers caught Naruto's scent, heading for the Alexandros campsite, Hana relayed the message to the other trackers. The target is heading for the Munashi void, intercept before he can escape. Hana commanded. Before her and her trio Ninken raced towards the west gate as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile with Naruto, he was pumping chakra into his legs as he raced across the rooftops to his home. He could sense the opposition coming after him. One High Chunin, who had the will of stone, a group of genin, and how could he forget his own clansmen? Suddenly, Naruto sensed a chakra tama soaring towards him and, on instinct, grabbed onto a building ledge and zigzagged onto the ground safely. The chakra tama struck the building, but there was no time for Naruto to rest. The group of genin cornered him in the alley, each pulling out ninja wire. "Make this easy on yourself, kid, and just give up. You gave us a good chase, but it's over," the lead genin said, moving closer to Naruto. Naruto didn't seem the least bit worried, in fact he was smirking confidently. "Oh boy, I know that smile, Kit. I know what you're thinking, and yes. Yes, we will be using Kitsune Kijutsu, Fox Magic." The Kyuubi said with a deep grin. Oh, he just loved using Kitsune Kijutsu. Rin, Kyo, Rin. Kitsune Kijutsu, Mi Ryusiu, Fox Magic, Fruit Meteor Shower. Naruto chanted mentally, craving Fuin into the alley walls with the Kyuubi's yokai. The sight struck the fear of Kami into the genin, having never even heard of visible chakra, and the vile, malicious intent behind it, was almost maddening. By the time the genin snapped out of their stupor, Naruto had completed his Fuin arrays. The Fuin arrays began to glow with life, until apples, pineapples, cherries, peaches, mangoes, coconuts, tomatoes, strawberries and watermelons hurled from the Fuin arrays and struck the genin with bone-shattering force. By the time the onslaught stopped, the genin were on the ground, groaning in sheer agony. "Why? Sob Sub," one of the younger genin asked in pain. Half a watermelon seemed glued to his head. Naruto walked up to the fruit smoothie of a mess, took one of his fingers and took a swig to taste. "Not bad. If being a shinobi doesn't work out, I could always start making smoothies nah," Naruto said with a goofy grin, until he sensed a new arrival. "Well, you've certainly made a mess of things, Kitty-kun." Hana joked with a giggle. Even though she knew through smell it was Naruto, though it was kind of cute he was wearing a kitsune mask, and well, the nickname just made itself. Despite himself, Naruto got a bit unraveled at the nickname. After all, Kitty-kun was not manly, and he'd be damned if he went around answering to that. "Alright, you're a pretty lady, so I'll let that slide this once," Naruto said, earning a challenging look from Hana. Even though she was more even-tempered for an Inuzuka, she was still more primal than most. The thought of a man, no boy, telling her what to do. The balls of this gaki. "Ah, don't like my nickname, Kitty-kun? I think it fits you perfectly, you're such a cute little ninja," Hana said, allowing the young man to follow her every word, while her Ninken trio stalked closer to the boy with each word. Unknown to the Chunin or her Ninken, Naruto also had a plan in hand. Kitsune Kijutsu, Confetti Kawarimi, Fox Magic, Confetti Body Replacement. Naruto chanted mentally, releasing one of the Fuin on his clothes, and waited for the last minute to act. The three Himura brothers lunged forward and bit down on Naruto's legs and arms to restrain him. Only once their fangs sank in, Naruto burst into colorful strips of wavy confetti. Hana was shocked to say the least, but even more so when a breeze blew behind her, carrying Naruto with it. "I prefer the Torikusuda Senin, trickster wizard, Hana-chan," Naruto whispered in her ear, before disappearing via Futon Shunshin flashback ends. How can you top that? Naruto thinks with a sigh. The Sandaime clears his throat to get Naruto's attention, while Fu giggles, wondering just what the blonde Jinchuriki got himself into. Naruto chuckles nervously, before getting serious. "I'm sure I can handle a council meeting," Naruto assures the old man. With a nod, the Sandaime presses a button on his intercom. "Hina-chan, please make sure to give Fu-chan her newest Konoha Hitai 8, Leaf Forehead Protector, the Sandaime says to his assistant, who gives the Hokage a hi from her side of the intercom. Seeing that as her dismissal, Fu gives a respectful bow and leaves the office in a splash of water. Can people just walk out the damn door nowadays? First I had scorch marks and now my damn floor's wet. Hina-chan, can you also get the janitor in here? The Sandaime asks with a sigh. In less than 10 seconds, a nin appears in a plume of smoke, equipped with cleaning supplies. While the janitor nin does his job, the Sandaime, Naruto and Apollo head towards the council chambers, no doubt being the last to arrive. When they open the door, the chamber is filled with murmurs of ideas, opinions, bigotry, lies and only a bit of truth. What was most surprising is that Uchiha Sasuke was in attendance as well, sitting in as the pseudo-Uchiha clan head. Sasuke held his head high with pride, being the youngest clan head to date. I say Shinobi/Kunoichi should have to do D-rank missions again. These G-rank missions are a joke, it's just paying the shinobi to be lazy. A fat civilian councilman yells. Ever since the start of G-rank missions, his lawn and home became unkempt, what with his servant Genin no longer working. Who are you to call anyone lazy? Look at you, you're nothing but a buta, pig. Oink, oink buta. Hana, subbing for Tsum, yells. No shinobi/Kunoichi likes D-rank missions, it was glorified slavery. The pay was awful, but the work strenuous. From cleaning houses, to clearing fields, to bodyguarding civilians all for a mere 5,000 ryo. You can't even buy a dinner at the dango shop. Silence, the Sandaime says, without yelling, his voice projects throughout the chamber and brings silence. Everyone looks at the Sandaime, then to a most unwelcome guest. What is that on dash? A civilian woman starts, but a dagger against her throat halts her words. The Shinobi Council didn't even flinch, having long gotten used to Apollo's behavior concerning Naruto. Out of all the villagers, Apollo took the Sandaime's law the most serious. Anyone, who so as says the word Oni when referring to Naruto, who killed on sight. Apollo had the unnerving way to just appear out of nowhere, there was no corner you could hide from. I thought I made it clear the last meeting when I slit your wife's larynx, Haruno. Do not break the Sandaime's law, or, next time, I will kill you. Apollo says darkly, soaking the chambers in ki strong enough to make even Hayashi begins to sweat. Sinku Haruno, with the same pink hair only in longer and in a ponytail, didn't even swallow the lump in his throat, afraid that even the slightest movement would kill him. Satisfied that his point was made, Apollo removed his dagger and sat down, not without burying it in the table. Sasuke smiles at the power Apollo displayed, he couldn't wait until Apollo trained him. We will now commence this meeting of Konoha's council. What matters do we have to speak of? The Sandaime asks. The chamber is filled with complaints from both the shinobi and civilian side, until the Sandaime points to the fat civilian. What is that boy doing here, Hokage-sama? This is an official council meeting and we don't need him disturbing us, the fat civilian asks. The Sandaime sighs, before giving the floor to Apollo. To answer your question, Naruto-kun is my heir, whether you all like it or not. He will be clan head of the Alexandros clan, so he needs the practice. Apollo says, Naruto sitting right next to him, the glares he received didn't seem to bother him at all. Sasuke glares at Naruto, seeing him as standing in his way for power and glory. He's wasting his time with that dope. He should be training me. No, he will train me. Sasuke thinks to himself with a smirk. Your clan, as you put it, is not a clan of Konoha. Shinku says. After all, the Hyuga, Inazuka, Aburame, Akimichi and Yamanaka were the only real clans of Konoha and only the Hyuga were above civilian control. What with the Yamanaka flower shop, being owned by the Haruno family, who owned the entire east district of Konoha. That also included the Akimichi barbecue and most of the Inazuka Inu grooming shops. Actually, my clan is an official Konoha clan. We've been so for 4 years and I've made my contribution like all other clans. The Hyuga have their Byakugan, the Inazuka have their Ninken and tracking abilities, the Aburame are masters at intelligence gathering, and the Ino-Shikacho formation is legendary. I know that's a lot for a new clan to top, but I think I went in the right direction. Even though these clans help Konoha, none of them allow their family jutsu to be learned by members outside their clans. I have made available for sale, my own personal jutsus. Jutsus I use on the field and have learned from. Apollo explains. Shinku couldn't say anything. The rusty dagger was a part of the West District and thus out of his ownership. Apollo-kun is quite right. He has personally given the rusty dagger, and thus the village of Konoha, 20 jutsus from each nature manipulation and 30 general skills jutsus, that makes a total of 130 jutsus, the biggest contribution of personal skills in Konoha's history, the Sandaime says, shocking many of the civilian council. Donating 130 jutsus was a huge show of loyalty. Danzo, on the other hand, wasn't impressed. Yes, and of those 130 jutsus, the highest rank is C+, it's clear you are holding out on us. I've read the reports of young Naruto-san's missions and he has shown skills greater than that of a genin. Danzo says, looking at the young blonde with an analytic glare. He could see the value in Apollo training Naruto, especially if it was to master his new Kekii Genkai and the Kyuubi's chakra, but Apollo, his self, seemed untouchable, and that was not something Danzo liked. I believe in mastering the basics before moving on to the more advanced stuff. Most of the shinobi here are rather flashy. They lack any reel of stealth, especially if they can't even catch a 9-year-old equipped with only a kakuremino, magic cloak of invisibility. Apollo says with a smug chuckle. Many of the shinobi clan heads, Hana included, sank in their chairs, remembering the chase their clansmen had when trying to capture the Torikusuda Sennin. Apollo-kun is right, as clan head, it is solely his choice on what jutsus his clan can and will give us, if he even wants to do that. We are thankful of the Alexandros clan's show of faith in our will of fire. The Sandaime says, just in case someone wanted to argue the point. Hokage-sama, if I may? Sasuke says, having had enough of waiting. The entire room gave Sasuke their attention, as he soaked in the attention. Apollo-san's records show how strong he is, and with him being rumored to be Kage of a village, I think it's only appropriate that he train me to avenge my clan. Sasuke explains, many of the civilians agreeing with him. I agree Hokage-sama, it is clear Apollo-san is more than capable of training Sasuke-kun into a fine shinobi. If he can turn that rift rat into a capable shinobi, then with Sasuke-kun's talent, he'll turn him into Kage material in no time. Hamaru says. Sasuke couldn't help but grin at Naruto, knowing from his earlier days the boy dreamed of being Hokage. True, the blonde hadn't mentioned it much, but he was sure he still wanted it and to take that from him was too good to pass up. Uchiha Sasuke, Godame Hokage, I like the sound of that. Sasuke thinks to himself smugly, until he hears laughter coming from Naruto and Apollo. Ha 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 ha. Oh my god, ha ha ha, the Uchiha, my pupil? I thought you guys wanted to keep the Sharingan. Apollo laughs hysterically, angering Sasuke and the civilian council. What's so funny? Sasuke growls, not in the least bit entertained. You want my training? Kid, I know your type. You're an avenger, you have to avenge your fallen clan. It's a noble idea, but self-destructive for the soul. My training would kill you, hell it's a miracle Naruto is alive. You'll want me to give you power as soon as possible, because you want power now. Apollo explained sagely, far too wise for the few gathered. Only the Shinobi Council understood the former Kage's words, seeing as many of them had to go through intense training to get to their levels. Sasuke just because it would kill the dobe, doesn't mean it would me. I'm an Uchiha, the elite of the elite. I've been training since I was able to walk, I can handle anything. Sasuke declares proudly. And yet you still haven't mastered general ninja skills like the Kakuremino, Ki no Bori no Shugyu, tree climbing practice, Suimen Hoku no Ju, water surface walking practice, and the list goes on. The physical training alone would tear your muscles apart on a daily basis, you could be crippled. I mean, how would the council feel if I literally threw their precious Uchiha into a pit of my Tamago spawn for a week? Apollo asks, summoning one of his famed Tamago, who snarls its fangs at Sasuke. Despite his bravado, Sasuke's knees buckle from the sight of the abomination before him. No! Send it away, burn it away, a female civilian screams in fear. The entire atmosphere seemed to heat up to boiling levels, even the shinobi/kunoichi were sweating. Just as quickly as it appeared, the Tamago disappears back into Apollo's hand harmlessly. We see your point, Alexandros, we will not seek your assistance in training Sasuke-kun. Koharu says, the entire civilian council agrees vigorously with her decision. What? You don't think I could handle it? The dobe got past it, so it couldn't be that hard. Sasuke declares. You couldn't even endure my training. I would have molded you into the next Bazin, but no, it was taking too long. You wanted me to just give you the power on a silver platter. Bazin, in his feather form, says to the Uchiha. The legendary creature still resented ever being assigned to the spoiled Uchiha, no one wanted to be a slave. Uchiha-san, it has been decided by the council, that Apollo-san is not suitable for you. However, there are other members, perhaps Amira-chan would be more willing? Hamaru asks. Let's ask her. Apollo snorts, unsealing a smoky crystal quartz ball and applying chakra into it. The chakra spirals into a vortex, and from that, Amira's face appears. Amira-chan, would you train the Uchiha? Apollo asks. Amira's face contorts sourly at the notion, are they insane? Didn't I nearly burn Naruto-kun beyond recognition with a Jigaku, hell, jutsu? Amira asks. Naruto shivers from the mere mention of that particular jutsu. The Shounitsu Jigoku, burning. Hell, the Shounitsu Jigoku, yes you did, and before the council wastes our time with running down the list, allow me to tell you just the basics. Dante-sensei straps you in a modified explosive tag suit and only gives you 20 seconds to escape. Rose-sensei puts you in bed for Ibra, thorns, 4 hours, Evangela-sensei shoots you full of chakra tama, and Isaac-sensei, Naruto says with a shiver. The civilians all swallow the lumps in their throats. All of the members of the Alexandros clan were well known in the Konoha by now. Dante, the Hito-heir, burst of anger, his wife, Rose, the Ibra matriarch, Evangela, the Juhu, heavy artillery, queen, and Isaac, the Noroi, curse, were not names you want to associate with. That's insane, I don't want to die before my brother. Fine, I guess Kakashi will have to do. Sasuke says, trying to put up a front. That front is shattered under the Ki released from the Sandame, who glares at the village prodigy. Kakashi is one of my finest shinobi, Uchiha-san, you are honored by the will of this council to have him as a sensei. If I hear you disrespect him or any of your superiors, I will have your career, regardless of what this council says. Now get out of these chambers, the Sandame says with complete authority. Before the Uchiha can say anything else, the doors sling open and he is rejected via Naruto's foot firmly kicking him in the rear. Slamming the doors behind him, Naruto returns to the chamber to resume the meeting. Sasuke was livid at the gull of those fools, kicking the Uchiha clan head out of a meeting. Sasuke just HN, before storming off to the rusty dagger. After all, with the Uchiha inheritance, he had more than enough funds to buy all of Apollo's scrolls. He would not be denied power. Now then, is there any more business? The Sandame asks. Again, the Haruno man steps forward with a grievance. Yes, we would like to press charges against the Alexandros clan, the Haruno says. Apollo just sighs. Here we go with this bullshit. What charges are you bringing to him? The Sandame asks. The Haruno pulls out a list, that unfolds until it hits the floor. Massive accounts of property damage, sabotaging several markets' goods, attempted murder, death threats, assault with deadly jutsus, using genjutsu on civilians, identity theft, disturbing the peace by having sex in the woods after hours, indecent exposure, murder of civilians, using illegal drugs, possessing illegal drugs, assaulting a fellow Konoha shinobi during a escort mission, soliciting drugs, using drugs in front of minors, and being under the influence of illegal drugs during a mission. Shinku says, having to catch his breath at the end of the list. The chambers were blaring with outrage, disgust, and in some cases, lust at the clan's actions. These are serious charges, Apollo-kun, what do you have to say to these charges? The Sandaime asks. The room shifts on Apollo, who has a blank expression. I have broken no law. I pay my taxes just like any other shinobi. Being a tax-paying shinobi, I have what is called insurance. It covers all property I destroy while I'm keeping you greedy fools alive. That insurance falls on my clansmen as well, including Naruto-kun. As for the sabotage, that is an insult to the great shinobi of this village. Apollo says, drawing confusion from both sides of the council. Think about it, to say that I somehow managed to get members of my clan, an outside clan, into your shops, which were well protected thanks to the many of the D-rank missions being guard duty, is saying that Konoha shinobi/kunoichi are incompetent. Maybe foreign spies are in our midst at this very moment. Watching, scheming, slowing worming their way to the top, like the vile cowards they are. Apollo says darkly. His words speaking volumes to the shinobi, especially Hana. She was furious, how dare they? She knew who it was, all the shinobi/kunoichi did, but they didn't say anything because Naruto-kun wasn't a shinobi when he committed the crimes. If we turn him in, we're admitting to letting a civilian child outsmart squads of genin, chunin and even some umbu. Hana figures it out. Her, along with the other clan heads, simply sat down, some in indifference and some with a bit of respect. As for the all crimes involving violence, those people broke the Sandaime's law or got nosy and walked into a trap. I'm a shinobi, I know my way around some traps, it's what we are supposed to do. There are always people who reject peace, those are not the kinds of people you want to steal from you. The crimes involving sexual conduct, it wasn't anywhere where children could see, and it's not our fault that couple got curious when they heard noises in the woods. Only Konoha civilians think to go towards the noise instead of away. Now, about the mental abuse I subjected Kakashi to, he'll be fine. It was just a spar between two shinobi, and if anything he started it. He attacked my wife with a S-rank assassination jutsu, he should be lucky all I did was bruise his ego. And the drugs are marijuana, if you must know, a plant as said in the Konoha Encyclopedia of Botany. Also, using cannabis is sanctioned under religious practices, I use it recreational and it helps me develop jutsu. Also, Naruto-kun, Sasuke-san, and Haruno-chan are not minors, they are genin. Apollo explains. The chambers were filled with roars for the clan head to have his rank pulled. Some of the more brave councilmen called for the man to give the village all of his jutsus, from E rank to S rank. Naruto sat through the entire meeting without so much as a peep, but he felt that all too familiar itch. The itch to fuck some shit up, unleashing a whirlwind of his chakra, all eyes were on him. The civilians couldn't believe how powerful the chakra was, it was gentle like the wind, but visible even to them. It danced right by them and drew them to Naruto. I just thought I would remind this council that I am no longer that defenseless child, that was bullied by this village. I am a shinobi of Konohagakure, a man, and as such, I have the same rights as a man 50 years my senior. It is my choice how I use those rights, and I choose to join my Otusan's religion when he believes I am ready. In 2 weeks' time, on my 13th birthday, I will officially claim the Clan Restoration Act, to ensure my Kekkei Genkai lives on in future generations. Naruto declares with the same authority as Apollo. The council is stunned into silence, not recognizing the young blonde man before them. Many of the older generation could swear the Yondaime had returned for a brief moment. However, I will choose who I want to be with and I will not get married, not until I'm much older. I make the rules when it comes to this CRA, I will be upfront with any woman I am interested in. It will be up to them whether they wish to be in a polygyny relationship or not, I will not force any woman to be with me. Naruto declares for the entire council. Many of the civilians are disgusted with the thought of such a thing. Hayashi didn't seem to care either way. He's a fine shinobi, I just wouldn't want him to date my Hinata. Inoichi seems indifferent, knowing that his daughter was too focused on the Uchiha to even think about Naruto. The only one affected by the declaration was Hana. She didn't know why, her rational mind forbid it, but her primal side perked up eagerly. She quickly reined in her primal side, knowing of Naruto's enhanced sense of smell, but it was too late. Naruto picked up the faint scent of arousal from Hana and couldn't help but blush. When Hana saw his face light up, she knew he caught her and for some reason that awakened her primal side. Well, doesn't he look delicious? I can't wait to suck on his bone. Primal Hana says hungrily. Hana took some deep silent breaths to calm her flaming libido. That should conclude this meeting, you are all dismissed, the Hokage says. Before any more can be said, Naruto and Apollo both disappear in different fashions, one in a whirlwind and the other in a void. Old Konohagakure, Alexandros clan grounds. Naruto and Apollo appear just outside of the entrance of their home. The gate was crafted into a huge pair of hands that had its fingers crossed on the inside of the hands, letting their thumbs touch. And, if it helps you visualize, think of making a O with your hands, with a sokubaku, restriction, fuin forming an X in the center. Apollo allows Naruto to walk up to the fuin and dispel it, using his blood as the X sizzles into flames then ashes. Once the two Alexandros men were behind the gate, Naruto pulls out a talisman with the kanji for sokubaku on it and activates it. Another X of chakra forms and seals the entrance. Are all the council meetings so taxing? Naruto says with a sigh. Being surrounded by all that negative energy can really mess up the flow of things. Naruto strangely felt his IQ drop after getting away from those idiots. Pretty much, anyway. I'm proud of you, Naruto. You know, most kids your age are afraid to kiss girls on the lips or be away from their parents for more than a week, but you're a shinobi, a damn good one and a great young man. Who is going to get some birthday sex? Hell yeah. I smelled the funk coming from Hana-san and Enko-chan during our mission. Let's not forget, I am-chan, Hinata-chan, and Angel-chan. Naruto, I think it's about time I gave you the talk. Apollo says, having dreamed of this day for a long time. Naruto gulped, not liking where this was going. I need an adult? Naruto asks, you are an adult. This is simply a discussion between two shinobi. Apollo says, dragging Naruto into their home and into Apollo's study. Apollo was eccentric, his study had all kinds of symbols involving the sun, the moon, the stars, eyes, dragons, phoenixes, and kitsune used as furniture or just decoration. It had an ambient feel to it and it was completely layered with Sarensa silencer, fuin. Apollo sat in a bear totem chair and motioned Naruto to join him in the baby bear totem chair. Naruto, when a man and a woman love each other very much, or are overcome with passion, whichever comes first, they engage in what is called sexual conquest. You see, sex is more than just the most intense rush you'll ever experience in your life, there are consequences to doing this too much. You can get STDs or sexual transmitted diseases like, Apollo explains to an awe-struck Naruto. Sure, he had seen it before, but to actually hear the mechanics behind it by his Otusan was shell-shocking. Now if you want to please your woman, and trust me you do, Naruto. A happy wife is a happy life, or girlfriends in your case, champ. Anyway, you want to take your tongue and just lick every inch of her body, excluding the poop troop of course. When you hear your honey moan, you know you hit the spot. Speaking of spot, there's this little bulb at the tip of the vagina, you'll want to take good care of that. Treat it like a hot bowl of ramen, you don't want to chew, just savor the flavor boy. Apollo explains in all the intimate details. He was raising a heir to carry on his legacy. This was his legacy, a hot and sexy legacy, yes, but a legacy nonetheless. What do women taste like, Otusan? Naruto asks. Apollo just chuckles deeply. It depends, Naruto, on a lot of things. If the vagina is well kept, cleaned often, and most important, the woman is fine. I mean fine spiritually. A spiritually fine woman will have the nectar of the 10-2 heavens. Apollo says, thinking about his sweet Amira. Sweet like a jello pop. Apollo spent the rest of the night explaining to Naruto the mystery that was sex in all its gory details. The following night, Naruto was taunted by dreams of sex-crazed women. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a nightmare. The minute he got washed up and dressed, Naruto shunshin to the backyard to meditate. It was then, Amira decided to come clean his room. Amira had to organize the preteen's discarded Fuin arrays, his training kunai and shuriken, his workout equipment, the scrolls he didn't get to finishing. Honestly, you'd think the gaki could pick up after himself. He is a man now, right? Once Amira could see the floor again, she went to Naruto's bed sheets and saw, and unfortunately smelled, the sign her little man was growing up. Naruto-kun, did you have a wet dream? Amira asks, her voice projecting throughout old Konohagakure. Angel, who was watching Naruto and 4 Kage Bunshin practice tossing a Unido, wind, shuriken back and forth to each other, couldn't help but giggle when Naruto dropped the Unido shuriken from embarrassment and was blown away by the force. Kazan. Naruto yells, his face crimson red. Alright, sorry, I mean after the little talk you and your Otusan had last night, I can't blame you. That man sure does know a lot about sex, baby. I don't mean to creep you out, but baby, your Otusan can tag it, bag it and put it to the fire, come on now. Amira says seductively. You should not talk to you son that way. What is with you and Otusan just talking all kinds of nasty? Naruto says, the imagery planted into his mind forever burned into his mind's eye. What kind of sick sound-based genjutsu had the couple developed? So, Naru-kun, what did you dream about? Angel asks, using her years of training to emit small levels of orange sacral, and this energy is also known as sexual energy, so if I say sexual energy I mean sacral chakra. Chakra. Naruto was always a sucker for Angel's charms. She jumped from the tree she was in, lands gracefully and walks over to Naruto. The sway in her walk only amplified by her sexual energy as she sits in Naruto's lap. Oh, you don't want to hear about that. Naruto lies. Angel just giggles and places her hand on Naruto's cheeks. She rubs his whisker marks softly, and is pleased when he subconsciously growls lowly. Neither of us believes that. I bet I was in the dream, wasn't I, Naru-kun? I was good, wasn't I? Angel asks, inching ever so closely to Naruto. One of her hands was on his chest, feeling his heart race, the other was using his thigh as leverage, helping her lean closer to him. Naruto was completely vexed by Angel's alluring sexual energy. He just couldn't lie to her. You were in it, Angel-chan, and you were better than good. You were astounding. Naruto admits, earning a giggle from Angel. I always am. Angel says, lifting her spell off of Naruto, who just shakes the stupid off of his self, not understanding why she always managed to get him in that strange chakra. Yokurama-senpai, why do we suck at Inton? Naruto asks his ex-tenant. Don't blame me. When the Yondaime sealed me into you, he took my Yin chakra with him inside the Shinigami's gut. That meant my ability to utilize into Yin release is completely gone. Sure, I can detect them, but doing is impossible. I'd say you're vulnerable to genjutsus affecting the senses, especially smell and sight. The Kyubi, in his lion-sized form, explains, chewing on the bones of a bear. Where the bear came from, who knows? With his team on leave after their recent mission, Naruto really didn't have anything to do. Hey Angel-chan, have you seen Fu? I wanted to give her a tour of the village, you know. Show her the sights, which districts to avoid and the best place to buy supplies. Naruto says, not really seeing much of the ex-Taki kunoichi lately. Oh, she's probably with the other genin kunoichi. We have a kunoichi-only training exercise today. It's a part of a 1-week training program where we get instructions from a specialist. Angel says, sticking her tongue out at the blonde Jinchuriki. And what's so special about this training? Naruto asks, trying to hide his curiosity. Sorry, it's confidential, I've already said too much. Angel says before vanishing in a swirl of lightning. Naruto smirks before bursting into a plume of smoke. Unknown to Angel, Naruto used his Kitsune henge to shape-shift into a replica of one of her scrolls and used the Kawarimi to replace it with himself. Angel races across the rooftops, until she arrives at the TNI department. Once inside, she hands a receptionist her mission scroll and waits for further instruction. Naruto waits patiently for whatever mission came their way, this beat doing nothing any day. The receptionist leads Angel to Anko's office and leaves once Angel is in front of it. Angel opens the door and the sight inside the room was every Konoha male's wildest fantasy. Even Angel was caught off guard at the sight of Anko, Kurenai-sensei, Tenten, Fu, Ino, Hinata and Sakura but ass naked. Why are you all naked? Is this some kind of lesbian sex harem, while I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid, not even with Splenda? Angel declares. Kurenai's face turns crimson, but from embarrassment or anger no one knows. Don't flatter yourselves, I am not Orochi team. This is a legit skill all kunoichi have to learn to master, the art of seduction. Anko says, holding her hands to the heavens, causing her busts to bounce a little and her valley be spread. Naruto was simply put, overloaded from all the maturity contained inside one office. Fu, Hinata, Tenten all naked and all gorgeous from head to toe. Sakura and Ino looked the most nervous, shaking like leaves in a storm. Fu didn't seem the least bit modest. Hinata as red-hot from head to toe and Tenten was right behind her in pink. Angel-chan, please join the class by removing your clothes. That is an order from your sensei. Kurenai demands, knowing the girl would need the extra push. With a sigh, Angel activates a fuin between her bust and seals her clothes, leaving her as naked as the day she was born. From his vantage point on the ground, Naruto could see everything and if it weren't for the fear of death, he was sure he'd lose control of the henge and revert back. The art of seduction is a versatile life skill for kunoichi of all villages. Let's say you're on a mission and you get captured, now shinobi laws say they can do whatever they want with you at that point. They could even kill you and the only thing keeping you alive is the mere thought of him having sex with you. It is a well-known fact men, even shinobi, are at their weakest after sex. Some men require a few times to wear down, but with proper training you'll outlast even the sex junkies. To begin our lesson, I want each and every one of you genin to masturbate. Don't worry, I'll leave the room if you're modest. Anko says before leaving in a plume of smoke. And, this could be considered lemon. I think of it more as softcore, a bunch of girls fingering themselves. If you're not down with that, then skip to where I indicate it is over. Thank you and have a great day/night. We will return shortly and don't think we won't know if you touched yourself or not, because we will. Failure to properly please yourself will result in 5 hours under a genjutsu of my choice. Kurenai warns, before leaving in a swirl of leaves. All the girls stand there in awkward silence, none really knowing what to do. Some knew what to do, but didn't want to be the first to go. To everyone's surprise, Fu was the first to begin by wetting her 2 fingers with some saliva and doing rotating motions around her feminine gem. Fu seemed to completely forget they were even in the room, she really got into it. After a while of getting a feel for it, Fu inserts her middle finger inside of her, the pressure from her digit sends jolts of pleasure throughout her body, before she started slowly pumping it in and out of her. She used her free hand to play with her chestnut breasts and hot pink nipples. Fu wasn't a screamer, she preferred to just focus on the pleasure and leave the words for later. Next is Hinata, who seemed to already have her own routine. Hinata takes her 3 fingers and strikes her female gem and double door valley with soft juken taps. Unlike Fu, Hinata was loud, unable to hold in her bliss. She didn't know why it felt so good, it just did, and she was ordered to do it. Seeing the normally shy Hinata cut loose, Angel shrugs and uses her 2 fingers to piston in and out of her, collecting soft moans from the Alexandros female. Tenten just sighs, before unsealing a vibrator and gingerly inserts it inside of her. With each inch inserted, Tenten would let out a soft moan, until she got it as deep as she wanted it and turned it on. The vibrations echoing inside of her was enough to make her orgasm as Tenten rode it down gracefully. It was then Anko and Kurenai returned. Haruno, Yamanaka, you fail the first portion of this training. Maybe you can make up for it with the next test, pleasing a man. Since we're short of men, we'll be using these bananas. Kurenai says, unsealing a bunch of peeled bananas. Kurenai takes on and engulfed 3/4 of it, before eating the banana, only leaving the tip. Anko takes a banana and effortlessly devours the whole thing in seconds. The girls are both astounded and disturbed by Anko. Naruto, on the other hand, couldn't believe his eyes. His Otusan had just talked to him about oral sex, and if the bananas were anything to go by, Anko and Kurenai were easily dooms, a term I made up to describe women who are good at oral sex. Realizing what they had to do, each genin kunoichi took a turn. Hinata engulfed the whole thing in about 10 seconds, something she thanked Angel for. Apparently, Angel had taught her how to tame her gag reflex after she saw Naruto naked once. Angel also ate the banana in one gulp, even burping afterwards. Fu got 3/4 of the banana down, while Tenten got half, not bad for a virgin's. Ino could only get 2 out of 4 in before she gauged, and Sakura couldn't even go past the tip. Anko face palms herself from embarrassment. Here was Kurenai's pupils who could easily swallow a banana, and yet her pupil couldn't even swallow cherries without puking. Naruto watched all of it with a stunned and horny point of view that he just couldn't help. Here he was watching girls and women practice oral sex, it as no to kill a lesser man, but Naruto was not a lesser man. And that's the endy if you couldn't tell. With Sasuke in one of the many barren training grounds of the Uchiha clan, the sole surviving Uchiha, Sasuke goes over the many scrolls he bought from the rusty dagger. Many of the E to D rank jutsus were lying on the ground in disarray, the only ones he found useful were the C rank jutsus on Katan and Raitun, but they weren't powerful enough. Please, they took too much time to learn. He didn't have time to learn, he had to avenge his clansmen, his parents, everyone. Too frustrated and dirty, from training, to think clearly, Sasuke storms to his home and heads to the bathroom. He turns on the water and splashes his face with some water. Taking deep breaths, Sasuke tries to calm down as he looks in the mirror. What he sees terrifies him more than even the Sandaime had. In the mirror is a paler reflection of himself, only the reflection had a fully developed Sharingan and black tears pouring from his eyes. You'll never obtain the power you need, sitting around reading scrolls like a baka. No, real strength should be given to those that are worthy. Are you worthy, Sasuke? The dark reflection asks. Sasuke tries to use Kai to dispel a genjutsu, but nothing happens. Instead of being shocked, Sasuke answers his reflection. Yes, if anyone is worthy of great power, it is me. I am an avenger and I must avenge my clan. Sasuke says with no signs of deceit of fear. The reflection smiles a fanged grin, before black tears pour from the mirror and into a glass gourd. Then drink, young avenger. Drink the bitter brew of hatred, the reflection says. Sasuke remembers his hatred for his brother and chugs the black brew down his gullet. Almost instantly, Sasuke screams in agony as the substance invades his body and coats his tenketsu, chakra points, in vile chakra. Black tears fall from his eyes, until Sasuke laughs insanely. The power coursing through his veins felt amazing. Several days later, Team 7 were inside the Hokage's office, ready for another mission after their leave was up. Neither of the members had seen each other since they came back from Taki. Naruto tried his best to avoid Sakura at all costs. He made sure to sneak to every one of those special training sessions, and let's just say it was hard to look at the kunoichi without blushing after what he saw. It lingered in his dreams for days still. Naruto did get to talk to Fu, and the two seemed to hit it off despite Naruto catching her swimming but naked. What a sight! Sasuke seemed even more of a prick than before, and if Naruto was right, he was getting paler too, but now wasn't the time to get into it. Alright. Team 7, your mission today will be to escort this build bridger back to Nami and ensure he completes his bridge. Send him in, the Hokage commands. The smell of booze and applesauce fill the room as a drunkard old man sways into the office. What? Hiccup, this is the best I get. Hiccup? A princess, some emo band reject, only the brown kid and whiskers look up to sniff. The lady scares the drunk out of me though, so I guess I'll shut up, the bridge builder says, instantly sobering up once he felt a snake crawl up his leg. Naruto had the strangest feeling Murphy's Law was going to make him its bitch with this mission. It is a crisp afternoon just outside the gates of Konoha. The sun is out, coating the area in heat common for High no Kuni this time of year. Team 7 walk down the road, having to travel the civilian route due to their client, Tazuna from Nami. It is the team's first C-rank mission, and they already missed the G-rank missions, well, all but Sakura. She was thankful for the break from all the action and danger her team seems to find itself in. Naruto simply walks to the right of Tazuna, channeling his chakra in a thin whirlwind around the both of them. Sure, there was less action than he was used to, but he took the time to practice his chakra and nature manipulation control. Sasuke broods as usually, but a dark aura seems to surround him. Dantes walks at the back of the group, making body parts out of Shirwan, C1, testing how fast he could make them. Kakashi takes lead, reading his Aika, dreaming of one day becoming a lead character. Anko chooses this time to travel a more mobile way to travel. Since she couldn't glide through the trees, Anko uses Doton, Dachusenku, Earth Release, Subterranean Voyage, to slink underground ahead of the ground. Hey Mr. Tazuna, you're from Nami no Kuni, Wave Country, right? Sakura asks out of curiosity. Yeah, what about it? Tazuna asks, finding the trip calm and boring. Kakshi-sensei, there are shinobi in Nami, right? Sakura asks. Naruto just snorts, gaining the attention of the pink Bansi. Sakura has a strong dislike for anyone from the Alexandros clan, especially after Apollo robbed her mouth of the ability to speak, and all because she insulted Naruto Baka. Oh, and what's so funny, Baka? Sakura growls, getting ready to clobber him if she didn't like the answer. You are bubblegum, I thought you were the smartest kunoichi in Konoha. Dantes jokes with a chuckle. I guess you missed the memo, she only studied what was required to pass. Outside of the academy, she spent her time chasing the team. To answer your question, no, Nami doesn't have shinobi, otherwise they wouldn't come this far for help. Naruto says with a big grin, bugging Sakura seemed to be the only thing to do. Sakura growls in fury, sending a right hook straight for Naruto's face. Once the hit is inches away, Naruto kawarimis with Sasuke, who takes the hit full force as he's sent flying. Naruto-kun is quite right. You see, normally Nami is protected from attacks thanks to it being surrounded by water. Though, I would imagine they still have bandits, which is why we're escorting Tazuna BSCK to Nami no Kuni. I doubt we'll encounter foreign shinobi on this mission. Kakashi explains. Naruto chuckles at Sakura trying to apologize to Sasuke, but his sixth sense picks up something from Tazuna. Why was the man sweating? There was something that the master bridge builder wasn't telling them. It is underground. Anko senses two Chunin-level shinobi hiding in a 6 feet deep puddle. Summoning a common garden snake, Anko sends it up ground with the message. The garden snake slinks up Kakashi's leg into his pants, up his shirt, and hisses in his ear. Despite how creeped out he was, Kakashi got the message. Two Chunin shinobi, most likely Kiri, missed, nuke Nin. don't attack unless we have to. The team walk past a puddle in the road. Wait, a puddle in the road? When it hasn't rained in weeks and when said puddle has ki coming from it. Well, I'm sure Dante knows. Naruto thinks to himself. Almost instantly, a small Sure-Wan hand, giving a thumbs up, appears in Naruto's hand. He definitely knows. I'm sure Anko-senpai and Kakashi-sensei knows. Wait, why Anko-senpai? Whatever, anyway Sakura is useless, meaning I'll have to protect Tazuna-san. Naruto says mentally. Does that mean I get some action? Kyubi, in his scroll form, asks eagerly. The small amount of ki the two give off is like candy to him. Nope, can't go around showing off my Kekii Genkai nor my bijou. What do I look like, a Hyuga or Uchiha? Naruto replies. Deciding not to cause a scene, Team 7 alks past the puddle without giving it a second thought. Once the team passed the puddle, a cloaked figure rises from the puddle and tosses another cloaked figure towards the team. Before even Kakashi can react, the two cloaked figures attacked in synchronized fashion. They both wore large metal gauntlets. One with a single horn, wore a gas mask with his metal gauntlet on right arm, and the two-horned figure wore his on the left arm. Both figures wrapped Kakashi in shuriken chains, before giving a tug. The man was literally ripped to shreds as his gory chunks landed on the ground. Sakura couldn't help but scream at the horrible sight, while Naruto was prepared. He had already began to do hand seals, feeling the figures close in on him from behind. Torai, bird, Ushi, ox, Hitsuji, ram, Inu, dog, Tori, bird, Tatsu, dragon, Inu, dog, Tori, bird, Tatsu, dragon, Hitsuji, ram, Inu, dog, Ushi, ox, Tori, bird. Futon, Taikiatsu Shuhiki, wind release, cyclone barrier. Naruto chants mentally. Emitting futon chakra from every tenketsu, a dome of whirling wind surrounds Naruto, Tazuna and Sakura. The two figures didn't have time to recall the attack, so when they slashed the whirling dome, the two figures are caught in its winds and forced to ride them. Seeing his opportunity, Sasuke began hand seals of his own. Naruto senses the Katon chakra being gathered from Sasuke and dispels his jutsu, not wanting to be barbecued. With the jutsu dispelled, the two figures are thrown to separate sides of the field, both hitting trees painfully. Before Sasuke could finish his jutsu, snake, Tora, tiger. Sure-Wan K's, C1 handcuffs, Dantes says mentally, shooting a wad of Sure-Wan at Sasuke's hands, preventing him from finishing his seals. You could have killed not only Naruto-kun, but Tazuna-san as well, resulting in the failure of the mission. You try that shit again, Uchiha or not, I'll blow your fucking head off. Dantes says calmly, only adding to the ki he put behind every word. Opening his hand, the Sure-Wan K's expands from Sasuke's wrists to his shoulder, with one hand seal. I could end his career right here and now, Dantes says to himself, so wrapped up in anger, he misses the two figures recovering and rushing towards him. The two figures perform a high-low slashing combination at Dante's back, and it's only his years of dodging chakra tamas that allows Dante to snap out of it and sense danger. With Dantes no longer feeding the jutsu, Sasuke breaks free of his restraints, takes out a single kunai and shuriken and leaps over Dantes. Tossing the shuriken with practice accuracy, the shuriken locks inside one of the shuriken chain holes and pins the deadly duo into the ground. Before the duo can remove the shuriken, Sasuke tosses his kunai and nails it in the center of his shuriken, effectively pinning them. Tisk, show off. Dantes says, slightly impressed at the Uchiha's skill, but then again he was the best at shuriken jutsu, second only to Angel. Dantes rushes one of the figures, while Sasuke rushes the other, seeing this as a test of his power. Dantes channels Bakutan chakra and Sure-Wan into his feet in preparation for his next attack. Sasuke performs a leaping side kick into the face of the one-horned figure, while Dantes performs a Sure-Wan powered dropkick in the face of the two-horned figure. Dantes' attack explodes in the two-horned figure's face, the force of the impact breaks the shuriken chain from his clawed gauntlet and sends him deep into the nearby forest, crashing through trees before stopping. Guzu, the one-horned figure, screams, not believing his eyes. Even Sasuke is shocked at the display. It seemed as if a train had ripped through the forest, leading to a broken and bloody Guzu, clearly unconscious, if not dead. What the hell was that? Dante's feet were covered in clay, and when they made contact they exploded with the force of an explosive note. But how has he always been able to do this? Sasuke wonders. Now that he thought about it, he had never really seen Dante's fight seriously. In the academy, he was a brawler and only used the required jutsus. Even on graduation day, he didn't see what Dante's used to blow a hole in the hole. "You bastard, you killed my brother. I'll kill you," the one-horned figure roars, rushing Dante's with a blind fury. Dante's prepares for the fight, noting the doku, poison, leaking from the claws. The one-horned figure lunges at Dante's, ready to rip his head off, but a horse-sized boa constrictor erupts from the ground and coils around him. "If it makes you feel any better, I didn't kill your brother. After all, I'm sure my senseis would like to know why you attacked us," Dante's says. Almost on cue, Kakashi walks into the clearing with an eye smile. "Great job, team. Naruto-kun, good job staying alert and calm even when it seemed your sensei was killed. You not only saw the attack coming, you managed to defend not only yourself, but your comrade and client. Dantes-san, good work neutralizing your enemy and comrade, without doing lasting damage. Sasuke, I am disappointed in you," Kakashi says, narrowing his visible eye darkly. Despite his anger at Kakashi being disappointed in what he saw as his grand performance. He did everything right. He stopped the Alexandros bomber from becoming 3 pieces of a whole and neutralizing his enemy. Though the way you handled yourself was impressive, you could have killed Naruto-kun, Sakura-chan and Tazuna-san with your Gukikyu no Jutsu, great fireball technique. What the hell did they teach you in the academy? Don't you know Katan is strong against Futon? You could have roasted all 3 of them. Just be glad, Dantes-san stopped you, before I could," Kakashi says darkly, causing Sasuke to swallow the lump in his throat. From the boa constrictor's maw, Anko slinks out before looking at her cornered prey. "Don't worry boys, I'll see to it they're properly interrogated and sent to Konoha for processing," Anko says, leading her boa deep into the forest, where Guzu lay a bloody mess. It didn't take long for screams of agony to echo from the forest, along with insane giggles from Anko. "I wonder what techniques she uses. Probably something involving bondage," Naruto says, not wanting to admit how much the thought of Anko tying him up and motorboating him again really boiled his blood, though it didn't take much to tell. "Naruto baka, what in the world is that thing?" Sakura says with a blush, trying to shield her eyes from the tent in Naruto's pants. Naruto looks down and sees his arousal and has enough decency to readjust his package with a blush. Dantes roars with laughter, while Sasuke tries his hardest not to look, though it was easier said than done. "It's nice to know we have a masochist on the team. Remind me to find you when I want to test one of my TNI jutsu," Anko says, walking out of the forest without the 2 figures. "You can test anything you like on me. TNI jutsu, seduction jutsu, you name it, I can take it," Naruto says, drooling at the mouth. He didn't know why he wanted Anko, he just did and she knew it. Anko smirks at Naruto's remark, finding the new attitude to be a lot of potential fun. Getting into her kunoichi mode, Anko relays the information she received from the 2 figures. Guzu and Meizu, the Oni Kyudai, demon brothers, 2 Chunin-level nuke nin from Kirigakure, village hidden by the mist. Apparently they work for the nuke nin Momochi Zabuza, the Kirigakure no Kijin, demon hidden in the mist, who was hired by a man named Gato to kill this old drunk. Anko says, pointing her thumb at Tazuna, who was practically sweating bullets at this point. The entire Team 7 looks at Tazuna with accusing eyes. Did I forget to mention that Gato, owner of Gato's shipping monoply and drug lord, hired ninja to kill me? Tazuna asks nervously, but looking into the cold dead eye of Kakashi, he sighs knowing he has no choice. Alright, here's the truth: Nami is in a state of crisis thanks to Gato bankrupting all of Nami. We are a simple people, we rely on shipping in order to survive. Gato came in and effectively bought all our ports and uses them to smuggle drugs and sex slaves. Tazuna says, his tears hidden behind the shadow his hat provides. Sakura looks on the verge of tears, Sasuke just HNS, Dantes looks pissed, while Naruto looks determined. I'm sorry, Tazuna-san, but this is well over our mission requirements. You paid for a C-rank mission, but with the addition of foreign shinobi, perhaps even Zabuza himself, this is easily an A-rank mission. Kakashi explains, not liking where the mission was headed. Yeah, I mean we're just genin, this is way too hard for us. Sakura says. Anyone who went around calling themselves Oni were not people to mess with. You're right. I suppose you all can go back home. I'll just go back to Nami no Kuni alone. Little old civilian me against killing machine, I'll be dead by the end of the week. My poor grandson will cry himself to sleep, wondering why I had to die. My lovely daughter will curse the name of Konoha, making sure no business from Nami comes to the village, whose shinobi abandoned us in our time of need. Tazuna says with fake tears. The entire Team 7 sweat drop at the man, knowing when they're being blackmailed. Well, your act was impressive, definitely worth a 7. 5, I say we help him, I mean we stopped an invasion. Even though we're dealing with an A-rank shinobi, we happen to have one A-rank shinobi and a B+ rank kunoichi on our squad. Dantes says, looking up Zabuza in his bingo book and not liking what he saw. The man was indeed a Oni, rumor even had it his chakra was so strong, he could emit a shroud that resembles an Oni. Yeah, Kakashi-sensei, Anko-senpai, you guys aren't scared of a little opposition, are ya? Naruto taunts. Are you shitting me? It's about time I got back into a rank missions. Come on Team Anko, we're continuing the mission. Anko yells with excitement. Before Tazuna can smirk, long snakes shoot from the ground and coil around him. Let me make one thing clear though. Once Nami is back on its feet, I expect you to pay the amount for an A-rank mission. This isn't a charity, do I make myself clear? Anko asks, giving him her patented snake eyes. One glance into her eyes has Tazuna agreeing for fear of his life as Anko releases him from her snakes. Meanwhile, a masked figure watches the events from a safe distance, before disappearing in a plume of mist. In a hideout on Nami, so the Oni Kyudai failed against a bunch of snot-nosed brats? Zabuza asks outraged. The Oni Kyudai were a good team, and rarely fooled around. Hi Zabuza-sama, though the 3 males of the team shewed skill far greater than a mere genin. One of them used a strange jutsu I've never seen before. He was able to combine taijutsu with an explosive type of jutsu. The other used impressive skills of shurikenjutsu and taijutsu, but nothing worthwhile. The final genin, a blonde, used a futon barrier to protect the bridge builder and himself. The fight was too short to gather any more intel, the masked figure says to Zabuza. That's not all, Zabuza-sama. It appears that before the figure can continue, Gato stumbles into the room with his 2 thugs. So the great Oni Kyudai failed to beat a bunch of kids, huh? Maybe you're not worth the Rio I'm paying you. Gato says, but the Kubikuri Butchu, decapitating carving knife, aimed for his throat shuts him up. His thugs are startled by the speed in which Zabuza wields the long blade that they didn't even draw their blades until after the fact. Relax Gato, the bridge builder will die by my hands. Looks like I'm going to have some fun after all. Zabuza says, rising from his chair and making his way out of the hideout and where he could intercept the team before they made it to the target's house, but is stopped by another figure. Easy, Zabuza-kun. I believe young Haku-kun had more to say. A short woman around Zabuza's age says. The woman has long, light-colored hair along with her /tie 8. She also wears a simple cloth around the head, distinctively tied at both sides so as the ends of the material protrude upwards, while the remainder of hair is allowed to flow downwards. She wears a loose, pinstriped long-sleeved shirt with a dark obi around the waist, black pants which get much looser near the ends, resembling hakama, and striped leg warmers. Like all the other members of her generation of swordsmen, she wears bandages loosely tied around the neck. Thank you, Amuri Dano. It turns out that the senseis of the group of genin are Sharingan no Kakashi and Enko the Hibi mistress. Haku concludes. I see, well it's decided then. Looks like I'll be going along to make sure a baka like you doesn't die. Amuri says with a bubble giggle. Ringo Amuri was one of the Kiri no Shinobi Gatana Shishinin Shu, 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, alongside Zabuza. The two stayed together even after the coup d'état, despite Zabuza's intention of leaving her behind. He wanted nothing to do with the Kiri no Shinobi Gatana Shishinin Shu. I don't need your help, Amuri. Zabuza roars, leaving the room with Amuri close behind. Well, you got it, so deal with it, or I'll kill you. Amuri says darkly, sending a chill even up Zabuza's spine. With a sigh, Zabuza just allows the woman to follow him, earning a sweet smile from the woman. Everything was better when Zabuza just agreed with her back with Team 7. Team 7 were currently on a boat heading towards Nami no Kuni. Sakura noted how misty it was, but chalked it up to the location. Sasuke just broods, trying to see if he could access the powers given to him, without the others knowing. Dantes was reading up on Zabuza, trying to learn everything he could about the man. He knew the group of 4 genin were no match for the A-rank shinobi. Naruto spends his time talking to Anko, who welcomes the company. For some reason Naruto was just easy to talk to. So Anko-senpai, I know you use snakes for most of your attacks, tell me what can they do besides burrow underground and inject Doku? Naruto asks, more than curious about the Hibi woman. Anko, for her part, was surprised since most didn't like snakes after what her sensei did. Not only that, but since when did Naruto call her senpai, instead of sensei? What's with you, Kit-kun? Calling me senpai, asking me questions, what's with the sudden interest? Anko asks, looking into Naruto's eyes for answers. What she sees is a blue pool of longing, pain and lust. Lust for who though, her? Well, I figure we're going to be working together for some time and I might as well know more about you. Dantes offered to tell me your stats in the bingo book, but I figured I should just ask you myself. As for calling you senpai, I felt it was more appropriate. I mean, Anko-sensei sounds old and you're still young, though older than I am. Naruto says with a goofy chuckle. Anko smiles and decides telling him a little about herself can't hurt too much. Well, since you're so interested, my snakes are capable of performing jutsus. In fact, I have a snake for each nature manipulation, though it takes a shitload of chakra to summon them and they all require a certain kind of animal sacrifice to appease them. In truth, they're a pain in the ass to summon, so I only do so in extreme circumstances. Since I answered your questions, now you answer mine. Are you attracted to me, Kit-kun? Anko asks with a sly smile. After seeing the special kunoichi training, Naruto became less embarrassed about these kinds of situations. Still, being put on blast, for the entire team to hear, caused him to blush deeply. I'm sure all of the guys on this boat are attracted to you, Anko-senpai. Naruto says, saving himself as the men on the boat all blush and try to look everywhere but at Anko. Said Hibi mistress can't help but smile proudly, she didn't even have to do anything to attract men. She also noted how Naruto avoided her question, but she would let it slide for now. Once they made it to Nami, Team 7 is greeted by the nearly completed bridge. Even Naruto had to gawk at the craftsmanship of the bridge. Maybe the old guy wasn't full of shit. Finally reaching a port, Team 7 along with Tazuna, walk towards Tazuna's town, cutting through the woods as a shortcut. Old people always have a shortcut. Realizing they're in enemy territory, Sasuke, Naruto, Dantes, Anko and Kakashi stay on alert. Naruto uses his sixth sense to feel for any negative intent in the area and finds some behind a bush. Naruto swiftly unseals a kunai from his hip fuin and tosses it into the bushes. Moments later, a snow rabbit leaps out, scared for its life. "Stop trying to be cool, Naruto Baka. You could have killed the poor thing," Sakura says, choosing to check on the rabbit as opposed to hitting Naruto for his idiocy. "Wait a minute. I've eaten my fair share of hare in my days, living in the forests of Konoha, and I know that rabbit's coat is the wrong color for this time of year. It's white, instead of brown, which means this rabbit is domesticated." Naruto ponders. Seconds later, a huge blade whizzes through the air, threatening to cut them all in half. "Get down!" Kakashi orders, tackling Sakura and Sasuke to the ground, while Anko tackles Tazuna, and Naruto and Dantes dive to the ground. Seconds later, the infamous Kubikurabuchu embeds itself into a tree as Zabuza appears on the long handle of the blade, staring down his opposition. Before Team 7 can engage, a trail of lightning craves through the ground and races towards them. Torai, bird; Inu, dog; Saru, monkey; Inu, dog; Hitsuji, ram; Ushi, ox; Tatsu, dragon. Futon, Senbon Renda. Wind release, Senbon barrage, Naruto chants mentally, forming a dozen Senbon from the surrounding wind and launching them at the streaking lightning. The Senbon Renda impacts the lightning and cancels it out before it can do any damage to Team 7. "Well, it looks like he was right, the blonde boy is quite skilled," Amuri says, appearing out of the misty forests. Dante's eyes widen with alarm at the arrival, before he pulls out his bingo book and scans it for Amuri's entry. Here it is: Ringo Amuri, one of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishinin Shu, and master of the Sarento Kiringu, silent killing. She wields the twin blades known as Kiba, that are imbued with pure lightning and is said to be the greatest kunoichi Kiri has ever produced. Dantes says, reading the information out loud. Amuri just giggles at the information, finding it all pretty outdated. "I wouldn't call myself a master of the Sarento Kiringu, more like I'm really, quiet," Amuri says, holding her finger over her mouth in a shu gesture. Well, I guess bringing you was a good idea after all. So, Sharingan no Kakashi, Anko the Hebe mistress, what say you just hand over the bridge builder and be on your merry way?" Zabuza asks from atop the tree. His answer is Kakashi lifting his Hitai 8 and revealing his whirling Sharingan. "Anko, you take Amuri, everyone else, surround and protect Tazuna. You are not to get involved in either of our fights. Zabuza, the Kirigakure no Kijin, if you want Tazuna, you'll have to get through me," Kakashi says, all seriousness in his tone. Team 7 form a diamond around Tazuna to protect him from all sides. Dantes crafts a wall of Shirwan, Naruto forms Kaze, wind, shuriken, Sasuke and Sakura just hold kunai at the ready. Well, I get to see the Sharingan so soon. Must be my lucky day, maybe I can implant it in my eye when I'm done. After all, according to my little handbook, you have copied over 1,000 jutsus, copy, ninja no Kakashi. Not only that, but it appears one of your little brats has a rare Kekii Genkai, that hasn't been seen for a few years. I can't recall the name, but I know it originates from Iwagakure. Zabuza explains, causing all, except Naruto to look at Dantes in both shock and suspension. After all, Iwa and Konoha had serious bad blood. Let's get right to it, Amuri says, growing tired of all the talking. She preferred to just kill everyone and ask questions later, though Zabuza did ask her to spare the brown-skinned one and the blonde-haired one. Everyone else would die. Amuri pulls out a scroll and unseals the infamous Kiba, Raitu, Thunder Swords, before gripping one in the normal grip and the other in a reverse grip. Lightning dances from the twin Raitu as Amuri looks into Anko's eyes with a bloodthirsty smile. Zabuza kicks off the tree and lands in a nearby lake as he effortlessly stands on top of the water. Ninpu, Kirigakure no Jutsu, ninja technique, hiding in the mist technique. Zabuza says, using the water below to cast a thick mist around the area. Even Amuri and her dazzling lightning show is concealed in the mist. He's gone. Tazuna yells, not used to shinobi, let alone jutsus. 8 choices, Amuri voice echoes from every direction in a whisper. Shut up Amuri, you're ruining my menacing. Zabuza yells from all directions. Damn it Zabuza Baka, you ruined the moment, yet again. This is last night all over again. Amuri screams. To say Team 7 were surprised was an understatement. Here were 2 A-rank shinobi/kunoichi, arguing during battle like a married couple. Only Kakashi and Anko knew better than to drop their guard. Don't let their banter fool you. It's a ploy to get you to drop your guards. Remember they're both masters of Sorrento Kiringu. Drop your guard and you'll be dead before you even realize it. Kakashi warns, getting the genin from sweat drop to focused. All they saw through our trap, Zabuza-kun. Oh well giggle, let's get things started. It's time to play 8 ways to die. Zabuza-kun, please explain to our players how they will be dying today. Amuri says in a sing-song way. Kidney, heart, liver, spine, cervical vein, jugular vein and, my personal favorite, scrambled brains. Which should we go? Zabuza says, unleashing tendrils of his infamous Oni shroud to further darken his mist. Damn it, all I can see is a mass of chakra. I can't even make out my team's position through this, Kakashi says with worry, hoping that this mist didn't affect Anko's sense of smell/taste. Sakura begins to shake like a leaf, scared out of her mind at the ki the duo gives off. Dantes readies himself, having sparred with B2S rank shinobi/kunoichi before. Naruto tries to sense the 2A rank shinobi/kunoichi through their intent, but he is shocked when the malicious intent seems to come from every direction at once. Calming himself, Naruto tries to feel the wind through the mist to find any disturbances. Come on wind, I know you're with me somewhere. Whistle your tune for me breeze. Naruto chants mentally, standing perfectly still and sending chakra into his ears. Listening with his enhanced hearing, Naruto hears the wind being cut by metal and clothing flowing with the wind. Kakashi flares his chakra to dispel the Oni shroud. What deadly ki, it feels like I'll be killed if I move a single muscle. It's driving me crazy. The intensity between 2 jounin, it feels like my life is being crushed out of me. I can't take it, if things continue like this I'd rather die. Sasuke panics mentally. His body is covered in a cold sweat and trembles uncontrollably. In his fear, Sasuke brings his kunai to his neck, ready to slit his own throat to rid himself of the ki. Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto, Dantes, don't worry. I'll protect you all with my life, because I don't let my comrades die. Kakashi says, giving the team his patented I smile, despite the situation. We'll see about that. Zabuza exclaims, appearing in between the team's guard, with his Kubikurabuchu already in motion to cut them in half. Kakashi tries to Kawarimi with Dantes, but it's too late. Dantes is cut almost completely in half by Kubikurabuchu, the blade being buried 3/4 inside his body. Before Zabuza can smirk, Dantes turns into clay, but not just any clay. Kakashi, recognizing the Shirwan, swiftly grabs Tazuna and Sakura as Naruto and Sasuke swiftly dash away just as the Bunshin explodes into a dome of fire. Zabuza reveals himself to be a Mizu, water, Bunshin and evaporates under the intense fire. Sensing Zabuza behind him, Kakashi tosses Tazuna and Sakura to separate sides of the field, just as he's cut in half. Jaya! Sakura screams, the thought of her sensei being bisected too much for her to handle. That is until Kakashi bursts into water, like the Zabuza clone he learned it from. Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu? No way. He copied me even in the mist. Zabuza ponders, before he feels cold hard steel against his neck. Don't move. Kakashi demands, shocking even Zabuza with the speed the ex-Umbu captain moved. Wow. Naruto says, impressed with Kakashi's speed and ability to mimic an enemy's tactics. Sakura felt overjoyed that it was all over, that is until they heard Zabuza chuckling. He, it's over? You just don't get it. There's no way you can defeat me with your Saru-si-Saru-do tactics. Zabuza says. Kakashi prays his kunai against Zabuza's neck, but the man continues to talk. Still, it was impressive. Copying my Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu and having it say those touching words to draw my attention, while the real you hid in the mist and waited. Nice plan, but... Zabuza says, just before Kakashi feels a presence behind him. I'm not that easy to kill, another Zabuza says from behind Kakashi, who stabs the one in front of him to reveal another Mizu Bunshin. That one's a fake too. Sakura says, falling to her knees from the emotional and mental stress the battle had on her. Zabuza swings his Kuburikibutsu in an attempt to cleave Kakashi in two, but Kakashi ducks under the swipe as the blade buries itself into the ground. Zabuza uses the momentum from his swing to do a handstand on the butt of the Kuburikibutsu and hits Kakashi in the gut with a side kick. Zabuza attempts to pursue him, but Makabishi, throwing nails, leader the ground. Foolish. Zabuza says, disappearing in a splash of water. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto yells, sensing the Suiton chakra Zabuza was gathering around Kakashi. He's also strong in taijutsu. Sasuke analyzes, really wishing he had his Sharingan. Kakashi-sensei got knocked down? Sakura says mentally, before she realizes something. Where is Anko-sensei? Sakura asks, having lost track of the woman after the mist settled in. She's fighting Amuri, this is bad. Real bad. Zabuza is preparing a lethal jutsu, judging by the amounts of chakra he's gathering. Naruto says with worry in his tone. Kakashi surfaces from the lake, trying to walk on its surface, but finding the water as thick as mud. Heavy water, but how? Kakashi ponders, but not for long. He fool, Suiru no Jutsu, water prison technique. Zabuza roars, shaping the water around Kakashi into a sphere with one arm inside to keep the jutsu going. This prison is inescapable. It's stronger than steel, so even if you could move, your puny kunais would be useless. Zabuza taunts the caged Kakashi. Before he turns to his true target, and the genin protecting him. Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu. Zabuza says, forming a clone from the water of the lake. Wearing those Hitai-8 and acting like Shinobi, A real Shinobi has survived numerous brushes with death. What do any of your brats know about being Shinobi? Zabuza asks, as Naruto raises his hand. I know what it means to be a Shinobi. To have people trying to kill you from the day you were born, having kunai jabbed into your body and explosive tags strapped to your limbs with only seconds to free yourself. The life of a shinobi is filled with pain, but the shinobi perseveres and strives to live another day. Naruto says sagely. Once you're good enough to be in my handbook, then you can be referred to as shinobi. Until then, Zabuza says, disappearing in a splash of water and appears in front of Naruto, aiming a side kick to his face, only for its leg to be literally blown away. If that's the case, put this in your handbook. Futon, Anshi Taikiatsu Shihiki, wind release, anti-cyclone barrier, Naruto says, channeling Futon chakra into a dome of high-velocity winds that whirl counterclockwise as opposed to clockwise. The whirling winds expand and completely blows away the Mizu Bunshin. Looks like things just got interesting, Zabuza says, forming several more Mizu Bunshin with Anko Amuri giggles at her current situation. Here she was battling a strong and proud Kunoichi and was having a blast. Anko, on the other hand, was not having as much fun. Both her hands were numb from streaks of lightning striking them. Her trench coat was singed around the sleeves and bottom of the coat. Not to mention she used just about every futon scroll she bought from the rusty dagger. It seemed as if Amuri never ran out of lightning to throw. Plus with her affinity being Doton, she was at a huge disadvantage. Amayuri draws her twin swords together and sends an electrical essence into the clouds. Ikazuchi no Kiba. Fangs of lightning. Amayuri roars. From the clouds, bolts of lightning strike and aim for Anko, who evades each strike with practice ease. Lightning dances off of the Kiba Raitu as Amayuri leaps towards Anko and spins gracefully, forming a spiraling fong of lightning. Amayuri spirals towards Anko, who dodges the tunneling fangs, but Amayuri stops spinning and aims a slash at Anko's head. The blade easily slices through Anko's neck, but Anko just turns to mud. Before she lands on the ground, Amayuri tosses one of her Kiba at a certain spot as it sinks into the ground and electrifies it. Seconds later, a huge snake erupts from the ground and hisses in agony. The snake falls to the ground with a dead thud, just as Anko crawls out of the snake's maw. Raikyu, lightning ball. Amayuri roars, gathering lightning between her twin swords and creates a ball of electrical energy and hurls it at Anko. Anko tosses a kunai, that Amayuri easily dodges, not that Anko was aiming to kill. Anko uses Kawarimi to replace herself with the kunai and avoids getting electrocuted. Anko pulls out a dagger and aims to stab Amayuri in the back of the head, but Amayuri spins on her heels and cuts the dagger and Anko in half, only for Anko to burst into mud. You're really starting to annoy me with this whole Doton Kage Bunshin. It's going to take forever to get the mud out of my hair. Amayuri screams, getting into her stance, ready for Anko to appear. Suddenly, a barrage of shuriken races towards Amayuri, who effortlessly cuts the shuriken one by one. Seeing Amayuri distracted, Anko pulls out a scroll, uses her tongue to hold it as she goes through hand seals. I, boar, inu, dog, tori, bird, saru, monkey, hitsuji, ram, mi, snake, tatsu, dragon, tori, bird, hitsuji, ram, saru, monkey, tatsu, dragon, inu, dog, mi, snake. Kuchios no jutsu, Fujin. Anko roars, slamming her palm on the ground as smoke erupts from around her. Once the smoke clears, a rooster is revealed as Anko tosses it high into the sky. A lion-sized sky-blue scaled snake with tunneling winds swirling around it, circles the rooster in the sky before devouring it in one gulp. Well, if it isn't little Anko-chan. What's wrong, in over your head? I thought you said you'd never summon us, Koyo, element, Hibi? Fujin asks with a hissing chuckle. Shut up, Fujin. You know I'd never summon you unless I had to. I'm at a bit of a disadvantage here. Anko says, before Fujin can ask what the problem was. Reizo, Ikazuchi no Utage, Lightning Burial, Banquet of Lightning. Amayuri roars, using her twin blades to summon bolts of lightning that crash against the ground, kicking up debris with each strike. Anko leaps into the air and rides Fujin's head, who glides in the air, dodging each lightning bolt. Let's go Anko-chan, give me some hand seals. Fujin demands, sending a mental image to Anko as to what seals were required. Tora, tiger, ushi, ox, inu, dog, yu, hare, mi, snake, tatsu, dragon, mi, snake. Futon, Sodai de Tapa, wind release, grand great breakthrough. Fujin roars, before expelling an enormous squall of wind from his maw. Amayuri buries her blades deep into the ground to anchor herself, but it's useless. The gusts of wind tears the ground apart, sending Amayuri and debris flying. Amayuri tumbles across the ground violently, smashing her head and body with each tumble. Amayuri finally comes to a halt miles away from Anko. Wow, what the hell was that? Amayuri groans, trying to stop the rattling in her head. Fujin uses the mist-made Zabuza to travel even faster than normal, spiraling winds rocket him and Anko towards Amayuri. Amayuri channels lightning through her Kiba Raitu and slashes in AX pattern. Daigunder. Amayuri roars, unleashing two crossing streaks of yellow lightning. Yu, hare, mi, snake, tatsu, dragon, saru, monkey. Futon, Hibi Gufu Kakuhan, wind release, snake tornado whip. Fujin roars, spiraling futon chakra in his tail and does a tail whip with whirling winds, cutting the lightning X in half. Back with the rest of Team 7 in the sky, not too far away, Zabuza sees a roaring sky-blue scales snake. His squad of Mizu Bunshin were hacking away at Dante's Shi-1 C1 dome, but each time a Mizu Bunshin struck the dome, it would explode and vaporize. On the inside of the dome, Tazuna along with Team 7 watched as Dantes pumped chakra to maintain his jutsu. Sweat pours from his brow, showing just how much focus and chakra he put to keep up the defense. If anyone has a plan, I'd love to hear it. Dantes says, struggling to maintain his Shi-1. Naruto looks at Sasuke and the two share a moment. Instantly they both know what to do. Dantes opens two entrances as Naruto and Sasuke rushes out, dispelling the closest Mizu Bunshin by them as they race for the real Zabuza. A lot of arrogance, but do you stand a chance? Zabuza asks, seeing the two genin race towards him. What are you doing? Run away. This fight was over the moment I got caught. Our duty is to protect Tazuna-san. Did you forget that? Kakashi commands, but Naruto just looks behind him and sees the dome remaining strong. Going to keep playing Shinobi huh? Please, when I was your age, these hands were already dyed red with blood. Zabuza says. That makes 3 of us. Dantes-kun and I have already killed before. Actually, my first kill was at 8 years old. Naruto says darkly. Sakura and even Sasuke are shocked by the confession. Naruto may have blended in during the academy, but to have killed before even entering? Long ago in Kirigakure, also known as the Chishio Kirigakure, Blood Mist Village, there was a final obstacle to becoming a shinobi. Dantes says. Well, it seems the new generation of Konoha is looking bright. To know about that exam at your age is impressive. Zabuza says, finding even more reason to take Dantes and Naruto. What about his graduation? So he had to perform some E-rank jutsus, we all did. Sakura says, loud enough for Zabuza to hear. Zabuza bursts into gut-wrenching laughter. Is that all you had to do to become shinobi/kunoichi? I take back what I said. In my day, the final exam was a fight to the death between the students. Friends who trained together and ate at the same table, were pinned against each other and go at it until one of them died. Zabuza explains. Terrible, Sakura thinks with fresh tears in her eyes. She couldn't imagine having to fight her Sasuke-kun, Naruto maybe, but Dantes would destroy her. 10 years ago, the Kirigakure final exam was forced to change. This change came after the previous year when an Oni appeared. Kakashi says, having heard the stories during his early Jounin days. Change? What change and what did this Oni do? Sakura asks, not seeing where this was going. Without pause or hesitation, a young boy, not even a shinobi, killed over 100 PF the students. Kakashi explains. Ah, that sure was fun. Zabuza says, his eyes showing the sheer thrill from the memory alone. By the time Naruto and Sasuke reached the real Zabuza, 2 Mizu Bunshin appear and elbow thrusts both in the stomach, but they didn't stop there. The Mizu Bunshin slammed their fists into both genin's stomachs, crashing them into the ground. Sasuke coughs up some vile and blood. Kuramaru Ketsurui, black bitter tears, pour from his eyes. Naruto just puffs into smoke, shocking Zabuza. Well, isn't that interesting? A genin that can use Kage Bunshin. At least the blonde one seems to be a true shinobi, a young shinobi, but a shinobi nonetheless. Not like you, Uchiha. Look at you. You're crying in the middle of a fight, pathetic. Zabuza says, kicking Sasuke towards the dome, but Naruto appears in a whirlwind and catches him before he hits the explosive dome. Sasuke-kun. Sakura screams, ready to race off and save her Sasuke-kun, but her duties as a kunoichi keep her guarding Tazuna. Sasuke spits out the blood in his mouth and alongside Naruto, rushes Zabuza again, only this time they both go through hand seals. Torai, bird, Tatsu, dragon, Hitsuji, ram, Tori, bird, Saru, monkey, Tori, bird, Yu, hare, Tori, bird. Futon, Kaze Ichirin, wind release, wind wheel. Naruto chants mentally, forming a single wheel of swirling winds that roll towards Zabuza, aiming for the arm that imprisoned Kakashi. Saru, monkey, Tori, bird, Inu, dog, Hitsuji, ram. Katan, Kane Senpu, fire release, flame whirlwind. Sasuke roars, building up so much chakra that the Kuramaru Ketsurui fall from his face as he unleashes fire from every tenketsu and spirals it like a pinwheel and launches it at the Kaze Ichirin. The two jutsus combine, the winds adding fuel to the flames as the Kane Senpu. Zabuza is shocked, realizing that his only options were to either dodge and release Kakashi or lose his arm and release Kakashi. The choice was simple. Zabuza releases his water prison as Kakashi quickly races towards land before beginning hand seals. Despite his swift actions, Zabuza still manages to get a second-degree burn on his arm. The collaboration jutsu rages for a while longer before it explodes in a sea of fire and wind. Was that a collaboration jutsu? Since when can Naruto Baka use nature transformation? Sakura ponders. Me, snake, Saru, monkey, Inu, dog. Huryu Raika no Jutsu, discharge lightning calamity technique. Kakashi roars, channeling Raiton chakra into his hands and touching the water, electrocuting the surface. Lightning dances on the water's surface, racing towards Zabuza, who uses Kawarimi to replace himself with one of his Mizu Bunshin. The Mizu Bunshin is electrocuted painfully, before it bursts into water. You damn brats! Zabuza roars, racing towards the two genin with his Kubikurabuchu ready to cleave, only for Kakashi to appear and block it with a kunai, a look of murder in his eyes. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura cheers, seeing the man free once more. Great plan Naruto-kun. Kakashi says, trying to fill his lungs with as much air as possible. I actually got the idea when Sasuke tried firing a Gukikyu no Jutsu, great fireball technique, at my Taiketsu Shuhiki, cyclone barrier. By combining my futon with his katan, I figured we'd have enough power to free you, or kill Zabuza, whichever came first. Naruto says with a chuckle, feeling pride in his plan being a complete success. TSK, I got distracted and released the jutsu. Zabuza says, trying to save whatever pride he had. Wrong. You didn't simply release the jutsu, you were forced to release it. Kakashi corrects him. I'll tell you this, I don't fall for the same jutsu twice. So now what will you do? Kakashi says, his Sharingan in full blaze as both Kakashi and Zabuza disappear and reappear on the water. Ushi, ox, Saru, monkey, Yu, hare, N, rat, I, boar, Tori, bird, Ushi, ox, Uma, horse, Tori, bird, N, rat, Tora, tiger, Inu, dog, Tora, tiger, me, snake, Ushi, ox, Hitsuji, ram, me, snake, I, boar, Hitsuji, ram, N, rat, Saru, monkey, bird, dragon, Tori, bird, Ushi, ox, Uma, horse, Hitsuji, ram, Tora, tiger, me, snake, N, rat, Saru, monkey, Yu, hare, I, boar, Tatsu, dragon, Hitsuji, ram, N, rat, Ushi, ox, Saru, monkey, Tori, bird, N, rat, I, boar. Torai, bird. Suiton, Suryuden no Jutsu, water release, water dragon bullet technique, both Zabuza and Kakashi roar shaping the nearby water into two large, powerful dragons, that crash into one another, turning into a drizzle. That many seals and he copied them perfectly. Sasuke says, watching a fully fledged Sharingan in action. Damn. Dantes says, knowing the Suryuden was easily a B rank Suiton Jutsu and required a lot of control and chirka. Copying the hand seals is one thing, but being able to match both chakra and shape simultaneously, Dantes had a new respect for Kakashi. Kakashi and Zabuza trade blows, the might of the Kubikuribuchu against Kakashi's kunai. My movements he's completely is he reading my mind? Damn that, Zabuza starts, growing more frustrated each time Kakashi copies his hand seals. Freaky Eye is pissing me off, right? Kakashi says, finishing Zabuza's thought, truly shocking him. All you're doing is, Zabuza starts, copying me. You can't beat me, you Sara team. Kakashi finishes yet another of Zabuza's sentences, truly unnerving the man. Damn you. I'll make it so you can never open that mouth again. Zabuza says, going through hand seals in a blur. That is me? Zabuza asks, stopping his hand seals at the sight of himself behind Kakashi. Is this one of your genjutsu? Zabuza asks, but his answer is, Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu, water release, great waterfall technique. Kakashi roars, water spirals around him in a ring before it streams down and crashes against the stunned Zabuza. Zabuza is sent for a ride as the water washes him onto shore and slams him against a tree. Kakashi makes sure to pin Zabuza to the tree with kunai to the left leg and both arms. How? Can you see the future? Zabuza asks with a tint of fear in his tone. Yes, I see your death. Kakashi says darkly, armed with a kunai. Before Kakashi can finish the job, Tsunban needle stabs Zabuza through the neck as his body hits the ground with a thud. Your prediction was right, he is dead, a masked figure says, appearing next to Zabuza in a splash of water. Kakashi checks his pulse and finds nothing. Thank you for your assistance. I have been searching for the opportunity to kill Zabuza for some time now, the masked figure says. That mask, so you're a hunter nin from Kiri. Kakashi says, getting a nod from the hunter nin. Hunter nin? Sakura asks. Impressive, yes, it is my duty to hunt down Nuke Nin from Kiri. I am a member of the Kiri Hunter Nin team, the hunter nin says before picking up Zabuza's body, instantly gaining the alarm of Dantes. Wait. How's about we help you dispose of the body? That way we know the guy's dead. I mean, lugging around a body is a tough job for a kid no older than we are. Dantes says, not lucking the situation at all. After all, most hunter nin dispose of the body on site. To carry it around is too risky, Dantes should know. Dante, his father, was a member of Konoha's hunter nin and it was Dantes' dream to join their ranks. The hunter nin stays silent, before disappearing in a splash of water. Damn it, looks like Zabuza got away, Dantes says, drawing the attention of his teammates, but before they can ask questions, Kakashi passes out from chakra exhaustion. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura screams, rushing to her sensei's aid. Back with Anko was breathing heavily, Fujin had long been sent back to his realm. Amuri was in no better shape, most of her clothes were ripped to shreds and her kiba were buried in the ground. With Anko defending them. Suddenly, two figures appear in a splash of water and tosses Doku-tipped Sunban at Anko. Too tired to dodge, Anko takes the hit and uses what little chakra she has left to dispel the Doku in her system. The fake hunter nin grabs Amuri and the trio disappear in a splash of water. Anko sways from side to side, trying to keep her balance, but eventually passes out. Appearing in a whirlwind, Naruto catches Anko before she falls and carries her bridal style to Tazuna's house down by the docks of Nami, in a two-story house made with red roofing, with a windmill, generating power. On the side sits Tazuna's house. The gentle breeze blows and creates waves on the water, but Naruto sits on the water's surface in full lotus, seemingly undisturbed by the waves. Inside the house, on the second floor, lays Anko and Kakashi, both resting after their battles. Are you sure they're all right? A woman, in her late 20s, asks with concern. She has long indigo hair and is dressed in a dark blue short-sleeved shirt/dress combo with a pink belly shirt over it. The woman had been worried sick about her drunkard of a father while he was away. What with Gato's men breaking into her home and taking all their food and destroying the place, she had feared the worse. So when young children, not that much older than her own son, came rushing into the house with two unconscious adults, she nearly burned herself on the stove with shock. No need to worry, Ms. Tsunami, Kakashi-sensei and Enko-sensei are just exhausted after our battle with two nuke Nin Fom Kiri. Dantes explains, getting a gasp from the woman. You should have seen it, Tsunami-chan, I've never seen anything like it. They defeated two strong shinobi/kunoichi out to kill your old man. Tazuna says, taking another swig of his alcoholic exhaler. Tsunami just sighs, not knowing whether her father was telling the truth or just telling one of his drunken tales. Kakashi-sensei finished the guy, though from what I know about Jujutsu, they are designed genetically to work for certain clans. If someone outside the clan were to implant the Jujutsu, it would require more chakra to use due to the Jujutsu rejecting the foreign wielder. Dantes explains. You seem to know a lot about Jujutsu. Anything else you want to share, traitor? Sasuke asks sourly. Everyone in the academy read about the great shinobi wars and how Iwa and Konoha hated each other. You can't help where you're born, Uchiha. My Otosan and Kazan left Iwa years ago. I have no affiliation with that village, hell, I never even went to their academy. Besides, what have I done to be labeled a traitor? Have I not saved you and Bubblegum's ass on more than one occasion? I mean, if I was a spy, wouldn't it be smart to just let you both die? Dantes asks, getting the reaction he wanted from both Sasuke and Sakura. Sakura looked down in shame, realizing the brown-skinned boy was right. Sasuke just HN and broods over in a corner. By the way, who was that masked kid? Sakura asks, cupping her chin in her hand to think. That's the masks worn by Kiri's special hunter Nin team. Though a more appropriate name to call them are the cleaners. Their job is to dispose of a body without a single trace. Dantes explains, visualizing some of the process behind such a task. Dante made sure to teach Dantes how to cut off the head in case of bounties and wrap the body in a Shur-1 Ryukyu, C1 coffin, before placing a Doton, Otashibuta, earth release, dropping lid, to seal it and blow the body to smithereens. Why would they need to do that to their own shinobi? Sakura asks, shocked. It sounded so horrible and well scary to think the hunter Nin was currently chopping up Zabuza's body and disposing of him. Well, a shinobi's body contains the secrets of a village's ninjutsu, information on different chakra types, herbs and even Kekii Genkai. For example, if Sasuke were to die, the secrets to the Sharingan could be revealed. If you don't be careful, there's the danger that the enemy will steal your secrets. It is the hunter Nin's job to protect these secrets by any means necessary. Think of them as the guardians of village secrets. Dantes explains. Only problem is, that was no hunter Nin. Dantes says, shocking everyone conscious in the room. What, but I thought Otosan said you defeated him. Tsunami says, giving her father a glare. And how would you know Bakugeki Nin, bomber? Tazuna asks, remembering how the boy's explosive clay protected him from harm. My Otosan is a hunter Nin for Konoha and he taught me some of their trades. It is my dream to become the captain of a hunter Nin squad. Anyway, Otosan always said that hunter Nin must destroy the body immediately. With us there, it was even more important to destroy Zabuza's body on contact. Say we wanted Zabuza's body for our medical Nin back in Konoha, by dragging Zabuza's body, the masked kid is weighed down and we could have pursued and captured him and taken Zabuza. Dantes explains. That makes sense, I guess. Say, since when is your Otosan a hunter Nin? Sakura asks. Maybe if you got your head out of Sasuke's ass, you'd see that the world is bigger and badder than him. Dantes mocks, earning Sakura's ire. She wanted so badly to hit him, to show him who's boss. Only problem was, he was the boss of Taijutsu, the best of their class. Miles away in a forest path of Nami, the wind blows through the trees, scattering leaves with its force. The masked kid is kneeling next to a still unconscious Zabuza. Amuri sits under a tree, in the shade nursing her wounds. Damn Hebe bitch. I have cuts, bruises, snake bites ugh. The next time I see her, I'll unleash the Ranton, storm release, on her sorry ass. Amayuri roars, baring her sharp, jagged teeth. Her outburst opens one of her wounds as she cries in pain. If you're not careful all your wounds could reopen, the masked kid says, before he takes a cutting instrument out of his medical kit. First I'll cut the mouth cloth, drain some blood and dash, the masked kid thinks as he prepares to cut the cloth, only for Zabuza to grab his hand, startling him just a bit. That's alright, I'll do it myself. Zabuza says, his eyes shooting open insanely. He removes the cloth around his mouth, to reveal sharp and jagged teeth. Oh, you've already come back to life, the masked kid says monotonously. Damn, you sure are rough, asshole. Zabuza grunts, removing the senbon roughly from his neck, causing blood to shoot out and run down his neck. Oh really? You shouldn't be so rough yourself, you'll really die pulling them out like that, the masked kid warns. How long are you going to wear that stupid mask? Zabuza asks, rotating his neck to get the kinks out. It reminds me of the old days, plus it was useful for this act, the masked kid says, removing his mask to reveal a soft and innocent face more befitting a woman. With his long hair gathered in a white bun holder tied with a green-blue bands, while 2 locks of his hair falling loose framing his face, bound with metal hair cuffs at the ends. If I hadn't saved you two, you both would have been killed, fake Hunter Neen says. If you were going to induce temporary death, you could have aimed for a safer acupuncture point than my damn neck. TSK, you're more annoying than Amayuri-chan. Zabuza says, redoing his mouth binding. Amayuri just huffs and rubs healing oil down her slender arms. Zabuza can't help but stare at the sight of Amayuri without her kunoichi garb hiding her accessories. Not even binding tape can keep her bust from standing out, but it does make for a decent bra. I just didn't want to scar your beautiful face, the fake Hunter Neen says. Gay, Amayuri says loud enough for them to hear. And the neck doesn't have much muscle. It's easier to hit the ACU points there, Amayuri Baka. If you would have let me finish. Besides, I bear no sexual interest in Zabuza-sama or any male. I just haven't found the right woman for me, the fake Hunter Neen defends with a blush. Amayuri just shrugs and begins to apply healing oil to her lean legs. Very few men have seen Amayuri this exposed. The woman was set on the old ways, where kunoichi didn't show any skin. Skin was seen as venerability and easy targets for one skilled in shuriken jutsu. Anyway, you both shouldn't be able to move much for about a week. Amayuri, those Hebe bites were filled with toxic doku. It's designed to steal oxygen from the blood, effectively suffocating, the fake Hunter Neen explains. Amayuri stops applying oil, and turns a cold glare on the fake Hunter Neen. You'll take care of it, won't you, Haku-kun? After all, you're one hell of a medic, Neen. How else would you be so skilled with senbon? Amayuri says more than asks. Haku gulps before nodding his head. I neutralized most of it, but it's laced with chakra, which is harder to purge out of the body. Once we get to the hideout, I should be able to extract the rest, and then you'll have to rest to regain your strength. Both of you, now let's go, the mist is clearing. Hake says, to his word, the MSIT begins to lift. Next time will you two be alright? Haku asks. Both Amayuri and Zabuza send determined glares at Haku. Next time I will defeat the Sharingan / that bitch, they both say at the same time. Haku picks up Zabuza and Amayuri rises to her feet before they all vanish in splashes of water. They reappear outside a cone-shaped hideout high in the trees, with metal wires shooting out of it and into the trees in a jungle gym manner. Back with Team 7, Naruto walks into the second-floor room, completely drenched. "Achan, what happened, Dobe? Try to use the Swayman Hoku no Ju and fell in?" Sasuke asks. Sakura giggles at Sasuke with a heart genjutsu over her eyes. "Yeah, just because you can jump through the trees like a Saru, doesn't mean you can walk on water, Baka." Sakura says, backing up her man. Naruto just walks over to them and performs hand seals/mudras. Tora, tiger, tori, bird, rin, rat, mi, snake. Kishju Nikasama, his ho kitsune meoki. Fox trickery, flying fox charm against evil spirits, Naruto chants mentally. Winds churn around Naruto and literally thrusts the water off of Naruto and splashes both Sasuke and Sakura. To the civilians, and genin, excluding Dantes, it was a burst of wind/futon jutsu. To the trained shinobi's eyes, Naruto's jutsu is revealed. Four kitsune made of wind dance around Naruto, each catching water in their maws, before they rushed Sakura and Sasuke and turned into water. If you must know, I decided to do a few laps. Swimming is a great form of training, after all it has advantage over katan-spirited people. Naruto says, completely dry. How did you do that, Dobe? Matter of fact, what can you do? I saw you make those futon barriers, what else are you holding back? Sasuke asks, glaring at the so-called class Dobe. Yeah, since when were you so skilled? In the academy, you were always sleeping, you never said anything, you were such a weirdo. Now you're all-knowing and wise and no advanced jutsu. Sakura screams, forcing all within 3 miles to cover their ears, my kami woman. Deception is a shinobi's best friend. Just because I choose to not flaunt my skills, does not mean I am weak. Naruto says, before walking over to the window sill and sitting on the ledge of the open window. HN spoken like a true weakling. What's the point of having power if you're not going to use it? Besides, once I get the Sharingan, your jutsus will be mine anyway. Sasuke says with a smug smirk. Naruto chuckles at the Uchiha, which only pisses him off. What's so funny, Dobe? Sasuke growls. Oh, that you're putting all your chips in on a hand you don't have yet. To put it simply, you're waiting until you get the Sharingan to start becoming stronger. Meanwhile, everyone else is getting stronger now, and who knows when you'll get it, if you even get it. Naruto says, before pulling out a futon training scroll and reading the manuscript. Sasuke bares his teeth at Naruto, glaring so intensely the Kuramaru Katsurui, black bitter tears, leak from his eyes. Naruto senses the evil intent as it sends chills up and down his spine. Whoa, Sasuke team, no need to cry, I'm sure you'll get the Sharingan. Naruto says, holding his hands in mock surrender, before going back to reading his scroll. That can't be natural, I'll have to tell Otosan about Ao. Naruto flinches, holding his burning right arm. Naruto wraps a scroll around it, to hide it from his curious teammates. Before either Sakura or Sasuke could say anything, Sherwan hands, attached to an arm up to the elbow, crawls up their legs. Eek. Sakura screams, flailing around to rid herself of the creepy crawly. What, am I not interesting enough of you too? I can show you something 10 times more impressive. Dantes says with a smirk. Both challenging his clansmen and covering for him, taking attention away from him. TSK, thanks but no thanks. Your Bakugeki, bomber, tactics are too flashy. Sasuke says out-handedly. Says the guy who spews bright roaring flames from his mouth. Tell me, how stealthy is that? At least I can plant a bomu, bomb, leave the area and set it off at any point I want, from any distance. Let's see your Gukakyu, great fireball, do that. Dantes says, before he decides to read up on Amuri. Sasuke just broods, while Sakura tries to get him to go on a date with her. Come on, Sasuke-kun. Sakura begs, wanting a date from the hottest, and, are you kidding me? Him, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Guy in Konoha. No. Sasuke says coldly. As if he would ever go on a date with her. An Uchiha deserves a strong woman with good genetics to produce strong children, not some skinny bimbo. But why, Sasuke-kun, why don't you want to date me? I promise I'll do anything. Sakura says on the verge of tears. Alright, look Sakura, I am the last of my clan. Most likely when I turn 13, I will be put under Clan Restoration Act, which means I must find strong wives to bear my clan's strong children. You are not strong, look at your hands. Sasuke commands coldly. Sakura begins to cry bitter tears, mucus pouring from her nose. Her Sasuke-kun was destroying her, she took a glance at her hands. They're soft, right? No signs of labor, you're skinny and barely eat. You have absolutely no muscle, I mean Tazuna-san could probably take you, while drunk. Sasuke says coldly. Sakura runs out of the room, not wanting anyone to see her in such a pathetic state. Maybe now Bubble Gum will grow up and leave her little fantasy world behind. Anko says, shocking everyone silly. Anko lays in a seductive manner, showing off her bandaged legs, torso and arms. Judging from the smell, I'd say I have you to thank, Kit-kun. Marvelous job, you managed to wrap me up without waking me, you get points for that. Anko says, blowing a kiss to Naruto. Don't mention it, Anko-senpai, it was the least I could do. I have you to thank for my current level. I mean your training has been some of the most brutal yet, no doubt made easier because Kazan is your best friend. Naruto says, causing Anko to hiss playfully. Oh, she's told me a few things. Now from what I heard from one of my star pupils, you all know Zabuza and Amuri are both alive and have a young accomplice. The only thing a paranoid shinobi/kunoichi can do to ease their worries is prepare before it's too late. It's a rule, you know. So go get Bubble Gem and we can begin your real training. Anko says, getting great reactions from the genin. Each and every one of them were shaking with excitement. Sasuke reluctantly volunteered to go get Sakura. A few moments later, squeals of joy could be heard as Sakura rushes into the room with determination. Sasuke drags back into the room, looking like the life was sucked out of him. Don't say anything, Sasuke says, causing everyone to laugh. How are we going to train when you and Kakashi-sensei can barely move? Sakura asks. Oh, you let me worry about that. We're going to find out what your nature affinities are. Anko says, sitting in full lotus. Nature affinities? That's a Jonin-level skill, this is real training. Sasuke says, finally showing some interest in training. Anko reaches into her trench coat and pulls out several sheets of paper, that all the genin recognize instantly. I'm glad you all recognize these. They are chakra paper and all you have to do is apply some chakra to it to find out what your nature affinity is. There are various reactions that include, Katon the paper will ignite and turn to ash. Futon the paper will split in two, Swaiton the paper will become wet or damp. Doton the paper will turn to dirt and crumble away. Inton, In release, the paper will disappear, and Uton, Yang release, the glow green. Doesn't that sound like fun? Anko asks. That's not fun, an 8-year-old child drools, walking into the room and brings a depressing aura into the room. I doubt you know what fun is, kid. Naruto says, earning the ire of the child. Inari, where were you? Tazuna asks, relieved to see his grandson alive and well. Welcome back, Gigi, Inari says, walking over and hugging his Gigi. Inari gives the group of shinobi/kunoichi clawed looks. Inari, say hello to our guests. They are shinobi/kunoichi that protected your Gigi. Tsunami says. Mom, they are going to die. Inari says, pointing to Team 7. What was that, Gaki? Sasuke says with a glare. There's no eye you can win against Gato. Inari says. Correction, there's no way you can win against Gato, because you're too scared to even try. Naruto says, earning the ire of Inari. Tisk, what do you know, Baka? If you don't want to die you should just leave, Inari says, walking away. Yeah, walk away, Gaki, go cry in your room while real shinobi handle business. Alright, Anko-sensei, I'll take a slip of chakra paper. Dantes says. Inari just broods and goes to his room, slamming the door behind him. Anko just shrugs her shoulders before handing Dantes a piece of chakra paper. When Dantes applies chakra to the paper, it turns into Shirwan before a spark of flames ignite and explode it. Amazing! I've never seen or heard of a reaction like that. It must be due to your Kekii Genkai. Anko says, drawing the attention of Sasuke and his number one fan. You have a Kekii Genkai? Sasuke asks. Sure do, but I don't know you well enough to tell you all about it. Just know it has something to do with my explosive personality. Dante says. Sasuke is next to take a slip, and when he applies chakra to it, a drop of Kuramaru Katsurui appears in the middle before it wrinkles and then burns to ash. Sasuke smiles smugly, knowing that having two affinities was rare. Naruto is next up, and when he applies chakra to the paper, a spark of Kyuubi's yokai burns in the middle before it is cut into oblivion. Anko looks shocked at the reaction, to be able to use the Kyuubi's yokai almost naturally and then such an advanced futon affinity. Is that the Kekii Genkai passed down to Naruto from Apollo Kuon? Anko thinks to herself. Sakura applies chakra to the paper and it glows green. Looks like we have a team of all around the nature wheel. Sasuke has a Raiton affinity with a sub-affinity for Katan. Dantes has a Kekii Genkai that allows him to use what will be referred to as Bakutan, explosion release. Naruto has a special type of advanced chakra as well as an advanced futon affinity that could be a part of his Kekii Genkai. Anko explains, but soon regrets it. How can the Dobe have a Kekii Genkai? He's an orphan, a street urchin, he doesn't come from a clan. Sasuke says, livid with the thought of Naruto have a Kekii Genkai. It wasn't fair, Naruto was nothing, he didn't deserve to have a Kekii Genkai. Actually Sasuke team, I do have a clan, I have two actually. I am a member of the Uzumaki clan, a once proud clan that held from Uzushiogakure, village hidden by the whirling tides. They were close allies with Konoha, due to Uzumaki Mito being married to the Shodai Hokage. Not to mention I am a member of the Alexandros clan, whose Meshidesu Tetsuka, to summon familiar, is known throughout the 5 great shinobi nations. Naruto says, before disappearing in a whirlwind. Dantes walks into the closet, before a small explosion blows the doors off, revealing Dantes is gone. Gotta love their spirits. Alright you two, meet me outside, we're going to be learning a new jutsu. Anko says as both Sasuke and Sakura nod and leave the room. Anko summons a horse-sized red and purple snake and rides it outside the room. Is this normal? Tsunami says, cowering in a corner at all the ninjutsu used. From what I've seen this is nothing. Tazuna cheers, feeling confident in the Konoha Shinobi/Kunoichi. Team 7 meet outside the house, overlooking the endless ocean. Alright, this is considered a must-know before moving on to nature manipulation. Even though you guys seem to know a bit about your natures, it never hurts to be the very best you can at the nature. My own nature affinity is Doton, and I have achieved a point where, though not mastered, Doton is like my second skin. I can sense many things thanks to the vibrations in the earth, like how far away someone is or what they're doing. Anyway, I'll be showing you the Suimen Hoku no Ju. As you know, we'll probably have to fight Zabuza, Amayuri, and that fake hunter Nin near large bodies of water. If you were to get knocked in without knowing this jutsu, you would be at the mercy of your enemies. Anko says, demonstrating said jutsu by calmly walking on the water and literally walking on the surface. Sakura and Sasuke were stunned, but not as stunned when Naruto and Dantes easily walk on the surface as well. Well, I shouldn't be surprised really. Your clan is all about chakra control and balancing one's body with mind and soul. Still, I suggest you do whatever training you have planned on the water for as long as you can maintain. Anko suggests getting nods from both Naruto and Dantes, who race off to a more secluded and deep area of the water. But we can already use jutsu. Sasuke says, not seeing the point of learning this. Anko face palms herself before using Sanaijushu, hidden shadow snake hand, to restrain Sasuke and lifting him off the bridge and over the water before dropping him with a splash. Sasuke quickly resurfaces, only to find a kunai pressed against his neck. Do you see the point now? Anko asks a terrified Sasuke, who just nods his head. Anko removes the kunai before lying down on the water's surface. Alright, since you both know Ki no Bori no Shugyu, tree climbing practice, you know how to focus chakra to your feet at least. The next step is to emit a constant stream of chakra from the bottoms of your feet and use the repellent force to walk across the water, simply no? Anko asks. Sakura just sweat drops at her Kunoichi-sensei. No, that's anything but simple. The Ki no Bori no Shugyu was hard enough, what's keeping us from sinking to the bottom? Sakura asks. Nothing really, that's the entire point. If you add too little, you'll sink right in. Add too much and you'll make waves, which will not help you stay afloat. Now get to it, before I make you do the exercise with paralyzing Doku in your bloodstream. Anko says before pulling out a scroll and unsealing some dango, precious dango. We're going to have to free this place fast. There's not one dango shop around here. I'm getting dangerously low on my precious. Anko panics. With Naruto and Dantes, over 100 Narutos were sitting on top of the water's surface, each on balancing stacks of scrolls on their heads. Another 100 were sparring with Dantes to not only help him in his taijutsu but help Naruto get experience fighting an actual person, with their own tricks and jutsus. Each punch and kick combination had an aftershock explosion that soon reduced the Kage Bunshin to smoke, but the Naruto replicas were just as smart as their creator. They would use the smoke to hide what they had planned. Futon, Kaze Shuriken, 4 of the Kage Bunshin chant mentally, forming one Kaze Shuriken for each of them and throwing them into the smokescreen, before going up in smoke themselves. Dantes is blinded by the smokescreen, but channeling chakra to ears, allows him to hear the Kaze Shuriken race towards him. Dantes stops the flow to his feet and sinks into the ocean, the Kaze Shurikens crash into each, unleashing a dome of high-velocity whirlwinds. Snake. Shirwan Jairai, C1 torpedo. Dantes chants mentally, shooting several long bullet-shaped Shirwan, with most of its Bakutan stored in the warhead, at the proximity of most of the Naruto replicas. Once there, they explode. With Anko, Sakura and Sasuke. Anko watches Sakura and Sasuke struggle with the Suimen Hoku no Ju, bored out of her mind. Sasuke, of course, adds too much chakra, which makes waves and thus throws Sakura off, causing them both to sink. Before she can say anything, explosions, along with huge waves, crash both genin into the dock painfully. Looks like Kit-kun and Bakugeki-kun are having fun. Anko says, just as Sakura and Sasuke resurface. You mean they caused those waves? Sasuke growls, extremely envious that Naruto and Dantes were working on more advanced jutsu. Sure did, the sooner you get this jutsu, the sooner we can move on to nature training. Sasuke, I want you to move far away from Sakura, Anko says, pulling out another stick of dango to eat. Sakura looks like someone just stabbed her in the heart, while Sasuke just HNS and swims away, but still close to the dock. What did you do that for, Anko-sensei? Me and Sasuke-kun were finally starting to get to know each other. Sakura says dejectedly. Anko just face palms herself and drags her hand over her face to remove her anger. Look, the Uchiha was adding too much chakra and was making waves, which threw you off your game. You can probably perform this jutsu for about 2 minutes already. Anko says. Sakura climbs on the docks, before channeling chakra to her feet and stepping onto the water. Unlike before, Sakura stays afloat, though her ankles are submerged underwater. Adding a bit more chakra, Sakura is able to stand on the water perfectly, but she soon realized if she got distracted, she'd sink. Upon seeing this, Anko decides to train the girl's focus. That reminds me, I received a message from Hokage-sama, saying the Uchiha will be married to the Yamanaka. in order to produce a shinobi-oriented offspring. Anko says with her poker face. It didn't take a second for Sakura to lose her focus. What? Sakura screams, before she sinks into the water, but quickly resurfaces. Hokage-sama can't do that. Gasp, I'm the best girl for Sasuke. Gasp, we are gasp destined to be together because gasp true love conquers all. Sakura says, struggling to stay afloat while screaming. Anko finishes her dango, pulls out a vial of dark violet doku and drops a bit of it on the stick, before nailing Sakura in her forehead. The doku enters her body, turning her forehead a nasty purple color. I suggest you float on your back and channel chakra into it, because you are now paralyzed for 2 hours. If you drown, I'll report that you die during the mission, not a lie really. Anko says, before rising to her feet and walking over to Sasuke. Sakura, completely helpless, floats on her back and channels chakra through it in order to stay afloat, or else die. That bitch, why is she doing this to us? She must be jealous of our love and wants Sasuke-kun to herself. I mean, look at the way she dresses, she's obviously a whore, like Kazan says. Inner Sakura roars, causing the real Sakura to lose focus and her chest and head began to sink. Sakura quickly rights herself and floats on the water. Meanwhile, Anko watches Sasuke continue to make waves and fling himself into the water. The point of this jutsu is to walk on the water, not make bigger waves than your comrades. Anko says, boredom lacing her tone. She wished she could see what Dantes and Naruto were doing, but judging from the explosions and waves they generated, a Kage Bunshin or even a Doton Kage Bunshin wouldn't last long. Sasuke resurfaces from the water and pulls himself on the dock. What am I doing wrong? Why is this so hard? Sasuke roars, trying to catch his breath after being submerged underwater. You're doing too much, adding too much chakra to the jutsu. Chakra control is linked to mental control, something you both lack. Bubble Gum is so obsessed with you, she doesn't have time nor the mental capacity to think about anything else. You're so focused on revenge and being the best, your mind is a mess. Learn to control your emotions and your mind will follow. Anko says, before getting up and leaving via Shunshin. Unknown to Sasuke and Sakura, Inari watches them from his room. That's just a waste of time, they're all going to die. Inari says. If you keep saying that, I might just suspect you're out to get us and then I'd have to kill you. Anko says from behind him, startling Inari. What are you doing? This is my room. Inari says, on the verge of wetting himself. It is my job to make sure your Gigi finishes his bridge alive. It will bring hope back to this place, so cheer up Gaki and enjoy the show. And think twice before saying we're going to die. I know for a fact most of those genin have had it 10 times harder than you. Anko says, about to leave his room. Inari was livid. How dare these shinobi/kunoichi come in here and act so cool? Acting as if everything was going to be alright? What do any of you know? You all have probably lived comfortable lives, always had food on your tables. You have no idea what it means to suffer. Inari yells, the next thing he knows, a snake is coiled around his neck and lifts him to Anko's level. Inari stares into the cold brown eyes of Anko, who unleashes Ki through her leer. You better watch your mouth, boy. A shinobi/kunoichi's life is nothing like the movies. We fight, we bleed, and we are betrayed, sometimes by the people we love most. You have a family, a roof over your head. When I was your age, I was all alone in the world, no one wanted me and I had to fend for myself. Don't let me see your face around here again or I'll feed you to my hibi, Anko threatens before slamming Inari on his bed. Said boy could do nothing but cry, wishing his Otusan was there to defend him. Meanwhile, at Zabuza's hideout, Zabuza was resting in a bed, with Haku watching over him and Amuri manipulating water from her gourd. Amuri was working on both chakra control, since her chakra made the water, and her Sueton manipulation by having the water float in midair. The door opens as Gato and 2 of his men, Waraji and Zori, step into the room. So even you two have come back defeated. It looks like Kiri Shinobi / Kunoichi are pretty pathetic. You can't even avenge your men? And you call yourself a devil? Gato says, but Zabuza and Amuri ignore him. Gato growls, before snapping his fingers as Waraji and Zori move to draw their katana. An attack? Haku asks mentally. Hold on a second. Gato says, walking over to Zabuza. There's no need to be silent. How's about, Gato says, reaching to grab the cloth around Zabuza's mouth, only to have his wrist roughly grabbed by Haku. Don't touch Zabuza-sama with your flithy hands. Haku threatens, his once innocent face souring into that of a human Oni. Gato cries out in pain as Haku applies pressure. Waraji and Zori move to defend their boss, but soon find themselves looking at their decapitated bodies, their heads being lopped off by Amuri and her Kiba. I advise you to get the hell out of here, scum. I'm really pissed off right now and might just kill you to save myself the trouble. Amuri says coldly, her icy blue eyes void of everything but cold hard rage. One more time. If you fail one more time, why you won't be welcome here anymore, remember that. Gato says, Haku letting go of his wrist as he runs out of the room, tripping several times. Was that really necessary, Amuri-chan? Zabuza asks, a kunai in his hand underneath the covers. Probably not, but you know how I get when someone pisses me off. I just have to kill something, otherwise Kiba won't be satisfied. Amuri says, stabbing her blades into the bodies of Waraji and Zori. The Kiba begin to draw the remaining electrons, neutrons and protons from the deceased bandits and grow stronger in a flash of lightning. It's still too soon to kill Gato. If we make a commotion, the hunter Nin will be after us again. We must be patient, after all we're so close. Haku says. I guess, whatever it takes to bring down Yagura. Do you buy the whole him being manipulated theory Ao-kun told us before we left? Amuri asks. It was all due to the Yonde Mizukige's reign that Kirigakure was nothing more than a bloodbath. In her youth, she had to fight just to survive, as did all her classmates. She never really knew friendship or even human emotion until she came across Zabuza and the young Haku. She would never admit it to anyone, but Amuri truly cared about them both, seeing them as her son, and well, Amuri blushes at the thought and turns away from the two. Never mind, just forget it. We have to worry about those Konoha Shinobi / Kunoichi anyway. Get plenty of rest you too, Haku, tomorrow you will go out and get us more herbs. I'm running out of your healing oil. Amuri says, before she leaves the room to go take a dip in the nearby lake. The next day on the bridge, Tazuna and his workers were hard at work on their bridge. Screws were tightened, nails were hammered and bolts were bolted. On guard duty today was Naruto, who was spinning a Kaze shuriken in his hand. Since Sasuke and Sakura were still training, and Dantes wanted to work on a secret project, Naruto agreed to watch over the bridge. Sure, he could have just sent a Kage Bunshin to watch, but on the off chance Gato sent some thugs or even shinobi to the bridge, Naruto wanted to be here in person. After his spar with Dantes, Naruto realized that his jutsu needed some fine-tuning. First and foremost, Naruto needed to get it spinning faster, quicker. So far, the Kaze shuriken needed about 20 seconds to reach a velocity fast enough to cut through steel. That was too long. Don't you ever take a break from your shinobi training? I mean, you came in at 5 in the morning. Tazuna says, carrying a materials for his bridge over his shoulder. I'll rest when I'm dead, Tazuna-san. Besides, everyone else is training, I wouldn't want to get left behind. Naruto says. Before anything else can be said, URG. Hey Tazuna. A worker, with his helmet at his side, calls out. Tazuna looks behind his shoulder and recognizes the worker. Hn? What is it, Jichi? Tazuna asks. I've been doing a lot of thinking lately, and can I stop working on the bridge? Jichi asks. Why is that? This is so sudden, I can't lose you too. Tazuna begs. Without more than 3/4 of his workers quitting out of fear, he'd never get the bridge done. Naruto stops the spinning of his Kaze shuriken and listens to the conversation intently. "I'm sorry Tazuna, but if Gato notices us he'll kill not only us but our families and friends." Jichi struggles, though Naruto has heard enough. "If any of you feel the same, then please leave. Tazuna-san is putting his life on the lines just like the rest of you. Unlike all you cowards, Tazuna is standing up and fighting for his home. This is more than a bridge, it is Nami's last hope to escape Gato's reign. If you all won't be a part of that, I'll more than make up for it." Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto roars as smoke shrouds the bridge. Once the smoke is cleared, the bridge is filled with over 200 Narutos. All of my Kage Bunshin may not be bridge-building masters, but they are pretty decent crafters. Give them a job and they'll get right to it. Naruto says as all the Kage Bunshin salute. Tazuna and the other workers were moved by the young man's words. He was right, if they did nothing then nothing would change. "Well, I was going to call it a day to get food for lunch, but if one of your Bunshin goes, we can stay and work," Tazuna says as the others cheer. Jichi hangs his head in shame. With 2 Kage Bunshin leaving in whirlwinds to get groceries, the other Kage Bunshin are given their tasks and get right to work. Their ability to stick to vertical surfaces and defy gravity made work both entertaining and a lot quicker. With the 2 Narutos, the city of Nami was large for a port town surrounded by smaller islands. The city had a water tower as its landmark, with many homes and shops, though everything looks barren and poorly taken care of. The shops had little to no food or merchandise in them, and even then it was old and rotten. The homeless outnumbered homeowners, as people walked around with signs that say, "We'll take any job," and other things. In the alleys, the Bunshin could hear and smell people having sex, most likely just to get Rio for lunch and dinner. "Stop thief," a man yells at a young child, who had stolen a piece of bread. The 2 Narutos walk into a grocery store, noticing how little there was in the store. There was barely enough for him to get everything on the list, but they did and went to pay for it. A man notices one of the Narutos with a fat-looking scroll on his hip belt. Closely watching the other, the man sees one Naruto pay for the groceries by unsealing Rio from a similar-looking scroll. Fighting his target, the man walks over and pickpockets the Naruto of his scroll and then races off. The Naruto who had his scroll stolen, chuckles at the man. Almost instantly, an explosion can be heard, along with a girly scream. With their groceries bought, the 2 Narutos head for Tazuna's house, only for someone to tug on his pants leg. Turning around, they see a dirty-looking young girl, her hands out with a smile on her face. Both Narutos look at each other before agreeing and unsealing 2 handfuls of candy, much to the girl's delight. She puts the candy in a bag and races off. Gato must be stopped. No one should have to live like this, just to line one person's pockets, one of the Narutos says, getting nods from the other. Both disappear in a whirlwind and appear outside Tazuna's house. Later that night Team 7 were all present at the table of Tazuna and his family. After a grueling day of training, Sakura and Sasuke were just glad to be in dry clothes and have some hot food in their stomachs. Sasuke was eating like an animal, wanting his strength back so he could go back to training. He had to surpass Naruto and Dantes. A few times, he would puke some eating too much too fast. "You should stop wasting food, Sasuke team," Naruto says, eating his food at a more appropriate rate. Sasuke just HNS and asks for more food. He had to eat fast. Sakura just sighs, before she notices something. "Hey, why do you have a torn picture on the wall?" "I noticed Inari-kun was staring at it during dinner. It seems like something purposely removed the person from the photo," Sakura says, causing Tazuna and his family's moods to take a turn south. "It's my husband," Tsunami says dejectedly, on the verge of tears. "And the man called the hero of Nami," Tazuna says. Inari rises from his seat and leaves the kitchen to go to his room. Tsunami tries to get Inari to return, but the boy just ignores her. I feel a sad story coming on. Enko says. Tsunami yells at her Otusan for mentioning the man in front of Inari, but Tazuna decides to tell Team 7 anyway. He tells them about the hero of Nami, a fisherman named Kaiza. It was about 3 years before Gato came and the man saved Inari from drowning. Inari would smile and play like most kids his age. Since Inari's blood Otusan had died when he was rather young, Kaiza filled in as his Otusan and the two of them were as close as a Otusan and Sochi, son. Kaiza even saved a part of Nami from a flood. We was a true hero in the eyes of the people and especially Inari, but Gato came. Seeing him as a threat, Gato had Kaiza put to death in front of all of Nami. His arms were chopped off and he was hung on a crucifix before being beheaded. The story was horrifying to Sakura, who had no experience with that sort of thing. To the others it was just another sad part of life. Naruto gets up from his seat and makes his way to the door. Naruto-kun, try to stay close to the house. I don't want to have to drag you back inside when you're down. Kakashi says, knowing full well what Naruto had planned. In this world, there are a lot of bad people. I can understand why everyone is just giving up, but that doesn't mean I have to. I'm going to show that Brat and Nami that anyone can be a hero and that heroes do exist inside each and every person. It is up to you to find that inner hero. Tauna-san, you are a hero and I will protect you with my life. Dantes, you're on guard duty tomorrow. Naruto says before he leaves the house. 6 days later it's a bright and sunny morning in Nami, and deep in the forest is a sleeping Naruto. All around him, trees are cut and litter the ground, the earth is dug up and has many gashes and craters defile the once tranquil and peaceful forest. Naruto, himself, is bloodied, bruised and his arms are torn to shreds from whatever jutsus he had been working on. Not that far away, in the still tranquil part of the forest, Haku was busy collecting more herbs for Amuri and Zabuza. Tomorrow was the day Zabuza and Amuri would complete their mission and kill the bridge builder, and he wanted to make sure they were completely healed. After all, Amuri seemed to go through healing oil every day. Haku has his long hair loose and wears a pink sleeveless, low-cut kimono, with pale red edges and decorated with small plum-colored swirls, that went to his ankles. Around his waist is a simple white obi tied in a bow, and a pair of light brown sandals with dark straps. To add to his feminine appearance, he also wears a dark choker around his neck. Noticing some birds heading over to what looked like a body, Haku goes to investigate and what he finds shocks him. It looks like a war was waged here. Who could have, Haku ponders, until he finds a sleeping Naruto with birds flocking around him. Upon noticing his Konoha Hitai 8, he recognizes him as one of the shinobi that fought against Zabuza and Amuri. Walking over to the prone boy, Haku struggles with the choice of killing him or not. Back with Team 7 after 4 days of constantly trying to learn the Suimen Hoku no Ju, or, in Sakura's case, being able to use it for longer than 5 minutes, Sasuke and Sakura finally had a good enough grasp of the jutsu to move on. As promised, Anko and Kakashi began to instruct Sasuke and Sakura on how to convert their chakras into their affinity. Sasuke's training involved recharging batteries, while Sakura had to heal cuts done to her by Anko. As they both learned, the tasks were a lot easier said than done. Sasuke had a hard time getting his chakra to vibrate at the right frequency to get it to turn to electricity. Sakura had a hard time converting her chakra into Utun, since neither Anko nor Kakashi knew next to nothing about medical jutsus or the use of medical jutsu. Dantes didn't tell his team how his special training went, but he seemed near completion, if his smile was anything to go by. Naruto spent most of his time in the forests working on his futon manipulation, and even though no one, not even Dantes, ever saw him, only the destruction he left. Naruto hasn't been here in 6 days. Aren't you all worried about him? A child shouldn't be out alone, you know. Tsunami says, showing genuine concern for the blonde teen. I wouldn't worry about him. He may not look like it, but he is a true shinobi. Kakashi says with great pride. Not only that, but he had his Ninken Pakken keep track of Naruto, and what the Ninken would report made Kakashi proud to call him pupil. At this rate I'm going to have to teach him the Rasengan. Kakashi says with a chuckle. I wouldn't be surprised if the dobe was dead. Sasuke says. Back with Naruto. Haku hovers over the prone Naruto, his hand slowly reaching for his neck, only for him to gently shake Naruto's shoulder. You'll catch a cold sleeping in a place like this. Haku says, softly shaking Naruto until he begins to stir. Naruto wakes up and smells his surroundings. Upon catching the scent of the fake hunter Nin, Naruto looks over and sees a feminine woman next to him. If he wanted to kill me, he just missed the perfect opportunity. I'll see where this goes, Naruto says to himself. Who are you? Naruto asks. Haku just chuckles. I'm no one of importance, just trying to collect some herbs. Haku says, trying to cover up his lie. Naruto looks around and sees nothing but poisonous flora. Unless you're some assassin trying to get poisonous herbs, I think you're looking in the wrong place. Naruto says with a goofy laugh. Haku can't tell whether he's joking or not, so he just laughs to be safe. You're right, my mistake, sometimes you can find good herbs next to poison ivy and such. By the way, what are you doing here so early and sleeping next to poison ivy no less? Haku asks. Naruto chuckles sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head of an itch. I didn't I? Well, when you're training as hard as I do, sometimes time slips your mind. Naruto says. I thought that was a Hittite around your head, so you're a shinobi? Haku asks, deciding playing the part of a civilian as the best option. You're observant, but yes I am. A pretty damn good one at that. Naruto says with a show of confidence. Wow, you must be an incredible shinobi. Haku says, laying it on thick. Naruto chuckles, before deciding to help Haku out. Sure, he was helping the enemy, but maybe he could make a friend? So why are you training? Haku asks. Why else, to get stronger of course. Naruto replies. But you look pretty strong to me. Haku says. Yes, but I must become even stronger than I am now. Naruto says. Haku is silent for a moment before he narrows his eyes at Naruto. Why must you become stronger? Haku asks. So I can become the best that I can be. I'm going to be the head of a clan one day and I can't be seen as weak. Naruto replies. Haku laughs at him, something that slightly pisses him off. And what's so funny? Naruto asks. Do you have someone who is important to you? Haku asks, catching Naruto off guard. When he thought about it, he had a lot of people important to him back in Konoha. Haku thinks about the two people who were important to him. How they saved him from certain death and the bitter loneliness no child should endure. Yes I do, I have a lot of people. Naruto says. Haku smiles at Naruto, maybe he knew what true strength was. When a person has someone important to protect, that's when they become truly strong. Haku says. Yeah, I agree with you. What's the point of having power, when you have no one to fight for but yourself? My Otusan always told me that when a person fights for themselves, they draw on their own power, but when they fight for others, they find a strength beyond themselves. Naruto says. Your Otusan sounds quite wise. You will become strong, let's meet again somewhere. Haku says walking away. I'm sure we will. Naruto says. Oh and by the way, I'm a boy. Haku says, before he can take another step, Naruto appears in front of him in a whirlwind. Don't move. Naruto says. Haku begins to sweat, believing Naruto has recognized him somehow, and him without a single weapon. Take my advice, the next time I see you on the bridge with Zabuza and Amuri, you better look more like a boy. There is no reason for you to look like a girl, none. Naruto says, disappearing in a whirlwind. Haku stands in utter shock, he knew who I was the entire time? Haku asks himself, before he shakes his head and leaves via Mizu Shunshin. The next day Kakashi watches over Sasuke, who finally is able to recharge at least one battery. After learning how to recharge a battery, Kakashi taught him the Sanda Saburo, Thunder Saber or Flash of Lightning Collision Break, which required collecting large amounts of Raiton chakra into the fist. Sakura, after becoming a human pin cushion, learned Chakra Tenso no Jutsu, chakra transfer technique, how to heal small wounds, and some poisons Anko taught her. Though she was nowhere near a medical nin, she was on her way and taking it seriously. Naruto finally returned to Tazuna's house last night and was still asleep. Whatever he did drained him. Kakashi was doing one-fingered push-ups, with Tazuna on his back, to make sure his body was right as rain. Anko plays a pungi, a wind instrument, to charm one of her snakes as it sways hypnotically from side to side. Alexandros Uzumaki Naruto Inari says, overlooking the ocean from his room. 196, 197, 198, Kakashi says, counting every time he does another push-up. I wanted to ask you earlier, but why are you still here when I lied to you about this mission? Tazuna asks Kakashi. To abandon your duty is not courageous. Below the courageous, there is nothing. Those are the words of our previous Hokage. Kakashi says sagely. Tisk, more like you didn't want your pupils to show you up and continue the mission. Anko says, before going back to charming her snake. Either way, that is the way of the shinobi. True shinobis don't move because of money alone. Kakashi says. Back at Zabuza's hideout, Zabuza holds an apple in his hand, testing to see if his body was back to normal or not. Crushing the apple in his hand, Zabuza laughs before another apple hits him in the head. I'd say you two are better. Haku says with a sigh. After his encounter with Naruto, Haku decided to go for a new look, nothing too distract, just something less feminine. All the hair that was normally in a bun tie, was cut off, leaving only the two bangs hanging in front of his face. I'll say. That only means one thing. Amuri says, licking her lips in anticipation. We attack tomorrow, Zabuza says. Later that night, after learning the Sanda Saburo, Sasuke was determined to learn at least one more jutsu. Sakura decided to spend the rest of the night resting for tomorrow, and Dantes joined her. After entering Tazuna's home looking like he strapped explosive tags to himself and let them go off, Dantes passed out for the day. Feeling a bit of shame for not teaching Naruto anything, Kakashi decided to teach the blonde Jinchuriki the Seikaze Shoha, powerful wind wave. Naruto made a few hundred Kage Bunshin and had them all perform the Seikaze Shoha, and thanked his sensei for the help. It wasn't much, but it was a step in the right direction. Sasuke demanded to learn the Kage Bunshin, but Kakashi denied him, telling him the jutsu was a kenjutsu and could very well kill him. Instead, Kakashi showed him the Raiton, Senbon, lightning release, Senbon, to form 3 long Senbon made of pure electricity. After spending hours training, both Naruto and Sasuke dragged themselves into Tazuna's house. Oh, you guys finally return, and you look like hell. Tazuna says, as the two genin use each other to support their worn-out bodies. What can we say? We're both jutsu junkies. Naruto chuckles, look at the dobe, training until he can't move. Sasuke says, even though he's in no better condition. Alright guys, I suspect tomorrow will be the day. Zabuza and Amuri have had more than enough time to recover and should attack on the bridge. That means you two will be needed. Kakashi says. Oh, and thanks for making Kage Bunshin for me to use on the bridge, Naruto-san. At this rate the bridge will be done in a matter of days. Tazuna says happily. Seeing the hope of Nami being restored just within his grasp. Inari looks at Naruto and each time pictures Kaiza. First he sees his smiling face and then he sees him just before his death, still smiling. Inari begins to cry, no longer being able to hold them back. This doesn't go unnoticed by Naruto. What? Naruto asks, sending Inari over the edge. Why do you guys bother to try so hard? No matter how hard you train, you're still no match for Gado's men. No matter what glorious claims you make or how hard you work, when facing the strong, the weak will only end up getting themselves killed. Inari yells, slamming his hands on the table, shocking everyone into silence. Inari couldn't take it. How dare these foreigners come here and lie to his Gigi? No one could defeat Gato. You're right in a sense. The weak will lose to the strong, as long as they are weak-minded. I'm nothing like you Gaki, so don't pretend you know me. Naruto says. I'd hate to be like you. You don't know anything about Nami and yet you're being nosy. I'm different from you, all you do is act cheerful and goofy. You have no idea how hard life can be. Inari yells. Oh boy, Kakashi says, seeing something snap in Naruto. Naruto begins to emit small traces of Kyuubi's yokai in the form of Ki as the entire room is gripped in an oppressive aura. I have no idea how hard life can be. I know nothing about Nami. I've spent every day I've been here in the city, giving whatever help I could to the people. You have a home, a family that loves you and yet all you do is brood and cry like a little bitch. There are children younger than you, with nothing, not even parents to comfort them. You're weak, because you're too damn afraid to stand up for yourself, and because you're weak, you assume nothing can be done. Where I'm from, I'm hated for just being alive. I've had people trying to kill me since day one, people don't let me in their stores and I had to hunt for food. So you can keep on crying forever you weakling, I'm going to keep getting stronger, because that's what heroes do. Naruto says, lifting the Ki from the room and leaving the house. Inari storms out of the room, bawling and sniveling at wetting himself at the terrifying aura Naruto gave off. That Gaki needed that. I thought I made it clear the last time I talked to him that we're not some royal shinobi/kunoichi who have servants wiping our asses every day. Enko says, before getting up to follow Naruto, while Kakashi follows Inari to talk to him. Deep in the forest, Enko arrives at the forest and sees trees cut down and littering the ground. In the center of the destruction, is a panting Naruto, obviously blowing off some steam. If you're here to try to get me to apologize, save your breath. Naruto says, only for Enko to giggle at him. Oh please, if anything I think you did good putting that brat in his place. The Gaki tried to pull the same speech on me and almost became Hebe food. Enko says, causing Naruto to laugh. The two spent hours just talking about nothing in general, exchanging a few flirtatious banters and even a little bit about each other. They were slightly surprised how much in common they were, but that was just one more thing to like about them. The next day Team 7 woke up bright and early in order to help Tazuna complete his bridge. Naruto made sure to leave a few Kage Bunshin to guard Tsunami and Inari. Once they were at the bridge, they were greeted by the bloody workers. Before they could even ask what happened, a thin layer of mist begins to set in. So they are alive, Kakashi says mentally. Team 7 immediately arm themselves and prepares themselves for battle. Long time no see, Kakashi. I see you're still with those brats, looks like the Uchiha is shaking again, poor kid. Zabuza's voice echoes within the mist. From the mist, 8 Mizu Bunshin appears around Team 7, ready to cleave them all in two. I'm shaking with excitement. Sasuke says with a smug smirk, before channeling chakra into his feet and slicing and dicing the Mizu Bunshin with Chunin-level speeds, before appearing in his previous spot moments later. With the clones dispelled, Zabuza, Haku with his mask on, and Amuri appear ready for battle. Look like he's grown, looks like you have a rival, Haku. Zabuza asks, only for Haku to scoff. Don't insult me, Zabuza-sama, the blonde and Bakugeki are much better rivals. Haku taunts, gaining the ire of Sasuke. So you were Zabuza's comrade. You should stop hiding behind that mask and face us. Sasuke says, just itching for a fight. The battle on the bridge was about to commence, and unknown to any of them, this battle would change their lives forever, tricking us with that stupid act. I hate bastards like that the most. Sasuke says, getting sweat drops from everyone besides Sakura. Oh Sasuke-kun, you're so cool. Sakura screams. You do realize it's a shinobi's job to trick their opponents, right? I mean, if you hate such a simple trick, then you must really hate Kawarimi or the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto says. I do hate those sneaky jutsus. A shinobi should fight head-on, with no deception. It should be a battle between jutsus. Sasuke says, Naruto just sighs in defeat. The Uchiha way of thinking was to show off what you could do. It completely clashes with the Alexandros way of thinking, which was to defeat your enemy before they could see your jutsu and skills. The Alexandros clan thrives through secrecy. Even though they were well known now, very little is known about them. Even the information in the bingo books had very little to nothing on them, especially since they never go all out unless forced. Well, that was impressive, even though Mizu Bunshin only have 1/10 the strength of the original. Zabuza says. I don't know Zabuza-kun, Kiba is tingling for the Bakugeki. He must have an awful lot of electrons in his body. Amuri says, the Kiba both vibrate intensely as she points them at Dantes, then Naruto. The Kiba wail in seeming agony, Kiba hates the blonde, I'll leave him to you Haku-kun. Hey you, Hibi bitch, Bakugeki-kun, Kiba wants the electricity in your bodies. Amuri says, baring her fangs at them, before disappearing in splash of water. Dantes, I want you to follow me. You are allowed to assist, but when I say stay out of it I mean it. Let's go. Enko says before she disappears in a plume of smoke, flowed by an explosion as Dantes leaves via Bakutan Shunhin. My bridge. Tazuna cries, the Bakutan Shunshin leaves behind a big hole in the bridge. Still, we have the advantage, go. Zabuza commands. Yes. Haku says. Using the moisture from the mist to spin rapidly towards Naruto with a Senbon. Outraged that he was ignored, Sasuke pumps chakra into his legs and dashes in front of Naruto just in time to clash a kunai with Haku's Senbon. Both struggle for dominance. Naruto uses the distraction to grab Tazuna and disappear in a whirlwind. He's taking Tazuna away, good job Naruto. Kakashi says mentally, before he shunshins and appears in front of Zabuza with a kunai ready. Zabuza uses his Kubikuribuchu to defend, slightly impressed with Sasuke's increased speed. Sakura, stay as far away from the battle as possible, we'll leave him to Sasuke. Kakashi says, feeling Zabuza's huge blade overpower his kunai. Zabuza can feel Kakashi getting weaker under the pressure of his Kubikuribuchu, adding chakra to his arms. Zabuza cuts the kunai and Kakashi in half, only for Kakashi to burst into smoke and reveals a piece of the bridge. Ah! Oh my heart! Tazuna yells, feeling the pain of his great bridge. If you don't want to die, stand down now. Haku says, holding a one-hand seal to focus chakra into his arms. Sasuke, applying what he learned with the Ki no Bori Shugyu, channels chakra into his arm to not be overpowered by Haku. Don't be foolish, I'll show you what a superior shinobi looks like. Sasuke says smugly. I see a superior in your eyes, he looks stunning in his mask. I already have 2 advantages over you. Haku says, deciding to get into the Uchiha's head, the Uchiha's greatest weakness. 2 advantages? Sasuke asks. The first is the water on the ground, the second is I have occupied one of your arms. Now all you can do is run like a scared little rabbit. Haku says, before he flashes through one-handed seals. What, one hand, I've never even heard of that. Sasuke says, too shocked to even think of countering. Even Kakashi was shocked at one-handed seals. Run rabbit, run. Hijitsu, Sensatsu Suishu, secret technique, 1,000 flying water needles of death. Haku roars, stomping his foot on a puddle of water. The splashing water morphs into long needles of condensed water that rush Sasuke as Haku back flips out of the way. Sasuke, Kakashi, and Sakura look in shock as the Sensatsu Suishu surrounds Sasuke from every angle, preventing his escape. Sasuke-kun. Sakura screams in horror. Sasuke channels chakra to his legs before he leaps into the air as the Sensatsu Suishu crashes in a shower of water. He's gone. Haku says, before he hears Shuriken racing towards him. Haku does 3 backflips in order to dodge the 3 projectiles, before he hears a Shuriken strike the railing. You're pretty slow, from now on you can run from me, scaredy cat. Sasuke says smugly. The training was paying off big time. Sasuke uses his left arm to stab Haku in the side, but Haku ducks under the blow. Sasuke capitalizes with his right arm to slash at Haku, but Haku blocks with his forearm. Using his years of Shuriken Jutsu training, he throws the kunai at Haku's head. Haku ducks under it, only to walk right into Sasuke's thrust kick. Haku is sent skeeting across the ground at Zabuza's feet. What? Haku lost in speed? Zabuza says, not even he could keep up with Haku when he was serious. I can't have you underestimating my team by calling them brats. Sasuke was runner-up for Rookie of the Year. Sakura is one of our brightest and I don't need to say much about the other 2, after all you put them in your little handbook. Kakashi says. To the team's surprise, Zabuza begins to laugh. Well, maybe he's finally snapped. Haku, stop stroking the kid's ego and finish him. The bridge builder is getting further away. Zabuza says, swinging his Kubikurabuchu at Kakashi, who has to use 2 kunai in AX guard to defend. We can't have that now, can we? Haku says, unleashing his chakra in a chilling aura. What's this chill? Sasuke asks, feeling his body shake from the sheer cold in the atmosphere, giving him goosebumps. Haku forms an unknown hand seal, before crystallizing his chakra into the form of mirrors of ice that surround Sasuke in a dome of 21 floating mirrors made out of ice. 12 remain at ground level, 8 float above the first 12 and angled toward the ground, and the final mirror is above the rest and facing the ground. Makyu Hyushu, demonic mirroring ice crystals. Haku roars, completely sealing Sasuke from view. Haku enters one of the mirrors as his reflection is shown in all the mirrors, from front to back. Damn it! Kakashi says shunshining to Sasuke, only to be blocked by Zabuza. Hey, your opponent is me, besides against that jutsu, the brat's dead. Zabuza says, rising his Kubikurabuchu overhead for a heavy slam down on Kakashi. Just dodges as the blade digs into the bridge. Well, shall I begin? Haku asks seemingly from every direction. What are these mirrors? Sasuke asks in fear. I'll show you my real speed, Haku says, before preparing his attack. In less than a second, Sasuke feels something slash against his right shoulder. He grunts in pain, but that's nothing compared to what he felt a second later. Ah! Sasuke roars in sheer agony. From every angle he could think of, he was being slashed by Haku, or Haku's he couldn't tell. The teen was moving so fast it felt like he was coming from everywhere. Sasuke! Kakashi screams, smelling the Uchiha's blood being spilled. No matter how much he wanted to rush to Sasuke's side, if you get by me, I'll kill the girl and then I'll look for the blonde and bridge builder. Zabuza says, swinging his mighty Kubikurabuchu to cleave Kakashi in 2. Kakashi jumps over the blade and tosses a set of shuriken at Zabuza, who is forced to jump back in order to evade. Sasuke-kun. Sakura screams, hearing the Uchiha's screams of torment. She could hear the blood splatter, the sound of metal cutting flesh, it was driving her insane. Pulling a kunai from her thigh holster, Sakura jumps into the air and throws her kunai at one of the mirrors. Haku exits his head and hand out of the mirror and catches the kunai effortlessly. He blocked it. Sakura panics. Stupid bitch, did she really? Haku thinks, before he senses a futon jutsu soaring towards him. A small whirlwind-like ball sails and nails Haku in the face, forcing him out of the mirror and clear across the bridge. Appearing in a whirlwind just outside the ice mirrors, Naruto appears with a goofy smile. Looks like I still need to work on the futon, Senpumari, wind release, whirlwind ball, Naruto says to himself. A fully powered Senpu Mari should have taken the boy's head clear off her shoulders. That baka show off, Sasuke grunts, trying to pick himself off the bloodied floor. I'm glad to see you took my advice, Haku was it? Naruto says, glad to see the boy looking more like a boy and less like a girl. Back with Anko and Dantes, I'm so going to enjoy this. Suiru no Jutsu, water prison technique, Amuri says, surrounding herself in a sphere of water. Once inside the Suiru no Jutsu, Amuri unleashes lightning from her Kiba as the Suiru no Jutsu is ignited in lightning, sending bolts of electricity into her body. Instead of scream in pain, Amuri laughs insanely, seemingly enjoying the shock to her system. Rantun, Arashiri Yuban. Storm release, Storm Dragon Whip. Amuri roars, pointing her Kiba at both Dantes and Anko. From the Kiba tips, bolts of lightning surge through the water sphere and form tendrils of living electricity in the form of energy beams that shoot towards a shocked Dantes and Anko, who have to backflip to dodge. To their horror, the energy beam doesn't stop, instead it flows like water and chases them down. She just had to have blades of lightning. What's worse, it's some kind of freak Kekii Tuta. Dantes yells, using Kawarimi with bridge material to replace himself just in time to avoid being hit with the energy beam. Inside the Suiru, Amuri smiles insanely as the electricity coursed inside the water sphere, like a plasma globe, with Amuri as the high-voltage electrode. You're going to die. Amuri roars, the lightning warping her voice into a shrill echo. Several more tendrils shoot from the water sphere and race towards the duo. One stabs Anko, only for her to Kawarimi with one of her Hibi. The poor Hibi is not only cut through, but its electrons are drained from its body. Before Anko could use another Kawarimi, one of the tendrils grabs a hold Anko's leg and slams her on the ground. Fueawa. Anko screams, feeling electricity course and leave her body all at the same time. Dantes dodges a swarm of tendrils and tosses a Shuriken shuriken at the tendril around Anko's leg, which is cut but doesn't stay detached for long. Anko uses the lapse to Kawarimi with floor tile from the bridge. Shit, just getting touched by it can drain you dry. It took about 34% of my chakra from that encounter alone. I have to finish this, Anko says to herself. Dantes, I need you to distract her while I prepare my summoning. Anko commands. Are you insane? That chick can make lightning move like freaking water. My Shuriken is weak against Raitun. Dantes yells, only for a tendril to slam on Dantes before he can Kawarimi and drains him while shocking him intensely. Dantes can feel his Shuriken self-destruct inside him, both draining his chakra and causing internal damage. Dantes sucked in the screams that threatened to come out. Gathering what little Shuriken he had left, Dantes wraps it around the tendril, which seems to cover the water-based tendril, but the lightning inside cancels out the Bakutun. It's strong against Suitun though. Her Kekii Tuta is a combination of Suitun and Raitun. Your Shuriken is strong against Suitun and all we're missing is Futon, now go meet Shield. Anko says, kicking Dantes in his ass, sending him right at Amuri. Alright Kiba, snack time. Rantun, Sansai. Storm release, flood and storm, Amuri roars, halos of bright energy spread around the Suiru before a sea of energy beams shoot from the halos and form a tidal wave of energy beams that crash towards Dantes and Anko. Dantes crafts giant arms to form a guard in front of him. The Sansai washes over the arms and completely crumbles his defenses. Dantes makes a Kage Bunshin, blows a hole in the bridge and one of them falls through it before the Sansai can get to him. Amuri directs half of the Sansai at the Dantes, that uses chakra to stick to the underside of the bridge, and the rest at the real Dantes. The Kage Bunshin does its best to dodge the Sansai, the tendrils try to impale to him, only to shoot out of the bridge, making even more obstacles for the real Dantes to dodge. The tendrils prove too fast for him, managing to cut and strike him on various parts of the body, left calf, right rib cage, both forearms and a vertical cut on his chest. You're real fast for a Doton user, but don't think I'll let that Hebe bitch summon her garden snakes. Amuri says, sending a Sansai tendril crashing towards Anko, who is going through hand seals and can't stop mid-seal. Dantes crafts a Sure Wan Bunshin and has it take the hit for her, watching as it harmlessly crumbles before his eyes. Shit, the lightning keeps neutralizing the Bakutun. Dantes says to himself. Dantes shuns in front of Anko and begins to craft a Sure Wan Tengai, C1 dome, around them both. Amuri scoffs at the feeble defense, before sending a collection of Sansai tendrils crashing at the Sure Wan Tengai. The Sansai breaks through the Sure Wan Tengai like a katana through dirt as it stabs Dantes through his chest. Dantes. Anko screams, watching as blood pours from his back and his electrons are drained before her very eyes. Back with Naruto and Sasuke. Haku is inside one of his ice mirrors, separated from the dome Sasuke was trapped in. Haku was trying to get back inside Ice Dome, only every time he tried, Naruto would try to hit him with a Senpumari or Kaze Shuriken. If you won't come out, I'll just have to break those mirrors, Futon, Kaze Shuriken. Naruto chants mentally, forming a shuriken made of wind as he tosses it at the mirror Haku is in. Instead of leap out, Haku stays in the mirror and focuses his chakra to reinforce the mirror. The Kaze Shuriken strikes against the mirror, which stands tall, but not without some damage. Haku relaxes his guard, only for a real shuriken to strike him in the mask, shattering the mirror and freeing Haku from it. Zabuza throws shuriken at Naruto, who prepares himself to deflect, only for Haku to deflect them with Senbon. Haku, what is this? Zabuza asks. Zabuza-sama, leave these kids to me. I wish to fight them my own way. Haku says, a crack forms in his mask, but it stays together. Tisk, you're as soft as ever, Haku. Zabuza says. Soft? He's right, attacking with needles, yet not aiming them at high damage areas. Is he trying not to kill me? Sasuke says mentally, looking at the wounds on his body. Sure, his body was riddled with cuts, but not anywhere lethal. What's with this jutsu? Does he have Bunshin in the mirrors all throwing Senbon? No, it's too fast for that. I can't even see where they're coming from. And if it was just Bunshin no jutsu, why would he need the mirrors? They have to serve some purpose. Well, at least Naruto has him outside, it'll give me time to rest. With that thought, Sasuke rests on the ground, making sure not to lose consciousness. Haku summons several ice mirrors around Naruto, before entering one of them. Giving Naruto a taste of his Hijitsu, Haku attacks Naruto from all sides at speeds not even Angel could reach. His body was being littered with slashes so fast, even Kyuubi can't heal them fast enough. What the hell, he's moving too fast for even the wind to keep up. What kind of jutsu is this? Makyu Hyosatsu, demonic mirroring ice murder. Haku roars, his speeds gaining speed, slashing Naruto at an accelerated rate. The dome around Naruto begins to float in the air over the prison Sasuke is in. Damn it, the dome is trapped and Sakura is useless. Sasuke roars mentally, watching as Naruto is slashed just above him. Haku turns the mirrors into crystallized chakra Senbon and launches them at Naruto, as he jumps to escape being hurt. Damn my arms, Karama, I need some Kitsune Kijutsu, Fox magic. Naruto says, since his arms were too shredded to move. Kyuubi, in his scroll form, opens his seal in a coiling fashion around Naruto. Kitsune Kijutsu, Hashinjutsu, Fox magic, art of self-protection. Kyuubi roars, pumping his chakra into his scroll form and shields Naruto from the frozen onslaught, melting the ice Senbon on contact. What kind of jutsu? Sasuke asks, stunned in silence. Haku is also shocked, but notices Naruto falling into the dome Sasuke's trapped inside. Focusing most of his chakra into his wounds to heal himself, Naruto can't stop his momentum and ends up trapped inside with Sasuke. Hey, I came to save you, Naruto groans. You really are a dobe, I guess it can't be helped now. Sasuke yells at Naruto. This is the thanks I get for coming to save your ass? Naruto yells, despite his pain. Kakashi stands between Sakura and a bloody death at the hands of Zabuza. If he left to help Naruto and Sasuke, Sakura and maybe even Tazuna would die. A Kage Bunshin would be a waste of chakra, since Zabuza would just use Mizu Bunshin. Haku enters one of the mirrors and appears everywhere inside, looking at Naruto and Sasuke intensely. So he uses the mirrors to reflect his image on every mirror, then travels through each mirror at the speed of freaking light. Otusan told me that anyone who achieves those speeds is using Jakuken, space-time, ninjutsu. That means this Kekkai Genkai is a mixture between Hyuten, ice release, and Jakuken. Geez, thanks Murphy, you son of a bitch. Naruto roars mentally. Most of his wounds were healed and he was soon rising to his feet, even helping Sasuke up. Since this jutsu seemed to be made of ice, I'll just melt them. Sasuke says, going through hand seals. Uma, horse, Tora, tiger. Katan, Gukakyu no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke roars, shooting a continuous stream of fire at one of the mirrors. Letting the flames flow for about a while, Sasuke stops his jutsu and lets the flames die down, only to see the mirror completely unharmed. Well, that didn't do jack shit. Naruto says. You can't melt this ice with that level of fire. Haku says. That's because this is more than ice. It's an advanced Kekkai Genkai, that combines Futon and Suiton into Hyuten. These mirrors are crystallized chakra in the shape of mirrors. I suspect he's also using some kind of Jakuken ninjutsu to move so fast. Naruto says, shocking Sasuke and Haku. He figured my jutsu so quickly, he is too dangerous to be left alive, Haku says, not wanting to have to kill the blonde. That's great and all, but how do we defeat him? Sasuke asks. You don't, Haku says, before he travels through the mirrors at the speed of light, slashing and cutting Naruto and Sasuke to ribbons. Naruto tries to add yokai to his eyes to enhance them, but not even that is enough. Trying to follow them with your eyes is impossible. You will never be able to catch me. Haku says, while attacking Naruto and Sasuke at the speed of light. Fuck this, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto says, making 20 Kage Bunshin for each mirror. Each Kage Bunshin gathers Futon chakra into a whirlwind around their fists before thrusting at the mirrors. Futon, Senpuken, wind release, whirlwind fist, the Kage Bunshin roar, just moments from impact, only for Haku to travel through the mirrors and dispel the Kage Bunshins before they can strike. The winds from the Senpuken explode in razor-sharp gusts of wind, that only adds to Sasuke and Naruto's torture. Back with Dantes and Anko. Dantes. Anko screams, seeing the blood gush from his back and electrons travel back to Amuri. Kiba is thrilled to finally get a taste of. Amuri says with a sick glee, that is until the traveling electrons burst into smoke and reveal Dantes, who lands on the surface of the Suiru and gathers massive amounts of Shir-wan in his hands. Shir-tsu-kawa, C2 shell. Dantes chants mentally, slamming both of his hands on the Suiru and covering it in Shir-tsu. Inside the kawa, Amuri uses her kiba to send electricity inside the kawa to dispel its Bakutan, but loses her Suiru in the process. Damn, he must have used Kawarimi with his Kage Bunshin and used a genjutsu on his Bunshin to make us think he bled and hinged into electricity to throw her off. That's easily high Chunin strategy. Anko says to herself mentally, before she finishes her hand seals. Kuchios no Jutsu, Fujin. Anko roars, slamming her palm on the ground, a plume of smoke erupts and reveals another rooster. Anko tosses it up into the air, but Amuri won't let her summon her Hibi. Ikazuchi no Kiba, Fangs of Lightning. Amuri roars, launching 2 bolts of lightning at the rooster, only for Fujin to soar from the sky and devour the rooster just seconds before the rooster was cooked. The lightning strikes Fujin, who just bursts into wind. The lightning fights the wind like a storm brewing, but the wind wins out. Once the lightning is dispelled, Fujin reforms himself and races to Anko, then coils around her protectively. Summoning me a second time, Anko-chan? You must be losing your fangs, little Hebe. Fujin hisses, causing several tick marks to appear on Anko's head. Oh, shut up, Fujin, you're the one who complains about not getting out enough. Tired of Hyjin kicking your ass? Anko says with a smug hiss. Fujin hisses darkly, until Dantes Shunshin's next to them. I'm glad you two are having fun, because I'm almost out of Bomu bombs. Dantes pants, feeling himself low on chakra and Bomu, he only had enough for one last blast. Anko nods her head, before pulling out a scroll and unsealing the two metal gauntlets of the Oni Kyudai and equips them to her hands. Well well well, what nice toys those boys had. Chakra conducting metal, with the claws being able to emit Doku or nature chakra. Mama's gonna take good care of you, Nezumi Warai, rat smile. And, it is the name of a wound caused by slashing the edges of the mouth to the ear. And Katawa, disfigurement, Anko says mentally before getting into a battle stance. Amuri and Anko disappear with a Shunshin. Before they met in the center of a clash, Anko's swiping claws were countered by Amuri's Kiba blades. Thanks to Anko's Nezumi Warai and Katawa, the lightning from Amuri's Kiba didn't shock her, but she was cut by Amuri's superior Kenjutsu skills. Sparks fly as the two kunoichi continued to clash, Amuri getting the upper hand with her Kiba slashing Anko's trench coat and body to pieces. Fujin decides to join in, trying to devour Amuri, who evades by back-flipping. Anko capitalizes by slashing at her while she's in the air, but Amuri defends with her Kiba. Doku Ikitsuji, poison-breathing spell. Anko roars, taking in a deep breath, along with Fujin as they both exhale separate gusts. Fujin exhales huge gusts of wind while Anko exhales a poison miasma at Amuri. The gusts of wind carry the miasma and Amuri at an accelerated rate. Amuri wraps her mouth and nose in the cloth to filter out the poisonous miasma that soon surrounds her in the air. Descending down, Amuri can see Fujin with his maw wide open, ready to devour her. Back with Naruto and Sasuke, if Katan won't work, Sasuke ponders before going through hand seals. You, hare, Tatsu, dragon, rat, me, snake, I, boar, Tora, tiger, Uma, horse, Tatsu, dragon. Let's trying this. Sanda Saburo, thunder saber or flash of lightning collision break. Sasuke roars, gathering large amount of Raiton chakra into his fist and dashes towards one of the ice mirrors. Haku separates the futon from one of the mirrors and uses it to dispel the Sanda Saburo and cut Sasuke's wrists and hands up severely. I told you it's a mixture of Suiton and futon trumps Raiton. Naruto roars. Who shall survive, I wonder? This bridge is a battlefield of dreams, whose dream will survive and whose will die? Haku asks. Naruto and Sasuke use the time he's given them by talking to restore some of their strength and think of a plan. You can hate me if you wish. My dream is to protect people who are precious to me. To work for those people, to fight for those people. I wish to make their dreams come true. For that, I have become a shinobi, and as a shinobi, I must kill you both. Haku says. That's bullshit. That's no dream, it's nothing more than slavery. If these people were worth all you've done, then they would want you to live your own life. Naruto declares, causing Haku to halt his attack. I don't want to kill you, Haku, and I know you don't either. You could have killed Sasuke team a while ago, but you spared him. You have a good heart, why not join us? Naruto asks. Remembering what he told his Otosan about turning an enemy into a friend. I'm sorry, that's just not possible, Haku says, before he begins his assault on the two genin once more, earning screams of agony from Sasuke. Despite the pain, Naruto manages to keep calm and tries to follow Haku's blurred movement. Kakashi was running out of time. He knew that it was only a matter of time before Haku finished off Naruto and Sasuke. Realizing now was the time to get serious, Kakashi goes to lift up his Hitai 8. He, the Sharingan again, can't you do anything else? Zabuza asks, before he rushes Kakashi with an odd kunai. Kakashi, caught off guard, uses his free hand to grab the kunai as it digs into his hand, spilling drops of his blood on the bridge. You asked if it was all I could do, but you're scared of the Sharingan, Zabuza, Kakashi says through gritted teeth. A shinobi's supreme jutsu isn't something that should be shown over and over again. Zabuza says, trying to drive the kunai deeper into Kakashi's hand. You should feel honored, since you're the only person to see it twice. Though, there won't be a third time. Kakashi says. Even if you defeat me, there's no way you can beat Haku and Amuri, Zabuza says with a chuckle. Sensei, Kakashi sensei losing against that masked kid? Is he really that strong? Sakura panics, her hands and legs turn to jelly as they shake. Ever since Haku was a kid, Amuri and I taught him all kinds of fighting skills. Even when facing the greatest adversity, he has succeeded. Without a heart and no fear of death, a fighting machine known as Shinobi. And his jutsu surpass my own, the terrifying abilities of a Kekkai Genkai. I have myself a high-quality tool, unlike the scrap that follows you around. Zabuza says, freeing his kunai from Kakashi's hand. There's nothing as boring as a man's bragging, let's get started. Kakashi says, lifting his Hitai 8 to reveal the swirling Sharingan. Hold on a minute. I've been dying to say this, clears his throat. I'll tell you this, the same jutsu won't work on me twice. Zabuza says, mocking Kakashi's words. Ninpu, Kirigakure no Jutsu. Ninja art, hidden mist technique, Zabuza says, unleashing a mist so thick, that Zabuza seemingly disappears. I know the secret to your little eye, Kakashi. You can't copy what you can't see. Zabuza's voice echoes throughout the mist. Back with Anko and Dantes, Amuri allows Fujin to devour her in one gulp as she slides down his gullet. Learn to chew your food. Amuri roars, before stabbing her kiba into Fujin and coursing lightning through them. The lightning shocks Fujin from the inside, as the mighty summon roars in agony before bursting into winds, freeing Amuri. Looking down, she can see a thick mist form and completely dispels the miasma as she smiles. I can always count on Zabuza-kun to help me out, Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu. Amuri roars, creating 10 water bunshin of himself, before they each commit seppuku with the electrifying kiba. Rantun Kage Bunshin, storm release shadow clone. Amuri says with a sick smile. Anko prepares for a battle as Dantes regains chakra, by resting, and Fujin gradually reforms. Anko buys him time, engaging Amuri in another kenjutsu battle as their weapons met in a shower of sparks. Amuri ducks under one of Anko's swipes and thrust kicks her away. Rantun, Uzumaki, storm release, plasma ball. Amuri roars, gathering lightning between the kiba and mixing it with the mist to form a whitish-blue energy ball and launching it at Fujin. The energy ball strikes the reforming Fujin, who roars in agony as the living lightning slows down his reforming. Why on earth would I let that thing reform? Rantun, Purazuma Hitoame, storm release, plasma shower. Amuri roars, gathering massive amounts of lightning between her kiba and unleashing small balls of energy at both Fujin and Anko. Doton, Doryu Dango, earth release, earth mausoleum dumpling. Anko roars, before lifting up a massive lump from the bridge and tosses it at the Purazuma Hitoame as they collide in a shower of mud. Chakra Tenso no Jutsu, chakra transfer technique. Anko says, transferring some of her chakra to Fujin, allowing him to reform completely. Futon, Shinkugigyo, wind release, vacuum sphere. Fujin roars, taking a deep breath and then exhales several small blasts of Futon chakra in such a manner that they are dispersed over an expansive range, enough to make it difficult to avoid them entirely without taking any damage. 4 of the Rantun Kage Bunshin rushes the incoming winds and upon impact, bursts into beams of energy. The mixture of Suetun and Raitun overwhelms the Shinkugigyo, rendering it useless. Arashashu Goragon, Storm-Gathering Gorgon. Amuri roars, causing the remaining Ranton Kage Bunshin to merge into a large Gorgon snake with a gaping mouth that tries to devour Anko. Futon, Kami Oroshir, Wind Release, Godly Wind from the Mountains. Fujin roars, unleashing a vortex of wind that blasts the Shinkugigyo apart, only for it to reform. Ranton, Arashir Setsudanki, Storm Release, Storm Cutter. Amuri roars, combining the lightning from her Kiba with the Suiton in the mist and unleashes a arc of energy at Anko, who uses her Hibi flexibility to evade, but only barely. The slash still cuts her. Looking at Dantes, Anko can tell he still needs time to regain his chakra. Amuri disappears in the mist, but Anko tracks her through her sense of smell. Anko tracks Amuri, who is dashing towards a downed Dantes. Anko tries to reach Dantes in time, but Amuri beats her to it. Tora, Tiger. Doton, Doryu Taiga, Earth Release, Earth Flow River. Anko roars, turning the ground underneath Amuri's feet into a river of mud, that throws her off balance and washes her away from Dantes before she can strike. Hitsuji, Ram, Uma, Horse, Tatsu, Dragon. Doton, Doryuden, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Anko roars, using the mud from her Doryu Taiga, to form a dragon head of mud that fires balls of mud at Amuri. The Arashiho Goragon is covered in mud, dispelling the water in the Ranton, before Fujin channels Futon chakra into his mouth. Futon, Kami Oroshir. Fujin roars, unleashing a vortex of wind, completely blowing the lightning out of Amuri's Kiba and carries Amuri away, before slamming her into the bridge near Dantes. Now! Anko commands. Dantes gathers Shirtsu and slams his hands on the ground. Dantes makes a kanji for Bakushinchi, center of explosion, underneath Amuri and denotes the kanji underneath her. Amuri manages to evade, but not without her leg and right arm getting scorched in the process. Before Amuri can recover, Fujin circles around her, gathering Futon chakra above her. Anko appears next to her with a kunai at her throat and Dantes places an explosive tag on each of her joints. It'd be a shame to kill such a skilled kunoichi, so here's what we're gonna do, Anko says with a grin, causing Amuri to gulp. She was at their complete mercy back with Naruto and Sasuke. He's beginning to slow down, that means he's running low on chakra. Sasuke says, preparing himself for the next onslaught. Meanwhile, Kakashi was busy deflecting Zabuza's attacks. The mist was so thick, he couldn't even see his own hand. He knew Zabuza was just as blind as he was, but Zabuza was a master of Serento Kiringu, silent killing. Impressive that you blocked those even in the mist. Sharingan no Kakashi. Zabuza says from behind him, shocking, said man. Upon further inspection, Kakashi sees that Zabuza's eyes are closed, meaning he can't use any of his Sharingan genjutsu, nor read his movements through the mist. But the next time you see me, it will be your end. You have overrated your Sharingan too much, Zabuza says, before he vanishes in the mist. Kakashi scans his surroundings, but can't seem to locate Zabuza anywhere. You acted as if you knew everything, saying you predicted my death, but you were wrong. I had Haku watch our little match, he's pretty bright. Kakashi, you can neither read my mind nor see the future. The Sharingan is simply a trick that makes your opponent think you can. It's basically an eye technique involving hypnotism and an attention for detail. By using two abilities together, you can process from copying the mind to copying the mind to copying the jutsu. This is the dance that makes it seem like you can see the future. Zabuza explains. First, with your keen eye, you copy my movements and shake my mind. Once I am confused, you are able to figure out what I'll say and become me. And then, once my worries and confusion reaches its peak, you attack with a clever trick. Through hypnotic genjutsu, you suggest what seal I should perform, and then simply copy that. Zabuza says, dissecting the Sharingan level by level. Without warning, Zabuza attacks Kakashi in the mist. Kakashi defends at the last minute and slides across the ground. Kakashi tries to relax and think about where Zabuza would attack next, so the blonde kid hid the bridge builder under a Kakuremino no Jutsu, cloak of invisibility. Clever boy, but not clever enough. Zabuza says to himself, hearing Tazuna's frantic breathing. Kakashi soon figured out where Zabuza was going, thanks to Kakashi's sense of smell. Once his sight was taken away, he went to his sense of smell. Zabuza swings his Kubikuribuchi down on Tazuna, only for Kakashi to appear, but it was too late to defend properly. Sakura screams, seeing the blood gush from Kakashi. Inside the dome, Haku was aiming for critical areas of their bodies. Surprisingly, Sasuke and even Naruto was able to dodge some of his attacks at the last minute. Calm down, concentrate and see through it. Sasuke roars mentally, until something within him awakens. Sasuke can clearly see Haku glide in the air as he tried to slash at Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke quickly grabs Naruto and moves out of the way just in time. What? He saw through my attack coming? Impossible. Wait a minute, red eyes with 1 tomo in the right and 2 tomo in the left? That's the Sharingan. Haku says to herself. I see, so you also have a Kekii Genkai. In that case, I have to finish this. Haku says before performing the Inu, dog. The mirrors around Naruto shift into ice and Bon, hovering lethally above him. Haku had struck Naruto in pressure points in his legs, rendering them useless, and the healing process was slow due to the Sanbon still lodged in them. What? He's aiming for Naruto? Shit, I have to make it. Sasuke panics. No. Let the dobe die, you are an Uchiha, your leaf is more important than his, a voice says inside his head. Sasuke hesitates for a second, before he makes up his mind. Allowing my comrades to die, I'd be no better than Itachi. Sasuke says before he dashes towards Naruto, just as the ice Sanbon crashed down on Naruto. With Kakashi, Kakashi. Sensei. Sakura screams, rushing to Tazuna's side, holding her kunai in a defensive position in front of her. Kakashi grunts, blood leaks from the gash across his torso. You were too slow, Kakashi. Did your desire to save these weaklings cloud your mind and make the mist thicker? Zabuza taunts, satisfied either way. Kakashi was nothing without the Sharingan. He let me enjoy this more, Kakashi. I want more fun as I return the favor. Don't worry about those brats, I'm sure Haku has killed them. Not to mention Amuri, who is probably taking the corpse of that Bakugeki as we speak. Don't worry though, I'll send you to them and you can apologize in the next world for not being strong enough to protect them. Zabuza says with an insane cackle. You're wrong. Sakura screams. Yeah. Sasuke-kun wouldn't lose to a guy like that. Inner Sakura screams in agreement. That's right, I believe in my pupils. I believe in Naruto's determination and skill. And Sasuke is an offspring of one of Konoha's most outstanding clans. Not to mention Dantes, whose Otusan is a hunter nin captain, and Anko, who is one of Konoha's greatest kunoichi. Kakashi says. You mean, Zabuza says, realization dawning on him, just who Sasuke could have been. Yeah, his name is Uchiha Sasuke. A genius shinobi with the blood of the Uchiha clan coursing through his veins. Kakashi says. So he's a member of that tragic clan. Still the same could be said for Haku. Which is stronger, the Sharingan or the Hyuden of the Yuki clan? Zabuza asks, disappearing back into the mist. Damn, he's disappeared again. Sakura, stay by Tazuna. It's about time I end this. Kakashi commands. Sakura stands by at the ready, her senses on high alert. Can you hear me, Zabuza? You seem to think I survived in this world with the Sharingan alone. I am an ex-member of the Umbu Black Ops. What kind of shinobi would I be if I relied on the Sharingan? I'll show you my own jutsu. Kakashi says, pulling a scroll from one of the pockets of his flak jacket. With Naruto couldn't believe his eyes. Standing in front of him was Sasuke, who had hundreds of ice Senbon stabbed into his body and blood pooling from his body. "All you ever do is get in my way," Sasuke says, blood leaking from his mouth and eyes dazed. "Sasuke, you," Naruto says, not believing it. "The great Uchiha took a hit for him?" "What's with that face, Dobe?" Sasuke asks. "Why?" Naruto asks, not even realizing the traces of yokai that begins to pour off his body. "How should I know?" Sasuke asks himself, going over every encounter he ever had with Naruto in his head. "I hated you," Sasuke says, finding it harder and harder to breathe, due to the ice Senbon in his lung. But why? Why me? I never asked for your help, damn it." Naruto yells. "I don't know, my body refused to follow my mind and moved on its own," Sasuke says, before he loses balance and falls back into Naruto. "That man, my brother, I promised myself I wouldn't die until I killed him. Don't die also," Sasuke says, before he fades away. His skin grew cold in Naruto's arms. Naruto couldn't help the tears that fell as he looks at Sasuke's prone form. "He landed a blow on me and without flinching died to protect you. Perhaps he isn't as bad as I thought he was. To protect a comrade even at the cost of your life is truly respectable. Is this the first death of a friend? This is the way of the shinobi," Haku says, entering one of the mirrors. "Shut up," Naruto says, struggling to keep his emotions and yokai in check, but failing miserably. "I can't say I was fond of you either," Naruto says to Sasuke. "I'm gonna kill you." Naruto roars, all control lost as yokai whirls around his body. "Ha ha 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 ha, yes. Your emotions have finally become out of control, allowing you to finally reach the next level, Naruto. The Meshidesu Tedzika, to summon familiar, has evolved into Nitsuku Tedzika, to become familiar." Kyubi roars in his scroll form. Drawing yokai from within the Shiki Fuin, Naruto undergoes a demonic transformation. His teeth enlarge to fangs as his face extends like a fox, his whisker marks become real whiskers, his fingernails become claws, spike blonde fur sprouts from every pore of his body, giving him a demonic mane of blonde fur. A pair of fox ears sprout from his head, a single blonde tail grows from his tailbone, and his once sapphire eyes burn ruby red with a black slitted pupil. The Kyubi transforms into a red collar around Naruto's neck. Haku stares at the scene in utter fear, never having experienced such dreadful and malicious chakra. What is this chakra?" Haku panics. Naruto stands on all fours, letting out a menacing growl as he glares at Haku. Haku watches in awe as Naruto's wounds heal almost instantly. What is this boy? His wounds heal almost instantly and his chakra took on such an evil and oppressive aura. Even Zabuza and Kakashi tremble at the might of Naruto's new form, feeling more than seeing it. No! This terrible chakra, no, Naruto. The seal must be weakening and unleashing the Kyubi's yokai. Kakashi panics, recognizing the dreadful yokai of the Kyubi. Something's not right, this chakra is too thick to be normally, I can see it leak out of the prison, damn it, get out of there, Haku. Zabuza worries. Kakashi throws the scroll in the air as it opens, then Kakashi uses the blood from his wound and wipes it across the scroll paper. Zabuza, can you hear me? Neither of us has time to waste, this might not be your style, but let's end this. Kakashi says, twirling his scroll around before closing it, and performs the Tora, tiger, hand seal with the scroll in hand. Sounds interesting, show me what you can do, Kakashi. Zabuza yells. Meanwhile, inside the dome, Naruto begins to draw in the surrounding winds and even the futon from Haku's mirrors. Damn it, he's able to take the futon from my mirrors. They're getting thinner and thinner by the second. Haku says to himself. Kitsune Kijutsu, Senputsum, Fox Magic, Whirlwind Claw. Naruto roars, channeling the gathered futon into his claws, turning them into raging whirlwinds that rip up the bridge with fierce winds. With one last howl, Naruto uses the winds in his hind legs to launch himself at an accelerated rate. Haku prepares himself as he tosses Senbon at Naruto. Naruto just roars, unleashing a shock wave of chakra to deflect the Senbon. In his Tetsuka state, Naruto's chakra completely blends with the wind inside the dome, allowing him to sense Haku coming down from above to stab him. Naruto does a mid-air barrel roll to avoid Haku's strike. Haku tries to enter another mirror, but he's caught mid-flight by Naruto. Kishun Kajustu, Fusho Bufu, Fox Magic, Inauspicious Windstorm. Naruto roars, the once clockwise rotation of whirling yokai stops and spins counterclockwise, unleashing deadly burst of yokai that scorches Haku and sends him flying through one of his mirrors as it shatters. Before Haku can even hit the ground, Kitsune Kijutsu, Taikyokuken, Fox Magic, Grand Ultimate Fist. Naruto roars, launching a fist of blood-red whirling winds that slam into Haku's face, destroying his mask and breaking his nose and cracking his skull. The mirrors crack and shatter as Zabuza and Kakashi look in shock at Haku's defeated form. Looking at the now shattered dome, they look in horror as the transformed genin, more Oni than man. Is that Naruto? Has the Kyuubi completely taken him over? Kakashi asks, completely shocked at Naruto's cubified form. Haku barely rises to his feet, blood pours from his mouth and head. I cannot defeat this boy, Haku says, watching as Naruto prepared to another attack. Haku could feel his shattered ribs from the Fusho Bufu, his broken arms and ankle and cracked skull, his low chakra supply. He was no match for Naruto. In a blink of the eye, Naruto appears in front of Haku, with another Taikyokuken ready to destroy the rest of his skull. Naruto wasn't completely blinded by rage, he was ready to end Haku, for killing Sasuke. Sure, he didn't like the guy, but he was a comrade. He was just inches away, when he hears Sasuke breathing, stopping him in his tracks. Dispelling his Taikyokuken, Naruto begins to calm, his Nitsuku Tetsuka cancels as he reverts back to normal. Why did you stop? Haku asks, his eyes and voice both dead. I killed someone important to you. Haku says, only to be rewarded with a right hook to the face. Shut up, I know Sasuke is alive, you don't have to do this, Haku. I know you're a good person. I can't explain it, but I can see your soul. I can see a soul as pure as ice itself, a soul who is as gentle as the wind and water. I can also see Zabuza's soul. It is as dark as the deepest abyss of the ocean, but I know he cares about you. He wouldn't want this, for you to simply die. Naruto explains. This is all I can do for him. He saved me, when I had nothing. Allow me to share with you, my life story. Haku begins, only for Naruto to cut him off. I'd love to sit and chat, but my comrade's kinda bleeding out, so if you could summarize? Naruto says. Haku chuckles a bit, but nods his head as he tells Naruto his story. About how in Kiri there was a bloodline purge in Kiri and his clan, the Yukis were nearly wiped out, only leaving Haku and his mother. He explained how his mother tried to hide her heritage from his father, but when he awakened his Kekkei Genkai, his father found out and killed his mother, right before turning on him. Haku had no choice but to kill his own father, making him an orphan. On the cold streets of Kiri, Haku had no one, until Zabuza found him. Zabuza gave him purpose in life, and when he met Amuri, he felt as if he finally had a purpose in life again. But now that I am broken, a useless tool, Naruto-sen, please just kill. Haku begs. With Kakashi Tora, tiger, me, snake, Tatsu, dragon, Inu, dog. Kuchios, Doton, Suga no Jutsu, summoning, earth release, tracking Fang technique. Kakashi proclaims, slamming the scroll on the ground as Fuin arrays bury deep into the ground. Humph, whatever you do is useless. You can't figure out where I am, but I know exactly where you are. Zabuza says through the mist. Until he hears rumbling from the ground near him. Before he can do anything, 8 Ninken erupts from the ground and sinks their fangs into Zabuza. The biggest of the Ninken, a black bull Inu, bites into his shoulder and restrains his arms, allowing another spiky-haired Inu to bit into his forearm. A miniature pug hangs from the cloth from Zabuza's Hitai 8, 4 Inu pin his legs and 1 Inu pins the Kubikurabuchu by its hole. That's what happens when you have your eyes shut in the mist. This summoning is specially for tracking down an opponent. You thought you caught me off guard with your little surprise attack on Tazuna? I let you cut me. Why do you think my wound isn't so deep? The Kubikurabuchu is a massive blade. The reason I purposely let my blood spill twice was to soak your weapons in my blood. They are my own personal Ninken, whose sense of smell are better than even the Inuzuka's Ninken. You are the one trapped in my jutsu. Kakashi explains. With Zabuza restrained, the mist begins to clear, as Kakashi glares his Sharingan into Zabuza's eyes. The mist has cleared, your future is death. Kakashi says. My future is death? I'm sick of your bullshit. Zabuza says, trying to struggle against the Ninken. Don't be foolish, there's nothing you can do in this situation. Your death is certain, you went too far, Zabuza. Kakashi says. Your ambition was too great. You abandoned the country of mist and became a nuke nin, your story reached even Konohagakure. Your attempted coup d'etat and your attempt at assassinating the Mizukage both failed. You needed money for revenge, and you also needed to avoid Hunter Nin, that's probably when you attached yourself to scum like Gatu. Kakashi says. Ushi, ox, you, hare, Saru, monkey. Raikiri. Kakashi proclaims, channeling high levels of Raiton around him, before focusing it into his hand. What? Chakra so massive you can see him hold it in his hand. Zabuza panics. You are too dangerous, Tazuna-san, who you're trying to kill, is Nami's courage. The bridge he seeks to build is this country's hope. Your ambition sacrifices too many people, that's not what a shinobi should do. Kakashi says, holding a flaring Raikiri in his hand. I don't give a damn, I fight for my own ideals and that shall continue. Zabuza yells through gritted teeth. I'll ask one more time, surrender or I'll kill you and your accomplice. Kakashi warns. Why are you hesitating? I said kill me please. Haku says. I don't understand. Is Zabuza the only reason for you to be strong? Is being strong the only reason for you to live? Naruto asks. The day I met you in the forest I thought you were just like me, you should be able to understand. Haku says. Naruto lowers his head, knowing what he had to do. Forming a Kaze shuriken in his hand, Naruto gets ready to launch it. Please fulfill your dreams, Haku says. You had dreams. If we had met under different circumstances, we could have been friends. Naruto says, before he tosses his Kaze shuriken, for the first time regretting having to kill an enemy. Hey, the mist is clearing. I can see two figures, something is cutting through the mist. Sakura says, trying to see through the thinning mist. Haku can see Zabuza pinned down and Kakashi rushes him with a high-level Raiton jutsu ready to kill him. At the last second, Haku dodges the Kaze shuriken and does a set of one-handed seals, forms a single mirror and uses it to warp to Zabuza. Shit, Haku, don't. Naruto calls out, but it's too late. Zabuza hears Naruto's call and knows instantly what Haku had planned. Zabuza uses the rest of his chakra to summon his Oni shroud and focus it into a burst of chakra from his shoulder. The bull Inu is shot in the mouth with Zabuza's vile chakra and can't help but yelp and let go of Zabuza. Haku appears in front of him, but Zabuza swats him to the side, saving them both, but not without cost. Kakashi's Raikiri cuts Zabuza's arm from the elbow clean off. The Ninken burst into smoke, Haku having thrown Sanbon into the scroll. Greawea. Zabuza roars, blood splatters and splashes from the missing limb. Zabuza-sama. Haku roars. Sakura and Tazuna are horrified to see the wound. Zabuza-kun. Amiri roars, being restrained inside a straitjacket and a chakra suppression tag on her forehead. Enko was surprised to see tears falling from the woman's eyes at the sight. Haku, you idiot. What makes you think I'd ever want you to sacrifice yourself for me. I told you, your blood is mine, that blood is useless dead. Zabuza screams, holding his stump of an arm as blood pours out. Haku rushes over to Zabuza to begin healing, only for Naruto to block his path. I told you, Haku. Naruto says. Naruto, you're alright. Where is Sasuke-kun? Sakura asks hopefully. He's over there, he's pretty beat up though. Naruto says, pointing towards the prone Uchiha. Sakura rushes over to Sasuke and tries to get him conscious, crying the entire time. Naruto stands next to Tazuna to protect him, just in case. With the Raikiri still in hand, Kakashi gets ready to kill Zabuza, only for Naruto to stand in the way. We've won, Kakashi-sensei, there is no need to kill each other, besides, we have company. Naruto says. He looks like you're getting your ass kicked. Gato says, drawing the attention of the gathered shinobi/kunoichi. Gato, along with an army of bandits with all manners of weapons. Gato, why are you here? And what's with all these goons? Zabuza asks. The plan has changed. Well, actually, I planned to do this from the beginning. Gato admits with a sick grin. I never planned on paying you any money, I planned to kill you, right boys? Gato asks as his bandits cheer him on. Hiring shinobi from villages is too expensive and they may betray you, so I get nuke nin who are easier to dispose of. I have the shinobi battle each other and once they're weakened I kill them off with numbers. It doesn't cost me anything, good plan right? Gato asks with a chuckle. We can easily kill you now, Yuji Oni, baby demon, the crowd roars. Alright, enough of this shit. Naruto says, unsealing a large futon crystal and tossing it at the bandits. Once it hits the ground, the crystal shatters and unleashes a gale storm that rips the poor bandits to shreds in a powerful gust of wind. Gato is blown by the force, right in front of Zabuza. So I'm a Yuji Oni, am I? Zabuza asks, rising his kubikurabuchu high above his head. Please, I'll pay you, I'll double, no triple it. Gato begs. Oh, you'll pay me alright. You'll also give me your account number and all rights to Gato shipping, unless you want to die. Zabuza says. Gato hesitates, but gives in and gives Zabuza a scroll filled with all the information required. Zabuza checks the information and is satisfied before he brings his blade down on a shocked Gato. Naruto, if you've had that this entire time, Kakashi starts, but Naruto stops him. That thing takes 6 days to make and I only had the one. Besides, I can't even make a Kage Bunshin right now. Naruto says with a sigh. Just moments later, the people of Nami come ready for battle, only to see the carnage and the dead Gato. Did we miss it? Inari asks, oh did he ever? Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. Make sure to like and subscribe, and don't forget to share this video with your friends. If you want early updates, check out Patreon. This is Fox Sage, and I'm signing off.